First 4 days here in Prague has brought a lot of action, high scoring. I think it's probably the highest scoring series I ever remember here at Vinoj. And today we've got more teams keen to prove themselves. 8 doesn't go into 4, and we're only a week away from Finals Friday. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Czechia, and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizzaway.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome once again to the European Cricket Network and our coverage of the European Cricket Series live from Prague in Czechia. It's going to be a huge day, not just here where we have 5 matches, but later on the night series, we've got 2 more matches from Portugal. I know Rico Full will be standing by for those matches as well. But right here, we're almost ready to go. We are going to start the day with match number 21. It's going to be Vinarati. They're back in action and they're taking on United Cricket Club. A little bit earlier, we saw Charles Croucher, who was with the 2 captains for the coin toss. Let's see what happened.
Okay, your call. Heads. Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
We'll bowl first.
So the toss has been won by Vinarati, and their captain Venkatesh Magashayam has decided that he wants to bowl first. So Vinarati didn't have the most convincing start to the competition. We saw them earlier in the week. They're 1 and 3. They've played 4 matches. But I suppose the positive for them, they still have 10 matches to kind of make their push into the top 4. And we know that in a week's time, only the top 4 will survive. The bottom 4, they will fall by the wayside. So yeah, watch out for Venki. I think he's a very clever off-spin bowler. We saw him performing really well for Czechia in the ECS in Austria. He was troubled by a little bit of a knee injury back then, but I think it's coming good, and I think that pace-off bowling with accuracy could be a bit of a weapon. I've got to say, I really like the youngster as well, Danny O'Connor. He seems like a prodigious talent. Again, must be a little bit intimidating, I suppose, playing against guys that are a lot older, but he certainly seemed to have a little bit of the magic, so I'm looking forward to seeing him today as well for Vinarati. Let's talk about United, though, and they're hampered by the injury to their all-round star, Pramod Bagoli. We saw him retire hurt yesterday, and I don't think he'll feature today at all. But they still have some pretty good performers, don't they? I've got to say that Rudraj Magare at the top of the order has had a breakout week so far. Piyush Singh Bagel provides a bit of stability up there, and they have some firepower in there as well. So United, they're a team that have been growing and growing and growing over the last 3 years. We saw them even beat PCC last year. They ended up 3rd in the series. So I think it's going to be a pretty competitive start to the day. Big day for both of these 2 teams. Let's talk about the weather. Well, a little bit of cloud cover at the moment, so it's about 24 that we're expecting right now. It's about 18, but a few concerns about a possible shower later. We know the weather has been a little bit unpredictable this week in Prague, but I can tell you what is predictable. We're going to bring you the action. We had some crazy finishes yesterday. I'm sure we'll get some more today. Let's get ready for the start of the day. In match 21, the news from the toss is that Vinarati, they've won the toss and they've sent in United. Let's see how that works out. And let's get ready for some action live from the ECS.
Yes, once again, very good morning from the central commentary position and welcoming all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching from around the world, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or whether you're watching on Fangirl in India. And hopefully you're ready for some cricket now. If you missed yesterday, you missed a treat. Let's go back and have a look at what transpired. Spartans versus United first up. United getting the win, holding the Spartans to just 80 runs. It was Kranthi that was the only batter to really get anything going for the Spartans, scoring 42, but Magare and Bagel with a fairly decent opening partnership saw United close to the target, and then here's Sharma finishing it off in the 8th over. And United then hit a bit of a speed hump because they looked pretty decent in the first innings. An unbeaten half-century to Piyush Singh Bagel. He scored that off the last ball of the innings. Made 130, and they were all over Bohemians, really. But some good late hitting saw Bohemians across the line. Supersonic 9th over, went for 31, and in the end, Bohemians, they get there with 2 balls to spare. Grover amongst the runs there, but you can see Bohemians, good performance with the bat in match 17. Wasn't quite the same in match 18 as they were only able to gather 82. And the Spartans kind of have the wood on Bohemian. So there's this kind of nuclear triangle standoff between those 3 teams, Bohemian, Spartans and United. The Spartans getting across the line fairly easily, I suppose, in the end. Now, this was an insane finish. The Tigers, we saw them for the first time on day 4 in match 19. They scored 109. So Jamia, he looked so dangerous with about 30 off 13 he scored in this game. And then United in a dramatic finish that saw basically a potential 7 buys off the last ball of the game. Only 3 were scored because the 4 overthrows didn't count. They already had the winning run. Anyway, match 20. This was also a doozy. Over 300 runs were scored. The Tigers came out swinging. Mia continued his good form, 62 off 18. Saw the Tigers to 153. And the Spartans looked sunk, but I've got to say, Kasi Balakrishnan, he was incredible, 74, but then requiring 2 to tie off the last ball. He left it, and he thought it was going to go for a wide. It didn't in the end. That was the difference, just 2 runs between those 2 teams. So crazy finishes. I expect some more of the same today. United and Vinarati were their poles apart on the ladder, really, but not too much between these teams. United have played a lot more this week. They've already played 6 of their 14 games. They've got a 4-2 record. Vinarati 1-3. I suppose a little bit disappointing earlier in the week, but they are a good side. They're a side that have made the final on a couple of occasions here in ECN events. And I'm sure that they'll want to put in a good performance. Here, looking at the 2 teams, and you saw the toss news that VCC, they've won the toss and elected to bowl, so United will be out there early on. I think we'll probably see Magari and Bagel opening the batting for them. But Vinarati have some good bowlers. Joe Cope is a really handy left armer. Watch out for him. He'll probably open up. You've got the spin of Margashaim. I mentioned also that a few up-and-coming players coming through for Vinarati. And yeah, like I said, not too much between it. The supercomputer agrees, saying there's only 2 runs between these teams. But I will say that the supercomputer has been underestimating scores. And I think that's to do with the data from earlier series here at the Vinosh Cricket Ground. The fact that it hasn't quite been as lightning fast. So 87, 85, I'd say it's more likely you'd get something like 127, 125 or something like that. There's Piyush, who's out there, and it is Rudraj Magare to face the first ball. Day 5 action live from Czechia, and it's going to start with a boundary. It's a very confident front foot cover drive elevated by Rudraj Magare, and he gets 4. Well, Joe Cope pitches up. I think he does the right thing, gives the ball a chance to swing. But it was the batter swinging as well. What a confident start that is. United, they've been playing. There's no substitute for actually playing. Vinarati after a couple of days off. Next ball worked away, just a single. We'll give us a look at Piyush Singh Bagal. Yeah, Vinarati, certainly a team that have been around the traps for a while here in Prague. A very diverse team as well. Certainly a feature of that club. Their only win so far was over Brno on day 1. They won that 143 to 105. Cope to Bagel for the first time. Well, this one goes really wrong. It's been called a no ball. And this is hit the edge of the pitch. So this will be a free hit coming up. And hit the edge, you could see it there. He does go for it, and he gets plenty of it. Going, gone. Maximo! Yeah, had the immunity cloak, and that's one way to get off the mark. So both batters have hit a boundary now. United, I mentioned, they are one of the most, if not the most improved club, I think, in the whole country. If you look at their performances over the last 3 years, just won promotion to Division 1 in the T20 for the first time. That's something they won just a couple of weeks ago. Narrowly missed out last season. But Cope just kind of has to put that away and say, look, now get these guys out, solve the problem. He's a guy that can swing the ball. Not really going for him so far. One whistled through to Adnan Mode behind the stumps. Having a look at some of the top performers so far in this series. Mode has been the standout batter for Vinarati. He's got the gloves as well today. Cope leading wicket taker with 4. United, though, you see the openers featuring in the top 2 run scorers. And also, I've got some bowlers that can take wickets. Ghanshyam Kumar, maybe he's 4 for 4 the other day. Bindra, the left armour, pretty handy as well. Ali Sitar as well, he's a great pickup from Prague Cricket Club for United. Provides a bit more bowling power. That's better. And just kind of drawing Peter Singh Bagel forward. So I want to say a quick hello to everyone out there, of course. I'm just going to drop into the chat, but before I do, I want to say a very good morning to Danny Hudacek, who's earned his day off. And he's actually informed me that it's the Beast's birthday today. Sudesh Wickramasekara from PCC. Worked away, doesn't time this at all. Oh, and almost finds a way to run himself out. Now they're going to get an overthrow as it sneaks past Danny O'Connor. A couple of mystery bounces in there, so one becomes 2, and it's the end of the first over. Cope goes for 14. It's 14 without loss after 1. Yeah, so happy birthday, Sudesh. I hope you have a great party. I'm sure you will. Anyway, let's have a look at what's coming up, and one of the things we're really looking forward to, the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of cricket. It's only 66 days away. Starts in Spain on the 25th of September. So yeah, Czechia will be there. And in fact, they've been drawn in the same group as Greece. That will be here next weekend for the ECIs. So it's a great opportunity for Czechia as well as Greece and the other team, Cyprus, to try out some players perhaps in the T10 format and looking at shaping your squad. I think that's the kind of form that you'd consider for picking your squad. So yeah, you pick your ECI team. ECS performances like you're watching right now in the domestic T10 to have a lot of weight. So certainly I think these two out there at the moment, Magara and Bagel, I mean, I think they're trying to press their claims for inclusion. Not players we've generally seen in the national team lineup. Start of a new over, and it's going to be Shubhranshu Chaudhary to bowl over number 2. And he's a guy, I always like watching him bowl. He's got good rhythm, fairly experienced now as well. See that ball biting a bit off this pitch. I like this pitch. It's slightly different to most of the pitches you'll see around Europe. Got that clay base. Probably not the out-and-out fastest pitch, but it can still pop. It shoots through a little bit. And yeah, I think the bounce is fairly consistent, but you'll get the odd one that'll do something surprising. But yeah, I want to say a quick hello to Dave. Hope you're well. He's wishing happy birthday to the Beast. Hello to Rob Thompson as well, watching from New Zealand. Rob's liking my shirt. I've got to say, it is a new one. I picked it up in Malta the other day. Down leg side, but they will scramble through for a leg by. The sun's out, so there's a bit of cloud cover around the start of the day, but it's been the kind of week. If I had to compare it to a city in my homeland, it'd be Melbourne. Sometimes in Prague you can get the 4 seasons in one day. I've seen some unseasonal showers just taking effect, and there is a slight chance of a thunderstorm later on, they said. Hopefully it stays away. It goes short. This one should be out. It's a simple catch, and it's gone. So Chaudhary trying out Bagel with a short ball, but he was never really in a position to play it, and he top edges it. Simple catch for Joe Cope. Probably could have caught that one blindfolded, and some success for Virarati. They have the first wicket of the day. United 15 for 1. Yeah, well held, good technique. And so, yeah, unfortunately, Bagel not able to recreate some of his fireworks from yesterday, but it will bring the captain to the crease. Abhimanyu Singh coming in the 3 position. This is where Pramod Bagoli typically has been batting, but Pramod, he's out with a slight hamstring injury. He said, look, I'm hopeful I can get back. Probably just need a day's rest. Maybe get back for week 2. But yeah, certainly some concerns for his fitness. He's another guy. I think he's in the national team conversation. Oh, another mistime pull shot. Abhimanyu pretty lucky that he doesn't hit that straight down the throat of the fine leg. In the end, he will get off the mark. United, they play a lot of their games up front. So, yeah, they've got 2 more games today. They've got 2 games tomorrow. So, I mean, they will have played 10 of their 14 games by tomorrow. Good in-swinger. It's doing too much, but he's getting the ball to talk early, and Chowdhury comes up with a really good over in the second. Just steadies. There's a run, a leg by, and a wicket in the second over. Sure, we'll see him again pretty much straight away when he's allowed to bowl in the fourth. At 16 for 1 after 2. Yeah, looking at the table, each team will play 14 matches in the round robin stage. So it's a double round robin here. It's the 8-team format, 56 matches. And then, unfortunately, the bottom 4 have to go. The top 4 get to stay. United, 4 wins. And they have played 6 matches, though, a couple more than Vinarati. So, Vinarati, still 10 matches to kind of write their script, but you can see that table kind of taking shape. What I will say, the PCC, obviously, they're looking head and shoulders above the rest at this stage, but the rest is pretty even. Anyway, here's a youngster I've been looking forward to seeing it live. Saw him on the TV earlier in the week. It's Danny O'Connor. And yeah, Danny was, he's actually still 14 years of age, and it's not often that 14-year-olds get the clearance to play. Normally there's a minimum age of 15, but I think due to his performances in domestic cricket, he's been given the permission to play, and certainly does look up to it. He's grown up, played all his cricket here. Also, he received a scholarship to play some cricket in Scarborough in the UK. So, obviously, taking his cricket pretty seriously, working hard. And one thing I like about him, he's confident. He's a confident young man. He goes out there and he thinks he can mix it with anyone. And I like that quality, especially in a fast bowler. This is well struck, though. This one didn't really swing back, and Abhimanyu Singh just leans on it through point. 4 runs and a nice-looking shot. And Abhimanyu Singh just let that come to him, just timed it. Didn't try to hit too hard. And gets the result. There you go. Beats the fielder. It's Shamyudeep Rakshit there at point. Nice. Come back from O'Connor, though. I like it. Danny playing his cricket here at Vinarati. I'm sure that's because of the influence of his father. Bowl. Being really accurate here. Okay, yes, he did go for the 4 out through point, but he's certainly trying to get the batter to reach. He's showing some good control. Yeah, say hello to all of the O'Connor family out there. I'm sure you're watching Danny and proud of the work he's doing. Last ball of his over coming up, last ball of the power play. This one does swing. Well handled in the infield, and then a lying down throw. It's got to say that's a really good over. 7 come off it. Can't quite get the breakthrough. Just have a look at the natural in-swing he gets there. And at the end of the power play, United, after being sent in by Vinarati, they're 23 for 1 after 3. Always great when I see natural talent, especially when they've been kind of playing cricket in Europe. So it's not a case that he's been playing cricket in England or something like that and then moved. He's played his cricket here and he's worked hard, and he's a player. You can just imagine where he might be in 5-10 years' time. Hello to everybody else that might not have said hello to in the chat so far. Hello to Kai. I see you in there. And yeah, no surprises. They're going to bring back Shub because he was getting the ball consistently to swing. Only 1 run off the bat in his first over. end of the power play, so you do have the ability to push out the field a bit, but I think they're choosing to keep it fairly tight. This one comes in, but he waits and hits it pretty late. So, I mean, you do have the ability to have more than 2 outfielders now, but they've kind of elected to, well, now they're pushing another one back, but they've elected to kind of keep a few infielders in to try and gamble a few and get a few more dot balls. On this field, probably be taking it sooner rather than later, because when we've seen the ball fly, it's been flying far, it's been flying quick. McGarry gets the ball in the pads. And Chowdhury gets hit to the boundary for the first time. Nice shot, well timed. Yeah, Rutaraj, good to see him wearing the helmet. I remember when we were here 2 years ago, he took a nasty blow upstairs and that ruled him out of the series. It was painful, it was hard to watch, but he's looking confident. Now another shortish ball, doesn't really get it, but goes with it, going, and not quite gone. That's Chris Tapp in a Vinarati shirt. First time I've seen him in the famous maroon of Vinarati. Chris does a lot of work around the traps also. He's a very good umpire, Chris. And enjoying his first run in this year's European Cricket Series as a player. A bit of extra bounce for Chowdhury. He's a guy I think also, he's always someone I'd be looking at for national selection, just with his natural attributes. You know, I think he can trouble good players, and I think that's what you're looking for at that next level. Again, good pace, good movement. Doesn't really like the call, but it did seem to kind of just shoot away a little bit. Oh, line ball. Actually swings after the stumps. So, I mean, that's concerning as a batter when you've seen everything coming into you and then you get one to go away. Yeah, well, this one's just going away and it may not be coming back. Maximo McGarry with 6. And Chowdhury's gone from the in-swingers to the out-swingers, but this one is just bouncing off the bat of Rutaraj. He's looking good. He's doing his job. And he's kind of batting fearlessly for United. Well picked. I mean, that's no half volley, but he drives it up and over the top. Well, now, next one. Oh, it's a tunnel ball job. It doesn't get up. It goes straight through the legs of the keeper, Adnan. And that's 4 byes, an unhit 4. Vinarati. A bit of the good, the bad, and the ugly about this first 4 overs so far. And yeah, that one just didn't get up. Doesn't really go down to try and block it. I mean, that can be dangerous because you never know what the second bounce is going to do. Ends up just shooting on the ground for 4 byes. Last ball of the over coming up. Last ball for Chowdhury. Right. A little bit short down the leg side, but luckily he's got the fine leg in place. So well, the second over didn't quite go as smoothly as the first for Shub Chowdhury. But anyway, still a decent spell from him. 1 for 17. And it's 43 for 1 after 4. Looking at the run rate so far, you seem to think, for me, I think that the 12 and over is kind of my par here under these circumstances. I mean, that might even be a little bit low. We'll probably have some information later about what the run rate's been over the first few days. I think the last I checked, it was 11.7. So, okay, yes, we've seen some high-scoring games. Seen the occasional low game in the 80s, for example. So, I'd say that 120, kind of where I'm landing. Danny probably thinking it might be a bit higher, 125-ish, maybe 130. But you can see about 2 runs the ball. All right, so Danny O'Connor, he's going to bowl out his second over. And he's just making a little bit of an adjustment, of course. Got to keep an eye on the clock, as usual, in the European Cricket Series. Time for the 5th over. It goes up and over the top. This is probably finding grass. It is, and it's going to run away for 4. So I mean, they had a couple of outfielders on the offside. I think it's smart. He's setting his field for where he wants to bowl, but Magare just still able to find a gap. Plays this a little bit later. So he doesn't drive it to cover, drives it more or less at point. I think how O'Connor's going here, I'd probably have a 6th fielder on the offside. They've got 5 at the moment, but I think he's been so reliable bowling wide of that off stump. I suppose right on cue, one does swing back and it's going to be swung away for 4. So I suppose this is the issue with O'Connor. He's got to decide, is he bowling in swingers and attacking the stumps, or is he just kind of trying to bowl straight and get the batter reaching? So I suppose that's why they don't have that 6-3 field, because once or twice on over, he has swung the ball back quite a long way. And still, Magare is in the form of his life at the moment. O'Connor, still a fan of him, teenage tearaway. And imagine once he grows, what he might be able to do. He's going to be fun to watch. Come on, Danny boy. Here's the call. 50's up for United. Vinarati need a breakthrough. Another in-swinger batter takes a bit of a risk there, Magare, but he's played this shot pretty well. He's in LBW jeopardy, I think, if he misses that, but hasn't missed too many this week so far. Love to break this partnership. No Macaulay, it does affect their battering a little bit, but they have some power in there still to come. Oh, really well bowled. That's a slow ball. Such a mature bowler for his age. Just have a look at his hand here. Yeah, you see that? It's coming out back of the hand, slow ball, and it just dips at the last moment. That's why it should go under the bat. That's exactly what it does. Excellent bowling. There goes pace on, but a very late cut. Abhimanyu Singh, he's good hands, doesn't he? And this is a cut so late it almost never arrived. But yeah, no 3rd man in place, 3rd man up in the circle. So another boundary to United. It's not an easy shot. It's probably too close to cut comfortably. But he still is able to get enough bat on it at the right time. United galloping away in the first half of this innings. See, he just held up because somebody wasn't quite set. So Connor, one more chance to take a wicket. Oh, he goes short, might have his wicket after all. It's gone. And he gambled with the short ball there. And the teenage tearaway, he gets the result in the end. And Abhimanyu Singh is the man that has to go. So he removes the United skipper. That was just a ball that he missed times. I mean, it didn't get up that much. Probably chest high. I suppose it was a bit of a surprise delivery. But Abhimanyu is going to have to go for 12. He's the 2nd wicket to fall. O'Connor strikes with his last delivery. It's 56 for 2. I want to say a very good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. But he's out here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. I already have a lot of comments about my shirt this morning. And I want to say a big thank you, actually, to Laura Taylor from TaylorMade Vintage in Malta. She sold me this on Tuesday when I had a couple of days off in Malta. It gives me a bit of a summery feel. So yeah, thanks Laura. And I'll definitely be back because it's a bit of a gold mine in there. But out here, we've got some very good looking players as well. We've got Vinarati and United, 2 kits that I really like. And 2 teams I think are pretty close together. So it's the first match of just 5 matches that we'll have here in Prague. But we'll also have 2 matches from Portugal tonight. So it's going to be a huge day on ECN. Please stay with us as we get back to the action out in the middle. Time for the 6th over And it looks to me like we're going to see some spin here, some genuine spin for the first time with Venkatesh Margashayam ready to bowl. But yeah, big hello everyone. Danny's off today. Just be me, and maybe I can pull a few people in as the day goes on. Anyway, start of a new over, and it could be 2 wickets in 2 balls, and it should be, and it's dropped. Oh, wow. This Chowdhury is normally a pretty good fielder. And this was a chance to get Magare, who's the man that's been doing the damage. Oh, just couldn't pull that one down. Really fairly simple opportunity. You'd be the first to admit that. Hello to Razed Khan. Nice to have you in the chat as well. Thanks for all the comments coming in. Thank you. Should have had one. Now pushes a little bit too wide. I mentioned that Margashayam bowled really well in the ECIs for the Czech Republic back in the Austria series. It was Austria, Hungary and Czechia that played in that series in May. And so he's got this quarter covered pretty well. So I think his plan is he's going to try and draw the batter wide of the off stump and have fielders covering that boundary. So you don't often see a genuine third man to a spinner, but I think it's probably a good tactic. He's also the captain, Margashayam, so he can put the fielders wherever he wants. Yeah, just hopes that maybe get a few off the end of the bat like that as well. So yeah, he's bowled well so far. The risk is if he gets too straight and attacks the stumps, then he could get whacked away over the leg side. But yeah, he's got 5 fielders on the offside, so 5 to the left of screen, just 4 on the right. The batter can counter this by kind of taking up a stance outside off stump and being proactive. Hello to Prem Yadav as well. Nice to have you with us, Prem. It's Vinny here. Danny's he is off today, but he'll be back tomorrow. Don't worry. And tomorrow's a huge day because there's 6 matches, not just 5. This is one he tosses up a little bit. Well, some indecision, and I think if that hits, it would have been out. I know Margashayam's been struggling a bit with a knee injury, and that won't help. I do think there's just a little bit of hesitation here. You see a little stumble, but if this hits for me, it's good night, Charlene. And then he goes, he stops it with the shin. Ouch. Now this is another false shot. It's in the air. Well, guess who gets the second chance? Chowdhury, and he's going to drop it again. Oh, lightning strikes twice here on Scott Pagefield. This one was a little bit tougher because he had to back, but he is tall. He puts up their hands, and you could just see it was getting a bit big on him, wasn't it? And that's maybe a ball that the outfielder coming in can field, but to be honest, I think it was his catch. Just needed to step back, maybe 1 metre, 2 metres. Easier said than done when you're under the high ball. Margashayam, well, he won't be thrilled. That's 2 that should have been caught, they haven't been. When you drop them off the captain, you're creating some awkward vibes. Anyway, Venki is actually one of the nicest guys in Czech cricket, so you don't see him carrying on or anything like that. Tossed up, draws him into the sweep, and there's nobody back here to protect it. So I think that's gone all the way. And we'll just check this out. Yeah, it has gone all the way. Maximo Magare has a bit of luck in the 6th, but he also does some damage. He moves to 38, and after 6 overs, United, they're 70 for 2. Yeah, missed opportunities. The first one, I would say it was 5 sodas on the easy scale. The second one, maybe 3.5. But you do survive. Ayush Sharma's come to the crease now as well. Now, he's just looked a little bit out of touch, but he certainly is a player that we've seen in the past do some really good things in ECS cricket. And another very good bowler to come here. It's going to be Sid Gowd to bowl over number 7. Yeah, so Sid is a very, very good cricketer. Again, someone that he's played here for a while now, very experienced. We've seen him leading the team on occasions as well. He's going to come on and bowl the 7th over. So obviously one of you, Sid, towards the end. See a little golf cart in the background? Finally, we have some golf happening around us. For years and years and years, it was kind of stalled. Anyway, 7th over. First one is hit pretty hard, but like I said, I like this tactic. Shows at least they've got a tactic. You know, they're putting boundary riders on the offside and trying to bowl offside. I suppose challenging the batters to try and go leg side when they shouldn't. Because, yeah, you see that. 3 fielders, 3 of the boundary riders that you're allowed are on the offside, just 2 on the leg side. And that's exactly what we're talking about there. So Magari says, okay, well, a few more gaps on the leg side. I want to go that way. And this is a ball that's miles outside the off stump, and he goes after it. Comes up with fresh air. Well bowled by Goud. So it's one thing to have a plan. It's another thing to execute it. Oh, this looked like a ball that might have just rolled out of the fingers slightly differently. But it really took off when it hit the crease. It's just trying to pick up. Yeah, it might have been a little slower ball. It's well bowled as well. That's going to sneak in. Magari likes the idea of a wide, but I don't think it is a wide. I think you look at where this actually passes the crease. I think it's well inside, to be honest. Don't be fooled by where the keeper takes it. Good umpiring. I'm going to say the umpires have been really good in this series. Not an easy job. Magari has lost his mojo a little bit lately. A direct hit, and well, we're going to have a double strike run out. He's going to be gone. So how about this? They go on the hit thinking, well, surely we'll get away with an overthrow because there's confusion, but the ball bounced straight to Joe Cope. So, yeah, this is so unusual. Putting the pressure on, they go full overthrow mode, and yeah, he's gone by a lot. So, yeah, but you see, he's run out by a lot. And he's already got his marching orders. But yeah, what an interesting run out. And the funny thing about that is that Mohammad Nabil, he'll get half the credit for that run out because he touched it as well. So, yeah, pretty unusual one to be honest. But Magari is run out for 39 off 24. And considering all of the things he survived, that's a pretty bizarre way to get out. Both stumps disturbed. And a lot of people, you know, a while ago, they were saying, oh, the ball should be dead when the ball hits the stumps. Oh, it doesn't really work, that rule. And that's one really good example how it doesn't work. Because if you killed the play when the ball hit the stumps, well, then what? Yeah, it gives the fielding side another opportunity. And Magari, you know, credit to him. He just saw the ball hit the stumps and thought, okay, I'm off. But he didn't really take any time to see where it went. But having said that, Cope had to hit the stumps at the keeper's end. He did. Came up with the run out. Goud's been brilliant here, and he gets one across Joshi. First ball, who's come out to whack a few, but pretty good holding job at the moment from Virarati. At the end of the 7th over, the score is 72 for 3. Having a look at some of the events coming up on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we are in Czechia for the ECS. And of course, the ECI is the international T10 Tri-Series featuring Greece and Cyprus. It will be next weekend. A night series in Portugal going on at the moment as well. Looking forward to going to Switzerland for the first time in a while for ECS cricket. First time since 2020. Then we've got some other cricket, some T20 International Women's Cricket, some T10 International Women's Cricket as well, featuring Jersey on the 22nd of August. And the ECS through the second half of August and the first half of September will be in Germany. First in Dresden, then in Krefeld. The one just off the screen there is Rome, which is the last ECS before the ECC starts. Okay, Margashayam comes back for his second over. I've got to say, they've done really well, Vinarati, in pegging this back. Especially because they had Magari up and going. They kind of kept him quiet. In the end, he runs himself out, but they also created some other opportunities. This run rate back to 10 at the moment. Okay, goes for this, going, and gone. Maximo! Here's Sharma. Yeah, he's a guy that we have seen do some very good things in a United shirt. Ordinarily plays his career for the Budivice Barracudas. He's been joined by Sunil Joshi, and that one was miles over the top. It's clever bowling though. Magashine probably only drew that last one that went for 6 back a little bit too close to the batter, but only just. Then he's right back on it. Oh, now he's going to get a wicket. It's chopped on, and Sharma just loses his shape. Again, it was kind of challenge delivery. To be honest, it was there to hit. But Margashime is getting some nice drift away from the right-hander. I think Sharma was in two minds about if he was going after it and where he was going to try and hit it. In the end, he deflects it back onto his stumps. And so it's going to be a 4th wicket down. Sharma effectively goes 6 and out in the 8th over. He's the 4th man to fall, and it's 78 for 4. Very big hello to Shobit Bhatia, who's watching. Shobit, we're missing you here. Hopefully you're well. How was the quiz night last night? Shobit does work at the Down Under, which is the Australian-themed bar here in Prague, which I've been known to drop into on occasion. So yeah, Shobit, hopefully I'll catch you soon. Margashime, though, gets reward for, I think, a pretty good spell so far. Had 2 catches dropped. Does that all himself. Ali Sitar, the new batter. And it could be 2 in a row, and it should be. Danny O'Connor takes the catch. And so Ali Sitar goes first ball. And, well, about as easy as it gets, to be honest. Danny O'Connor's 14 years old. Maybe even a 4-year-old might have been able to catch that. It was just a little pop-up. Well, Derek, he's gotten big. And he's chasing Ali Sitar off. But unfortunately for him, he's not able to move the score along. At least he gets out of the way quickly, though. He hasn't wasted any balls. 78 for 5 now. Magashime on a hat-trick. So, wouldn't mind adding to this one, because I don't see any Czech names on there. Hungary was just a hat-trick fest. We had 5 of them in the space of a week in the ECS. So, I think it's about time we added another name. And I think we'll fit Venkatesh Magashime in there. Ghanshyam Kumar going to face the hat-trick ball. To be honest, I mean, he's going to go for it. There's every chance. Hat-trick ball. Gets a bit conservative, but he does get off the mark. Great over, though, from Venki. Double strike, and after 8 overs, United, they're 79 for 5. Having a look at the run rate, his wickets in the last couple of overs, just slowing things down a little bit. Probably taking the run rate from around about the 12-ish, where it was after 6 overs. It was almost 12 at least. Now, got it down below 10. I think you're chasing 100 here, you're pretty happy. Yeah, look at the scores here so far, 11.7 in this series. But have a look at how it compares to previous series. 9.1 on this ground in 2020, 8.4 in 21, and 8.8 in 22. So there's a couple of things. I think we've finally got the boundaries down to the ECS standard. Sometimes they were a little bit bigger here, but most it's just lightning fast. So yeah, I'd say 120 would be par. Cope comes back. I think he's pretty lucky he doesn't kick this one. It's not one you want to have impacting your foot. Yeah, important over coming up. They decide to go back to Cope now, even though they could have gone back to Sid Gowd, who I think almost certainly will bowl the last over. I suppose either way you were going to get one then the other. Well bowled. See, Joshy is getting forward, and just really getting close to that one. But Joshy, every so often, he just hits one into outer space. But sometimes there's a fair bit of space between those strikes. He's a fun player to watch. He was a Golden Ball hero back in 2021 against the PCC Rooks, where he came out fresh to face the Golden Ball, tapped it, ran a single, and then snuck through for a second with the help of his partner, Amit Pangaka. This is well bowled as well. It's just going to sneak inside. So that's the thing. He's your archetypal left-hander. Cope will swing a few back. Some will just hold their line. This is an excellent comeback from Vinarati. 56 were conceded in the first 5. Since then, we've only seen 24, and there's only 8 balls left in this innings. So 7th over and he went for 2. The last over then, the 8th just went for 7 in this over. Gone 1 ... Joshy at least gets some bat on this one, gets 1, but United just being smothered at the moment. Last ball for Cope, it's gone wicketless. Can he pull a Danny O'Connor and get a wicket last ball? He won't, but it'll do the next best thing. It'll be a dot. And for me, that's the end of the over. It'll be 81 for 5. What a great over. This one just inside. Yeah, I think so. I think when it passes the crease, it's not touching the line. So what an over. Just the 2 singles off it. So that's just 11 runs in the last 3 overs. It's 81 for 5 after 9. And even that 100 now seems a long way away, doesn't it? And you've got a really good bowler. You've got Gowd to come on and bowl the last. And only 2 came off his first over. But we know this is ECS cricket. It can change quickly. Vinarati with a 1-3 record, wanting to improve, needing to improve. They've got themselves in a pretty good position here. Dave asking if we've been feeding the Derricks. Yeah, that one looks like it was worth a bit, that golden one, didn't it? Anyway, last overtime. Another ball that slides across the right-hander. It's been an effective strategy. I mean, Joshy, I think he has to do something dramatic here. You know that he's going to bowl it outside the off stump. I think it needs to take a giant step across and just try and get something in your arc. I mean, he does have power, Joshy. Takes a little step across, but he does get one. Ghanshyam Kumar is keen for a second, but to be honest, Joshy not having too much success at the striker's end. I think he says, okay, you have a go. It's a frustrating thing when you don't quite have your timing. It comes and it goes, to be honest, in cricket. And yeah, Joshy just hasn't had it so far. And Vinarati, credit to them, I think they've bowled really well. They've asked the right questions in the second half of this innings. This one is a little bit straighter, but he's only able to cut it down for 1. And now, actually, they're going to take 2. And I'm not sure how they got 2 there, if I'm completely honest. It was almost a 2 that Ghanshyam Kumar comes back and his heart's not even in it, to be honest. You have a look here. He says, you know what? Let's go for it, even though I think I'm going to be out. But then, yeah, the throw wasn't a good one. All right, now takes it on leg side. And it's going to be 4. Oh, Chowdhury had a bit of a Sophie's choice there. Does he go for the catch? Does he try and stop the boundary? In the end, he does neither. And Kumar, he ran one of the most half-hearted 2s I ever saw just moments ago. Then he's able to get one into the gap and get a boundary. So United finding to even set something in the 90s here. Now they're going to go hard. They'll only get 1 though. And Joshy's got 1 more chance. Yeah, see, Kanchamkui wants to get back on strike. But I think that would have been impossible. So, Joshy, 8 versus 8 looks a lot better than 2 off 8. Here we go, last ball. Now, they'll run 2 here. Let's see if Joshy can make it back, because that's the end they're going to go. Chowdhury throws it in, and the run out is executed. So Joshy again can't quite get anything going, but United, they do get to 90 in the end. The final score will be 90 off 6. Gowden was brilliant there, didn't take a wicket, but he was so tight. And he'll finish with figures of none for 11 off his 2 overs. And even that boundary that he went for in the last over, it was one that perhaps should have been stopped. This is nice bit of work from the keeper. Make sure he doesn't disturb the stumps too early. Adnan takes off the bails, and that's that. But I think all things considered, and look, to be fair to the supercomputer, it's not too far away from what the supercomputer predicted, don't forget, as United. They don't quite get what they want out of the second half of the innings, and they're going to finish with 90 on the board. Let's go and have a look at the highlights. Joe Cope, early on, he was in the crosshairs of Magari, who always likes to come out swinging in the power play. It was a simple catch, though, that removed Peer Singh Bagel, so he wasn't able to recreate his heroics of yesterday. That was a nice shot through point. I've got to say I like the work from Danny O'Connor once again. He looks good to me live. Chowdhury, he actually bowled pretty well. I won't say too much about his fielding in the innings, but I will say that for the most part, he was able to get the ball to do a bit. And that one, unfortunately for him, it shot through and it went for 4 byes. O'Connor, I think he bowls a disciplined line. He can swing the ball. He's got kind of a natural in-swing action. You see it there. So I suppose he's got to kind of work out exactly what his plans are, but he's got all the mechanics there. That was a nice shot by Abhimanyu Singh, though, the United skipper. Late cut, beating the man in the circle. Ultimately, though, O'Connor would get his man as he got Abhimanyu Singh to top edge one. And a fairly simple catch taken down there by Joe Cope, who caught well in the innings. But then things kind of ground to a halt. Magashayam, he came on and he bowled really well, created a couple of opportunities. It was weird, though. The catches were dropped, but it was a double clunk run out that got Magare as both stumps were hit. They went on the ricochet, but yeah, Cope didn't miss the second opportunity. Yeah, but Magashayam, he bowled fairly disciplined lines. He's trying to get the batters reaching outside the off stump. And so, yeah, things just kind of fell in a heap. And Goud, he was so tight. That was in the last moments. And they got that one boundary off the last over, but that's all they were able to get. As we look at the scorecard, Magare 39 top scores. Abhimanyu Singh the only other player to reach double figures as United. 56 off the first half, 34 off the second. They end up with 90. As far as the bowling figures, 2 for 21 Magashayam. He has the best figures, although I've got to say that Goud, for me, probably the best of the bowlers, goes wicketless, but only 11 runs off his 12 balls, bowling at the death. And like I said, even that boundary went for probably was a little bit fortunate for the batters. Shub Chowdhury with a wicket. He finished 1 for 17. Danny O'Connor, the youngster, 1 for 20. Cope, I think a pretty good couple of overs for him as well. He was none for 16. That was after taking a little bit of tap early. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in just a few minutes with the chase. Vinarati desperately need a win. Otherwise, they risk going to a 1-4 record. They won't want that. United, well, they're a team that they know how to fight. They've got 90 to play with. Let's see if they can make a game of this. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're having a great day so far. We'll see you just around the corner for more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to Prague. Great to have your company. Fantastic Friday, Peacock Friday, day 5 of the ECS Czechia. And right now we're watching match number 21 between Vinorati and United Cricket Club. Now, I can tell you the news so far is that Vinorati, they won the toss. They sent in United, and they've done a pretty good job. They kept United to 90 off their 10 overs. For me, a little bit below par, probably 30 below par, to be honest. But they've only done half the job, Vinorati. The Maroons, they'll need 91 for victory. United had an up-and-down series. They had an up-and-down day yesterday, to be honest. Ended up winning 2 out of the 3. But the one they lost to Bohemians, they were right on top till the very end. Looks like we'll get Shamyadeep Rakshit to face the first ball. He's out there with Sid Gowd. Good power play, pretty important for VCC. Ali Sitar will take the new ball. He's been a good pickup, mentioned previously seen him playing for Prague CC. So we're ready, we're steady, and it's time to go. 91 to win for Vinorati. Oh, and a wicket first ball. Can you believe it? It was just an innocuous little cutter. I think might have even rolled his fingers on it. Takes the inside edge and crashes into the stumps. It is the perfect start for United. And there's been some chat about Wicket's first ball of innings. It could be the 7th time we've seen it this week. And call it what you like. But unfortunately, for Rakshit, he's going to have to walk off about as quickly as he walked on. And he's got Derek for company. The first wicket falls. It's 0 for 1. So, number 3 comes out there. It's going to be Abdul Muiz in the 3 spot. Left-hander. Ali Sitar. I'll be loving that start. Like I said, it wasn't really kind of full power either from Ali, but it was well located. Maybe just came back into the right-hander a touch, inducing the inside edge. Hello to Kroom as well. And a few people, they've got the golden ball tingle. Makes sense. We've been pretty close a few times. United, they've already had 2 golden balls on ECN. Oh, that's close. That could be gone. Oh, that is super duper close. The question here is, where does it hit him? And if it hits him in line, I just don't see what it's missing. Yes, he's forward. But for me, oh, is there any batting it? Hits him on the toe. Oh, if there's no bat in that, I think that's out. Hits him on the toe. This one's definitely going down the leg side. Yeah. Yeah, has it hit the toe? Yeah. If it hits him on the toe, again, we get so many looks at it, so we got to be fair. Get 3 for 1 the next ball, but it is slightly. Yeah, this is what it hits. I don't think it hits the bat. Was there a touch on it on the way through though? But anyway, benefit of the doubt goes to the batter. My instinct was live. It was in a bit of hot water, but he gets the benefit of that one. Gowd, we've seen it all from the other end. Now he gets to face up. Watches this one sail harmlessly for a wide. Hello to the man in the chat. And he says that Derek looks more like a chicken than a duck. Well, I don't know. 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 I don't know Oh, well. Derek's Derek. Oh, almost pulls it off. And now he's almost run out. Well, what's going on? This is one that almost blows Ali Sitter's fingers off and pops up. And I thought that might go into the stumps and run out and whiz. I think he might need just a quick look at this. Hand. Look at this. Comes back so quickly. It's like near the heel of the hand. And now he takes an extra step. Muiz. He doesn't realize the ball is literally heading back to the stumps. But yeah, I think he's going to need maybe a dash of the magic spray. I suppose the good thing is, if there is a good thing, that I don't think it hit the kind of fingers end of the hand. But yeah, so there's a bit more kind of, I suppose, bone structure down that end. But yeah, he's going to quickly spray that and get on with it. He's still got one ball left in this over. What an entertaining start. I mean, for all it's said and done, they only have 2 runs in this first over. Remember, the required rate is 9 or so throughout this 10 overs that they need. All right. Ali Sitter's fine. Gowd, I suppose you got to put that down as a chance. Gets dropped first ball. Now goes all guns blazing. Ghanshyam Kumar is going to drop this one, and I think that's gone for 4. So 2 balls, 2 drops. Gowd this time will get a boundary, and Ali Sitter goes for 6 in the first over. Well, if ever you wanted an over to sum up what ECN cricket's all about, just have a look at that one because it had everything. It's the end of the over, and it's 6 for 1. One thing we haven't seen for a while is a golden ball. 276 matches since the golden ball. You know what? I was going back and I was watching the last one just to relive it. This is the last ball, the last over, by the way. Ghanshyam Kumar comes in a little bit too far, ends up we're dropping it. Didn't go for 6, but does go for 4. So yeah, that golden ball in Bulgaria, it was a crazy one, and I'd forgotten until I rewatched it what happened before the golden ball, which was that the batter needing 4 to win whacked a ball that was going to go for 4, but it hit the power lines there at the Bulgarian ground at Vasilevsky. Hit the power lines, which made the ball dead. Started over Bindra. That strays a little bit onto the pads. This is running away, and it's going to be 4. It's such a fast outfit. It's going to be 4-leg buys, but 4 nonetheless. Hirati will take the runs. Yeah, that Bulgarian golden ball, needing 4 to win. It was a full toss. It was flicked away. It was flying probably for 6, but it hit the power lines and dropped straight down, and that made it a dead ball. And actually, it's counted as a ball as well. It's gone. So Muiz is going to have to go. Had a tight call first ball, but he just tries to play across this a little bit. Bindra does get a little bit of shape away from the left-hander. And it was well held behind the stumps by Abhimanyu Singh. So yeah, just leaves him a bit, draws him into the stroke, but I think that Muiz, he knew he nicked that, and he was pretty quick to be on his way. Well bowled by Amdeep Bindra. And so the second wicket falls. Virarati 10 for 2. Little bit of a shaky start, you'd say. Even Gowd, who's there, he's been dropped twice in 2 balls, but I think he's a very important batter to bat through for a while. Still plays shots though. Hadan Mode will be the number 4. United, they believe they can defend this. United have had a lot of experience in close games and pressure situations here in the ECS over the last couple of years. So Virarati though, kind of lost a heartbreaker by just a handful of runs to PCC in the finals last year. Saw them bow out. Also made the final back in 2020. That's the first one to point where it's handled. So what do you think of the action so far? It's been pretty thick and fast. Hello to Dan Casey as well. Dan Zilla, good to have you with us. This is pretty action-packed so far, this innings. Only an over and a half old. Well, that's a well-bowled delivery from Bindra. Mo just decides to keep it out. First run that Bindra's gone for. Kai Bay saying the last golden ball seems an eon ago. Yeah, well, I will say that it was MU Sophia that should have won the game but hit the power lines. And the ground rule, which I still think makes no sense, is that it kills the ball but it still counts as a delivery. So you can have ball go for 6 and suddenly it's a dot. It's crazy. It should at least be rebowled. I actually think you just play on off the power lines. I don't like that rule. That last ball given a run, I think correctly so. Off the bat of Mode. Gowd faces up. Swings and misses this one. Doesn't really come back. Then we've got a late decision from Abimanyu to swing at the stumps. Yeah, but don't worry, MU Sophia fans. Ended up winning on the golden ball anyway. Yeah, and look, that's how to do it. Just look behind you, and if they throw, go back in your crease. It's not rocket surgery. And Gowd had better awareness than some cricketers. They should remain nameless. Last ball of the over. This one comes back as well. So Bindra, what a great over. In the end, he kind of does exactly what Shubhranshu Chowdhury does in the second over. In the first half of the game, he takes 1 for 1 and 2 overs in. Vinarati are 11 for 2. Looking at the table, Vinarati, they won't want to lose this one. They'll go 1 and 4. That's where Burno are. And we'll see Burno in the next game. But I suppose the good thing is, for all these teams, essentially, there's still plenty of games to go to try and climb that ladder. It's pretty congested, though. United, 4 and 2. They could put some distance between them and the rest. They go 6 points clear in second place. I think to make the 4, you're looking at making... You need 7 wins. Can maybe get through with 6. But I think that's a good target. 7 wins, we're in the semi-finals. Ali Sitar recovered from his hand injury. He's going to bowl over number 3. Hit late, hit straight at the fielder. And they don't get a run in the end. It's a fast-scoring ground, so you don't necessarily have to slog your runs. I think there's value for genuine shots. I just think Vinarati, they've picked out the field a few times so far. This one's up in the air and gone. This time it isn't missed. Mode was living dangerously. Taking on the mid-on, but never timed that shot. Ali Sitar with his second wicket, and Vinarati, they lost 3 in the power play. 11 for 3. It just shapes down the line a little bit, doesn't it, from Ali Sitar? And yeah, didn't get in the middle, trying to elevate. Doesn't time it. And so 3 gone down quickly. 11 for 3. This is Chris Tebb, who's coming out. Great to see Chris out there. He's a guy I've got a lot of time for. Since he's been in the Czech Republic, he's been working really hard. And also, does a lot of umpiring. He's a very good umpire. And right now, he's got the bat in his hand. He's got a job to do for Vinarati. And the rate required, it's not outrageous. You got Gowd there. He just has even more significance now in the health of this chase. If they were to lose Gowd, then I'd say United would be well ahead in the contest, if they're not already. Waits the call. Probably going to run here now. Just gets away from the fielder. It's Vikrant Godara. That backward point. Yeah, Wait was the call. And then on the fumble, they cruise through for the single. Gowd faces up to Ali Sitar. Well, Gowd tries the same thing as Adnan, and he has a better result. This one does get over mid-on and goes to the boundary, so still being brave in the power play. Sid just always looks like a player that's too good to stay out of the runs for too long. Opens up that front leg. Good strike. Oh, this time probably crosses the line into slog mode, really. Goes a little bit too square in his attempted hoik. But gets away with it. A few people tingling, including Kai in the chat. Says this game is compressing golden ball style. Maybe. Last ball of the third. Walks, blasts it straight through the field, and Magari didn't know if he was coming or going there. He originally thought he might be able to turn this into a catch, and Magari took an outstanding catch when he's back on the boundary in that position yesterday, but this time he's up in the circle. It was just through him before he knew too much about it. So, well, he sits up, pretty decent figures, 2 for 15 for him. End of the power play, and it's 20 for 3. So, looking at the power play in the first half of the game, 23 for 1. United then had a really nice 3 overs, but then fell away. Have a look at those last 4 overs. Only 20 in the last 4 overs. And we thought before that they were on for probably 120 plus. So still 7 overs to go. Into the power play, so you've got the ability to put 5 outfielders back, and I think they've done that. Here's Bindra. And Teb isn't someone I've seen a lot of with the bat. It certainly looks like he's got a good technique. He's got that one down the ground. Probably that's all he needs to do at the moment. 10 and over required. A bit more responsibility on Gowd to hit the boundaries. He's been the chief protagonist so far. This is a nice shot. This is probably going to run away for 4 as well. So illustrates my point that you don't have to really ramp it up to score boundaries on this pitch and this field at the moment. Just got to be conscious with Binder of the one he brings back, but this one doesn't really shape back too much. Gowd plays it late, makes good contact and gets it away from the fielder. Nice shot, 4 runs. Nice looking shot again. Well, they just moved that field around a little bit this time. Gowd goes on the front foot and blasts it for 4. It was an elegant blast though. Pitched up. Nice shot. I like the follow through there. Got the high elbow. He's a good player, Sid. And Bindra, to be honest, he hasn't done a lot wrong in those last 2 balls. Mind seeing the skipper just has a quick word to him. But they were just very good cricket shots. Big congratulations to Dan Casey. He's now managed to change his username to Danzilla. Well, I don't even know how you do that, Dan. So you're 1 step ahead of me. Congratulations. So, okay, they've kind of reinforced the offside boundary riders. They got 3 instead of 2 there now. So he goes leg side and he absolutely horns it. That's out of here. Maximo! So Gowd toying with the field. They reinforce the left, so he goes to the right, and this one was out of the screws. Not a lot of footwork there, reaches for it, but he's got a good eye. That one was smashed. Now he goes straight back, and this will take some stopping as well. Brilliant fielding. Really good fielding from Ayush Sharma. He thrusts the left hand at it, and in the end, it's just a long single. Excellent fielding. Hey, Sharma doesn't miss too many historically. This one, can't tell you how difficult this is because it is racing off this outfield. Nice ball, the over. Tab flirts with it, misses. He'll be out on strike as Bindra finishes with figures of 1 for 17, 4 overs in. Vinarati, 36 for 3. And with that over, kind of get back on the pace. 16 come off the 4th over. Some good batting in there. I don't think that Bindra bowled particularly badly, if I'm very honest. No Begorley in the United side, obviously. Cost them a key batter and a bowler. It's going to be Ghanshyam Kumar to bowl over number 5. Well, he's a guy that had a fair bit of success earlier in the week. Plenty of cricket left to come in this one. Just seems to be a different game if Gowd bats the distance versus if he gets out, let's say in the next over or two. Okay, here we go. Over number 5. Gowd's hot right now, so I suppose maybe the best place for him, if you're United, is the other end. Maybe he can cool down a little bit. We saw Magare starting to blaze of glory and just kind of lose his mojo a little bit through the middle overs for United. Tab reaches at this but can't quite catch up with it. Will be called a wide. Looking at the field, back to the kind of standard field with the 2 outfielders on the left of screen, 3 on the right. It's well bowled. Just been beaten for bounce a couple of times. Chris Tab. He's looked pretty good on the front foot so far. His head just bounces a little bit more than he was expecting. This one I think will be a wide. Good eye. That's one skill I think that this form of cricket's really developed. What to hit and what to leave alone. It used to be a wide was just a ball you literally couldn't reach, but now, obviously, when you've got the wide indication lines in there, different game. Goes up in the air and just out of the grasp of the fielder. Never really committed to that aerial drive, did he? Chris Tab, he's lucky to get away with it, to be honest. That was Rupesh Wani who was furiously trying to get around from cover, but he couldn't quite get there in time. A bit of luck for Vinarati there. There will be a wide, so it's obvious what Kumar's trying to do here. We'll say, Chris Tab, I mentioned his umpiring. He's also a pretty good commentator. Commentated a bit of cricket here locally. Man with many strings to his bow. Oh, in the end, just over one again. That's a teaser. And straight over his head, there's a gap. So Gowd gets 4. Let's not forget, he was dropped first ball by the bowler. That was a blasted shot. Then he was dropped on the cover boundary. That turned out to be tapped for 4. And he's had some chances that he's offered. This one, yeah, certainly not off the middle, but placement is key. Threads the needle. Now cracks this. More work for the fielder. He does well to stop it. Bindra out there. It'll just be a single. Gowd, 33 runs out of the 46 so far. Kind of tells you all you need to know. Oh, Tab gets something in the wheelhouse now. It shows a bit of power. That's gone all the way. Maximal. Well, Kumar, for the first time, he gets straight. I mean, before that, he'd been pretty stubborn, keeping it outside the off stump. But this one just floats into the batter, Chris Tab, who says, yes, finally, something that's in my pads. I'll go after that. End of the over. The score is 52 for 3 after 5. Vinarati bring up the 50 with that stroke. This is what we've got tonight from Portugal in the ECSN. In the night series there, Rico will be standing by. Matches 7 and 8. Gamblers taking on Friendship tonight. So some of those team names there, they're great in Portugal. That will start just before we finish, actually, 4:30 p.m. GMT, which is 6:30 in Central Europe, and 10 p.m. in India. So great work. Last night we saw a bit of a mixed bag there in Portugal. But the crew over there working really hard to bring even more cricket. So 7 matches today on ECN. Piyush Baghel will be the new bowler here in over number 6. He's been bowling a bit more since Bagali's been out. He's got a good slower ball. Last year he came on and did a really good job with the ball. Anyway, here we go with over number 6. Well, that'll be a no ball, and that's going to disappear. So it's kind of a worst case scenario. And it will be a 7. Maximal. Piyush does bowl this ball that kind of drops on you, but this one doesn't. This one just hangs up in the air, and to be honest, Goud, he was ready to unwrap the present, wasn't he? Yeah, it's too high. But he gets every bit of it and pushes him right back. And what's worse for United is this is going to be a free hit. And he'll get a top edge, and that'll probably fly away for 4 as well. It does. So, you're not particularly convincing, but it's effective. It's the backwards straight drive from Cowd and brings him up into the 40s. And that's such a killer. 11 come off the first ball effectively of this 6th over. Now, another Gundy ball. It's another chance, though. And it's going to burst through the hands of Vikrant Gadara and go for 4. And look, this is not an easy chance at all because it's absolutely blasted. He's not too far from the bat, but it ends up being cracked. Yeah, see, off the fingertips. It's still running for 4. Gadara did pretty well to get hands to it. Really wasn't a good delivery from Baghel. He's been all over the shop so far. And Piyush still has a lot of work to do in this over as well. They've got a down below run a ball now, Vinarati. Oh, this is so close. That made a sound. I thought it might have hit the stumps. That'll actually bring up Sid Gowd's 50. And yeah, it wasn't the most convincing shot, but still it's been a great innings from Sid. 51 off 18 balls. But Miguel will be wondering how has he done this? Yeah. Oh, that's close to the stumps. You make your own luck. Some days you have it, some days you don't. Goud scoring it at a lightning rate here. Hey, watches are wide, so they get it down below 20. It should be all academic from here. What an innings, though. Needed someone to stand up. Again, it just shows you, early wickets, they're a pain, but if you can have somebody that's there and you can just kind of put that out of their mind. He hasn't been too bothered by the wickets with his approach. Now we'll get another no ball. And to be honest, that's going to go for 6 as well. Maximal, second and final warning for Baghel as this innings, or this over's gotten out of hand. I think that makes it 27, and we're only halfway through the over. And yeah, a couple of maximos, or maybe it's 20 of the first 3, but regardless, it's not going to plan so far. It is 27, pardon me. It was right the first time. I was like, that can't be right. It is right. Only 12 required now. To be honest, you start to think we might not even finish this over. Piyush, yeah, he's just lost the handle a couple of times. He's trying to bowl Yorkers. I think he's trying to get up in the block hole, but just overcooked it twice. And this over's gone magical. And as you can see, it's only halfway through. Another free hit coming up. Oh, he actually gets a dollar. So, you said, I think he had the right approach there. I think he's just trying to drive in an orthodox fashion with power. You don't have to worry about getting caught in the outfield. I think that's your percentages. But yeah, that one he actually gets up in the block hole. That's where he wanted to be all along. Bagel in serious jeopardy of going supersonic here. And he may, but he might be gone as well. He's dropped and it's going to go for 4. Well, Bindra was the man out there. Goud, he's living a charmed life at the moment. He's hit that straight down the throat of Amardeep Bindra. He went a kind of semi-crocodile style, and that gets dropped into the ground, goes for 4. And so, 8 runs required. Bagel, at least if he'd had a wicket, he'd have something to celebrate, but instead he's gone supersonic. In fact, it's going to go for even more. Maximo! 37 runs come off that 6th over. And Miguel, he's going to go to the Hall of Mirrors. I mean, I like his bowling. It just, he hasn't had it in the last couple of days. Is he worth persisting with, or do you look for another option? But like I said, that was expensive, and a couple of those things were his own doing. So the score is 89 for 3 after 6 overs. Just 2 to win. Coming up next, the Spartans are taking on Brno in match number 22. So, and Brno had a bit of an underwhelming start. 1 and 4. Spartans not too much better, 2 and 4. So the Newsman toss, Brno winning the toss and electing to bat. So watch out for Sengupta at the top of the order. They're led by Rahat Ali. Watch out for Riaz Afridi. I mean, he is an outstanding all-rounder for Brno. Spartans, though, I mean, how about Kasi Balakrishnan and his breakout innings? His first ever ECN half-century. 74 he scored last night, but he couldn't get the 2 runs to tie the game on the last ball of the day. But, yeah, Spartans look like they've got a couple of players coming into form. That game starting in about 35 minutes. All right, 2 to win now. This will tie the game. Teb, one Maximo of his own in there, but I think fittingly, Goud will get the opportunity to hit the winning runs here. Goud on 67. He wants to win the game with a big shot. If this is caught, the game survives. It's not, and the game's over. And maybe fittingly, it finishes on a drop. Goud was dropped more times than fingers I've got on one hand. And he will survive and essentially win the game for Vinarati. The final score here in match 21. Vinarati 91 off 6.2, defeat United 90. Vinarati, though, I think they set that up with a pretty good bowling performance, particularly in the second half of the first innings. And Goud, in particular, I think he'll be a fitting player of the match. Not only for his batting, his 68 not out, but I thought he was probably the best of the bowlers, even though he didn't pick up a wicket. He was super economical towards the end of that United innings. Let's go back to the highlights, and it was all action early, wasn't it? We had the chop on very first ball as Rakshit lost his stumps. United, they just sensed something, didn't they? We say it all the time, though. It's one thing to create opportunities, but you got to take opportunities, and that was probably the issue. This was a super tight one. In the end, the umpire had some doubt. He said, no, that's not out. But to be honest, Abdul Wiz didn't end up going on to hurt them too much, so it didn't have too much of an impact on the outcome, I think. But yeah, the United players, they were incensed. But Ali sits up, he got a stinger, and then we saw Muiz almost run himself out on strikers end. And then very next ball, Goud went aerial, and it was 2 drops in 2 balls, and this wasn't even the only time that happened. I think he was dropped, my guess is 6 times. But yeah, Muiz ended up nicking off to Bindra, who I actually think bowled pretty well. His figures probably tell a different story. The wickets, they kept on falling. But Goud found an ally in Chris Tebb and allowed him to express himself. Also, I think he dominated the strike. He was hitting boundaries in clumps. Tebb got his own big 6 away, ball that drifted into his pads. But then, it all kicked off, didn't it? In the 6th over. 37 runs coming off Bagel. He just couldn't quite get it right. 2 big filthy beamers that ended up getting hit for 6. That hurts. This one was a bit unlucky, I suppose, but it brought up Goud's 50. But it meant that the game was on borrowed time, and That was another one that was kind of shoulder high. It's actually a pretty good shot to get that away as well as he did. Yeah, but they kept on coming, and this game wasn't going to last too long. With scores tied, like I said, it's probably fitting that it's a drop catch that ends it. As soon as that ball hits the turf, it's game over. And Venerati, they get the runs in the end. Off the back of a very good first half of the game. I think they're batting probably carried by Gowd, but I suppose he did carry it, and that's how they end up with the win. Having a look at the scorecard, Gowd 68 off 23 balls. Has a really good match first up. 4 Maximos, 10 fours in there. Apart from that, Ted with 10 not out, he just was able to do his job pretty well, wasn't he? Was able to work the ball for singles and got a big 6 away of his own. As far as the bowling went, Ali Sitter 2 for 15, not a bad effort from him. Bindra likewise 1 for 17. But after that, it was a little bit painful, wasn't it? Kumar ended up conceding the winning run, but Buggell, his 37 run over, really took the sting out of the contest. In the end, 6.2 overs required for Venerati to bring up the win. So we'll take a break. We're exactly half an hour away from the first ball of the second match of the day. Burno will be on the park. It'll be good to see them for the first time in a little while. And they're taking on the Spartans. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you after the break right here in Prague for more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Prague. And some wonderful shots there from Prague Tourism of Tram 42. So you can check that out. It's prague.eu/tram42, Tram 42. And that's a tourist tram here. I've spent a lot of time in Prague, and yeah, you can get on board there, check out some of the sites. They call it the City of 1,000 Spires. Now, right now, we've got some work to do because it's match 22 between the Spartans and Brno. Coin toss happened a little while ago. Let's see what happened.
Abby, your call.
Head.
Heads is the call, and it's a head.
We get bat.
Over to you, Vinny.
Thanks, Charles. And there's Rahat Ali, the Brno skip. He's won the toss and he's elected to bat. So good, confident move. Brno need a win here, really. Haven't had a good time of it so far. A team that they've done really well domestically, particularly in the T20 series here in Prague. But one of their issues has been with the ECS because of the travel, because of the distance. Sometimes they're struggling for personnel. And that has resulted in them probably underachieving in European Cricket Series cricket. But anyway, it's going to be Ra Prolu to get us going. And out there, we've got Mohammad Ratul, who's going to be facing up. He's out there with Satya Sen Gupta. Time for the start of match 22. And it's going to start with a blast from Ratul through the leg side, 4 runs. And what a start that is for Brno. So they're a side, Brno, that we did see representing Czechia in the ECL earlier in the year, which is the Champions League of European cricket. These are the two teams, and you can see Ratul and Sengupta as advertised at the top of the order. Ratul will also have the gloves for Brno. Watch out for Riaz Afridi. He's listed at 4. Ali Kashif's a bit of a wild card as well. Now he tries to go over the leg side again. This is called a wide. This one really takes off from Prolu. Bang. Keeper. Shivam Gupta doing the job today. Found that a bit difficult to deal with. Yeah, Spartans, though, we saw them yesterday. They've had a hit and miss time as well. I've got Kranthi in there. Balakrishnan coming off 74 last night, so watch out for him. Oh, this is carried away by the keeper. This is going to be 5 wides. Oh, this is a bonus. I've got to say, right, probably he's getting the ball to dance a little bit, and I think the keeper could probably afford to go back a metre or 2. Because he's being rushed all the time. Have a look at the bat versus ball wall. 80 to 77. That seems a bit light on for runs, I've got to be honest with you. Maybe add 30 or 40 to it. But Spartans, 3-run favourites over Brno in this one. That shows you Brno in the ECS, they haven't really been able to set the world on fire. They'll be hoping they can turn things around sooner rather than later. Brno only averaging 98 with the bat in the series so far. It's a cracking shot though, that's 4 more, put it with the rest. Ratul, he pounces on anything short and goes leg side. Grab Prolu, he's muscling it through, but Ratul, he was ready for it. And he's a guy with some shots like that could end up in the top run scoring list for Brno. Rahat Ali leads the run scoring, whereas Afridi, 92 in the series so far, and Kashif for Spartans though, Balakrishnan with 140. Including 74 yesterday. Watch out for Neeraj Chagi as well, 6 wickets in the series for Spartans. So some of the key players there. No ball call. And Uriah Proley's gone around the wicket and obviously just thrown him out a little bit. This has got to be a front from well, yeah, you see it there. Really good call. Pete Vincent's out there. Pistol Pete. All over that one like a rash. And a free hit coming up. Yeah, he blasts it straight to the fielder. And as usual, a few people probably not realising it was a free hit. Good stop though. I'll take that. That was Sandeep Kumar. That does the fielding. Oh, now full toss, and that is dispatched. Ratul with 3 leg side boundaries in the first 4 legal balls. You throw the 5 wides in there. It's turning into a very good start. So, yeah, right, probably searching for answers at the moment. This is hit reasonably well as well, but bowler's in the way. What a great start for Burno. Just need to make something happen. Yeah, good straight hit. I'd like to see him not getting too leg side conscious here, considering how well he's batting so far. Oh, and right on cue. Nice looking off drive. That's great power play batting. Ratul's off to the races. A magical first over. 23 come off it at Burno. They're 23 without loss after 1. What a fantastic start for the men from Burno. And they'll have fond memories of Khartoum, even though they couldn't quite put it together on the field. But a great experience, a great honour for them, I'm sure. And the Czech national team will get the opportunity to represent their country at the Euros of Cricket in 66 days' time. That's the second of our marquee tournaments this year. We've got the European Cricket League, which is the Champions League of European Cricket, and we've got the Euros of Cricket, the European Cricket Championship coming up. So, that was quite a ride, isn't it? First over, Sandeep Kumar is going to bowl over number 2. Oh, gets lucky, gets 4. Sengupta opening the batting. He's a guy that we've seen a fair bit of on ECN. And he gets super lucky first ball. Have a look at this little deflection. The keeper, for a second, he might have had a play on it. Not really. It went so fast. He's out of his grasp. This outfield just gets quicker and quicker and quicker. Oh, Sacha is just a better player than I think we've seen of late with the bat. I mean, that's a ball that he can drive. He's just trying to cross bat slog that. He's pretty lucky to keep his stumps intact, to be honest. Yeah, that's a proper shot. And it's going to get him 4. Well, Sacha, when you're watching this back, have a look at the last 2 deliveries. One's how not to do it, and one's how to do it. And that was absolutely smoked through the covers. And I think it's pretty much the same ball. His value for actual cricket shots. This one's somewhere in between, isn't it? Well, if it hits the stumps, it might have been trouble. He survives. Well, action early in this one. He loses his shape. This is definitely an opportunity. And even if it bounced off the hands there, I think he still would have been out. Yeah, bounced off the bowler. A bit of a double chance, to be honest. Ratul facing up. Thanks for the information. Rockable Islam Rajan. saying that Ratul is an ex-student of BKSP in Bangladesh, one of the best sports institutions there. This one's next down the leg side. Yeah, it's a bit of an onslaught from Burno. I think they're keen to make amends for early in the week. Yeah, had a bit of a rough time, but lost their first 4 games, but did come back with a win in match 8 over the Barbarians. This one doesn't really swing. And it's called a wide. Here's Ratul. Yeah, he's looking very composed so far, but also destructive. Burno chased down 98 against the Barbarians with 8 balls to spare. He's lost the handle here, Kumar. Some are swinging, some aren't. He'll probably change direction now, so he's going to go around the wicket. But yeah, the key is here, don't aim with your arm. Change your body angle if you're a swing bowler. Because when you change your mechanics, you just change your arm angle, you lose that natural movement. I was probably heading down the leg side as well, but Ratul plays it out, gets a single. Yeah, Burno, if we look at their performances so far, they were only able to gather 91 against PCC in the opening match of the series. And PCC got it in 5.4 overs. Then they lost against the Barbarians in match 3, 122 to 96. They lost to Vinarati in match 5, 143 to 105. And then they lost to PCC in match 6 on Tuesday morning. Similar kind of margin, 141 to 83. But they did have a win in their last outing, and they do have time to turn it around. They're still with 9 matches, including this one. As we get to the end of the second over, 14 come off that one from Sandeep Kumar. It's 37 without loss after 2. So Burno find themselves down the bottom of the table. That's not somewhere they'll want to stay. Have some good players, though. Can they push up into the 4? Pretty clustered, to be honest, if you look at everything from, well, even United, they had 8 points, but they've played 7 games, played a couple more, 2 or 3 more to those than those teams in the 4 to 8 position. So I think we'll see a bit of jostling. And Prague CC, they've looked kind of cut above in this tournament, but I do think the rest of the teams have got a bit of an anyone can beat anyone vibe about them. Anyway, Path Baladia is going to start. He might start with a wicket. No, it's going to go over the top. And that won't be chased down. Not already. Not able to make the ground. It just kept on travelling, didn't it? The Spartans. Can't take a trick there. But action. We're getting a lot of action here very quickly. And this is in the air. It's going to find a gap as well, and that'll run away for 4. It's lightning fast, this outfield. Yeah, right now, it's a very healthy power play for Burno. Just went through the line of that. I think that's a wise option. Yeah, better bowling from Baladia this time. Made it difficult to get down, get forward to. Similar kind of ball. Hit away on the leg side this time. Had a bit of length to work with. So Sengupta will get a single. Looking for a second, but it's well backed up. These two heading for a 50 partnership the way things are going at the moment. Once again, want to welcome back everyone to the live chat. What did you think of the tourism video? Have a look at that. If you missed it, go back to the very start of this game, just a couple of minutes before we got underway, and after the ECN introductory music. There's a really nice bit about Tram 42, the tourist tram here in Prague. But I've got to say, the whole public transport system is super easy to use. Nice shot, steps across, cracks it behind point. Ratul showing he's not a one-trick pony. Excellent shot to a ball that had a bit of width, and so that is the 50 partnership now for Burno, and it comes up in just 17 deliveries. 17 legal deliveries at least. Excellent footwork. His back foot goes back and across and makes that shot a lot easier. Burno very keen to make amends. You can see that already. Ratul, first time we've seen him in the series, of course. He hits this to his disgust, but still a pretty productive over. Balladeer goes for 13. And end of the power play. Burno 50 without loss. So this just kind of sets them up for a decent target to bowl at, which is something they've struggled with. We mentioned they're not quite at 10 and over in the series, but you can see what a difference that Mohammad Ratul is going to make at the top of the order there. And it just takes pressure off the guys still to come. So you've got Rahat Ali, the captain, to come. I think that Riaz Afridi, he's an ideal guy to come in the middle of the innings as well. He's a very big hitter. There's still a long way to go. Don't judge a game too early. It's going to be Niraj Tyagi, who's the Spartans' leading wicket taker this week. He's going to bowl the next over. So he just takes, a wicket or two, break the partnership, change the feel of the game. So just setting his field. He takes this off the stumps, but he's going to get 4 for it. Sengupta does have a good eye for the most part. And we've seen him a little bit hit and miss in this innings so far with his decision making, but this time he gets something. He's able to get to the leg side and gets the boundary. It's the risky if you get too straight. Now in the air, is this an opportunity? No, it's going to fall safely. Bermuda Triangle situation. Sengupta gets a bit of a leading edge, but he gets away with it. So frustration for the Spartans, who just cannot break this opening partnership so far. Tyagi is going to go around the wicket to the left-hander. He was going around the wicket to the right-hander a fair bit when we saw him playing for the national team back in Austria in the T10s a bit earlier in the year. Kind of cramps, Ratul for room, and he gets away and almost gets 4 for it. In fact, he will get 4 for it. Oh, it was just rolling, and Sagar, he did his best to get down to it, but just struggled with that last couple of metres and coordinating the fielding stomp. In the end, it snuck through his legs, I think. Went for 4. So you can see Ratul was just kind of sweating on that. Knew it was going to come in, but yeah, last moment. Not able to make the stop. His start just keeps on getting better for Burno. Cracking shot this one. Should be fielded though. That's Jinu Panelet, who had the gloves yesterday. With Shubham Gupta in the side, he takes over behind the stumps. We mentioned a few times that Panelet's become a father recently to Zora, who's 4 weeks old. A very good morning to the whole Panelet family. All right, takes this on leg side and gets plenty of it. Maximo! Sengupta's been looking for this, hasn't he? And now Tyagi, if he's going to go around the wicket, he just cannot bowl too close to Sengupta, because now kind of takes a lot of risk out of that shot, because it pretty much takes the LBW out of the equation. Sacha got plenty of that one. Maximo 6 runs. Last ball of the over. Oh, he's going to go for more here. So he makes the same mistake twice. And now that over goes magical. And nothing working for the Spartans so far. Burno, they're 70 without loss after 4. Very productive opening this. The over by overs. 23, 14, 13 and 20. So you can see that they're rocking through this inning so far without a wicket lost either. So they've got all that batting to come. It's only a start, that's the thing. I want to turn it into more. So Wani is going to get a bowl. You've got to say he's one guy. I've been quite impressed with him. He's a little bit different. He'll kind of slide the ball onto you. He's technically a leg spinner, but he's not ripping a lot of side spinners out there. He's a very modern style spinner, actually. Let's see if he can change the narrative here. Ratul in particular, he's looked really composed so far. He gets a full toss, just flicks it away dismissively on the leg side. Just a single. Sengupta, well, he's got zero patience for this. I think he says, okay, I'm 34, I'm motoring. I'm just going to keep going super hard. There's batting to come. Gets a full toss and drills it. Almost cut off by Padlet, but he can't get there. That's 4 more. Iwani sometimes has struggled with that length. He's a guy, he's got to make sure the ball bounces. Maybe a ball in the block hole is okay, but Satch's got good reach, doesn't he? Made quick work of that one. Get a bowling. Cracking to the point and run though. So good backing up and yeah, good fundamentals by Ratul to get through for that single. Spartans trying to find something, trying to find some way to turn this around. Ratul faces up to Wani. Well bowled. That's where he wants to be, but smart batting as well from Ratul. No, he doesn't have to go after that. At the moment, they're getting 1 or 2 balls and over that are pretty comfortable to hit to the boundary. Sengupta, just feel that we're going to see more big swings from him. I'm going to pick it. I don't think he'll survive the over. Well, it's full toss. I was going to say it'll be a 6 or a wicket, but it's going to be a 6. Good footwork this time. Maximo! Sacha, or maybe my voice carries. He's one of our favourites here. He says, well, you know what? You can think I'm not going to survive the over? I'll show you. I'll spoil the over. Well, now he hits it, and he's going to get it straight. He's going to get 4. So, well, I knew he was going to be uber aggressive. I thought he might go too far, but at the moment, it's pretty sweet for Burno. 17 come off the 5th over. It's 87 without loss after 5. And we talked a little bit about Burno qualifying for the ECL earlier in the year. That was in Khartoum. And we'll be back at the Khartoum Oval for the ECC. And there are the groups. So, Czechia drawn in Group A. They're drawn with Greece, who will be here next weekend for the ECIs. The other team that will be here, Cyprus. But yeah, that Group A, super interesting. Spain, Isle of Man, France, Czechia and Greece. France we saw last week in the Valletta Cup on ECN. Spain and Isle of Man played a T20 international series earlier in the year. Now, in Game 7 of that series, Spain bowled out Isle of Man for 10 in a T20 international, and Spain chased it in 2 balls. It went no ball, 6-6. So, Isle of Man, we haven't seen them before in ECN. That'll be their first experience, and they'll be thrown into the cauldron against the home side pretty early on, I think. Anyway, going to keep trying things, and it's going to be Sagar Mata ready to bowl over number 6. Mata ready being brought on now, but The horse has well and truly bolted in this innings, hasn't it? Ratul looking good. Meanwhile, Sengupta's overtaken him. He's up 49. Ratul, he drags this one across. I mean, looking for something mid-wicket. Gets a single. Brings Sengupta on strike. He's on 49. So you're just trying to get this field right. Teams have been pretty good with the clock in this series. The clock's been great for what we do, the way it's enforced. It's consistent. Everyone knows what to expect. Anyway, Sengupta faces up. He's on 49. Oh, just stops his shot, and I think it could be all over. It will be. So Sengupta just done by a bit of lack of pace, and Matareddy, not for the first time in this series, standing up for his team. Changi takes a few steps round to his right and takes the catch. So Satcher won't get his 50, but still a very good innings. Looked a little bit dicey early with some of the decision making, but he's also played some cracking strokes in there. And finally, Spartans have something to shout about. First wicket falls, it's 88 for 1. So, at number 3, it's Anadurai Aramugam. He's listed as 6, but he's going a little bit higher in the order. Matareddy, just the tonic. He's still got 2 overs to bowl, essentially. This is going to be a wide. Tight one, but Matareddy will have to bowl that one again. Let's check it out. Yep, that's a wide. Clear one. Line belongs to the batter in this form of the game. Good question in the chat. There's one that I don't think I know the answer to off the top of my head. Turn away leg side, force the fumble, but we'll just get the one in the end. Aramugam is off the mark. He wants to know what the record for number of 4s in an innings is. And I gotta say, obviously we track Maximo's pretty strongly. But yeah, maybe I can get some of the guys on that. I'd say it's probably something around the 20 mark. Something like that. Had to guess. Ratul's got good hands. You know what? This is running away. Not many are getting caught, and this one isn't an exception. This just shows you how fast this is. In fact, he has soft hands when he plays this, but when it gets around the fielder, yeah, chasing leather for the rest of the journey. Kranthi wasn't able to kind of get a dive on it early. See here, that was his one opportunity, I think, to get down to ground and stop it. And once it got on the outfield, it just raced away. Get some runs straight away. So this is what I've liked about Ratul in this innings. He's not going after everything. He's making good decisions. Yeah, so I'll ask the boffins behind the scenes because I don't have a most 4s. I'd say it's around 20, maybe low 20s. Yeah, this one, I think it takes it a ledge on the way through. certainly picked up a little inside edge here. It comes back a long way. It's hard to tell there. I think that's on the full. I mean, the batter's kind of in the way, but I think that one goes down. And so, Matter ready. Does deliver a decent over. And it's the end of 6. It's a couple of connection issues. The scoreboard fraction behind. I'd make that 95 for 1 at the end of 6. Rattle. Certainly, I think, big in for Burno. Because, yeah, if they can get a good score on the board, they've certainly got some bowlers. They've got Rahat Ali, they've got Riaz Afrida, they've got some Gupta as well. Naveed Ahmed, very experienced spinner. So, change of bowling now. It's going to be Vasant Kumar to bowl over number 7, so 4 overs remaining. This is the kind of field, though, yeah, where we could see the 4s record beaten, whatever it is. I can actually give you an idea. I can tell you this week of what the most 4s in the innings. I've got to say, Vasant, with his shirt name, what's the story there with the ats? He's like an email address that would bounce back to you. Vasant? I assume that's on purpose. Still. I suppose maybe works in IT, something like that. Here we go. Pretty well bowled first up, though. So right up there in the block hole. He's going back to Ratul. He's 22 years old. It's the first time we've seen him on ECN, but he hasn't played at one of the best schools in Bangladesh. This is going to be an easy put away. The first one was good from Kumar. Second one, not so much. It was a wide full toss. And even though Ratul backs away, he's still able to reach it. Yeah, so went to BKSP in Bangladesh, which is Bangladesh Krira Shikha Pratishthan. Looks the good so far. All right, it's going to be a no ball, and it's going to be slashed away for 4. So free hit coming up just when Spartans were starting to peg things back. And even with a good first ball of the over, the pressure's released, and Ratul. Again, I don't know if I'd be dancing away if I was him, but I suppose he knows what he's doing. Despite that, he ends up slashing across for 4. Yes, I was going to say, I'll look up the most number of 4s in an innings this week. Now, that is something I can do. It'll just take me a second. Prague CC scored 16 4s against Vinarati in match 19. Don't think there's one more than that. Anyway, this is going to go, and it's going to go a long way. Maximal! The free hit is cashed in. Shows you how quickly things can change. And Burno, they've climbed past the 100 now. I found another one. Vinarati actually scored 17 4s against PCC in match 9. Prague Spartans also scored 17 4s in match 13. Good batting this time. That'd be my tactic. I'll be getting across, I think. Yeah, so 17 4s this week is the most we've seen. So all time, like I say, I think probably is in the 20s, probably low 20s. I've asked them to get on it for me, though. All right, so this time gets himself in a bit of a muddle. All the ones, 1-1-1 for 1. Move to 49 with this stroke. Sengupta, his opening partner, he was out for 49 earlier. Ratul want to avoid that, but what an impressive start to his ECN career. And also with him being able to handle the gloves, obviously Bruno losing Paras Kari, no longer in the country. The fact that Ratul's able to do the wicket keeping, I think, is a pretty handy replacement. So, last ball of the over. Arumugam goes for it, gets it right off the end of the bat, and he's going to go. So, Kumar does finish with a wicket. Arumugam, he had the right idea there. I think he could have a free swing at that. It's the last ball of the over. Probably doesn't really need the one to keep the strike. He just gets a little bit low down on the blade. Have a look at it here. So it goes high, doesn't really go that far. And Aditya Raprolu did well to take it going to his right. And that's the end of Arumugam for just the one. Didn't have a lot of the strike though. Got a good view of what was happening at the other end at least as he falls. It's the end of the 7th over. It's 112 for 2. Just a reminder what's coming up over the next few weeks on the European Cricket Network. So much cricket happening. At the moment, we're in Czechia and Portugal at the same time. We'll be in Switzerland for 2 weeks, then we're in Germany for 4 weeks of ECS, Dresden, then Krefeld, then Rome for ECS and ECI before the Euros of cricket start on the 25th of September. But meanwhile, we've got other T20 national action, we've got women's action in the Continental Cup, men's Continental Cup later in August. We've got a T20 international and T10 international women's cricket from the Netherlands. So stay tuned. For more information, you can always go to our website, europeancricket.com. Right, so start of a new over. Ratul facing up on 49. He's been joined by Riaz Afridi, who I think is an ideal replacement now. I think this is the time you've got to get Riaz to the crease. Oh, he whacks this one, and that's going to be 4. And that brings up his 50. Well played by Mohammad Ratul with his first innings on ECN, bringing him a half century, and you can see he's getting some warm applause from his teammates. And the scary thing is, looks like he's not finished yet. Well batted. Sets himself, smacks it again, same direction, just picking his spot. He looks so talented, he's got a good eye. Matt Reddy, who is the man that got the breakthrough in his first over. Right now he's giving Ratul some length to work with. So I think here, you've got to be in the block hole to him. You've got to try and jam in a Yorker. He'll probably give you a half a chance, but if you give him length, he's just seeing him so well, setting himself early. It's just a kind of a stock delivery. Disappears. Now goes straight up, and he's going to go over the top, and that's going to go for 4 as well. He's picking his spots mid-on, had come up into the circle to push the mid-wicket back, and so it just shows a lot of class. And he's placing the ball exactly where he wants it at the moment. They keep the mid-on up, and now they might want to try and find a way to bring him back, but you can see he's definitely targeting certain areas, certain vacant areas in the outfield. Not an easy thing to do. It's better though. I suppose it drew him a bit wider. I think he was thinking quite leg side, and then found it difficult to adjust to hit it on the offside. County's got a very valid question in the chat. Oh, shot this time. He's kind of waiting for it. And he carves it away into the gap. This is such a good knock from Ratul. 65 off 28. He probably had an inkling that Matt already, knowing he gotten away with the last one outside off, it's probably going to be outside off again. So this time, he's kind of looking that way. His weight goes slightly away from the ball to give himself a bit of room. Another sensational shot from Mohammad Ratul. What a way to announce yourself. Yeah, backs away, they'll get the single, so we'll keep the strike. Again, don't know if backing away's the play, to be honest. But suppose when you're that good, you can do what you like. It's the end of the 8th over. Burno 129 for 2. Ratul, I mean, 12 balls to go. He needs 34 for a century. Not impossible. Keanu's question was, hey Vinny, if the T20 qualifiers are going to be on turf wickets, do you think, if possible, teams should organise T20 series on turf wickets, maybe in Spain? Well, Keanu, it's a great idea in theory, and I know that Austria actually went and did a series in the Isle of Man on turf wickets as preparation for the current World Cup qualifiers. But I suppose the issue you run into, it's cost and availability. So, you know, teams, they're on a shoestring budget here in Europe. So to organise extra series with involving travel and accommodation, those kind of things, is pretty tough. The other thing is availability. So the players already, the amateur players, they're having to get time off work for their national commitments. So if it creates extra series, it might be tough to get those same players. So it's different if they're professional. But obviously not being professional makes it tough. So I mean, it's a great, like I said, great idea if they were able to play somewhere like Desert Springs to get used to a bit more non-turf cricket. But I think, yeah, realistically, it's probably going to be a challenge. Good question, though. It's kind of wide. So probably just grabs a little bit of the line. This is Sadim Kumar coming back in over number 9. Yeah. Money. So often it just comes down to money. Money and time, right? They're the two things. A bowled. This is a length, I think we haven't seen enough balls bowled to Ratul that are bouncing on the crease. And even a guy who's smashing them and he's on 66 can't do too much about that. Oh, such a good shot. And this is almost perfect again, but only almost. It bounces just before the crease, turns into a half volley, and Ratul just smacks it down the ground for 4. Mid-off was up in the circle now. So he's kind of toying with the field, to be honest. He's been so good at placing the ball. He has so much time. Yeah, I know that he's one guy that scored runs in the T20 final against PCC a couple of weeks ago, just narrowly missing out on that ECL qualification spot. This will be a wide down leg side. But yeah, the word is he's also a gun behind the stumps. And he's a student, so it's his first year playing in the Czech Republic. He times the ball so well. Obviously, talking about Paraskari. It's probably going to be a wide, to be honest, because it's off the pitch, but it's behind the crease. But it's a disaster. Basically, we'll see this again on the replay, but you can see it's a full delivery. Yeah, you see it bounces past the crease. So I think they might actually change this, because this shouldn't be a free hit. It shouldn't be a free hit because it's bounced after the line. I don't know if they changed that or not. And now, he's going to be out, but he's not out. So this is kind of what I talked about. So it's because it was signalled a no ball instead of a wide. To be honest, I don't think he would have played it any differently. I reckon that's cost him a wicket, honestly. And whether it matters at this stage or not, I don't know. Man, that was an awful bounce for the keeper, the one before. Oh, good luck stopping that. Well, he does. He does pretty well. And Riaz Afreed, he's been out there for an over and a half. He's probably just enjoying the show at the moment. You see, Burno, they benefit a lot from having Ratul's batting in the side. For Dylan Stain, he's the other one they could probably use. Now gets a full toss and just helps that on its way. Going, gone. Maximo Ratul to 76 on ECN debut. What an innings. I tell you what, Ratul, you can spend 3 years here in the Czech Republic, and he's one guy that I think they can use in the national team. Last ball of the over coming up. They're going to sneak in for time. Goes offside this time. That's going to be 4 as well. So Path Baladia had a few issues in the field yesterday. And he's going to get close to this, but not close enough. Ratul to 80 And Berno 150 for 2 after 9. Oh, not helping themselves there, Spartans. 150's up now with an over to go. So yeah, they'll be okay for time because they delivered the last ball before the clock ran out. So, right, who's next? It's going to be Chagi. We're going to go back to him. Right, Riaz finally gets a go, and he could be gone first ball. He will be gone first ball. So, Chagi gets a wicket. There's a bit of too many cooks about this one, but it's going to be Sandeep Kumar that takes the catch. And so, Riaz, he did a lot of watching. I'm going to be positive here for Riaz and say that he was involved in a 38-run partnership. And he can say that. But unfortunately, when it was his turn, he didn't get the connection he wanted, and he's got a golden derrick for company. But still, I mean, that's the right approach. Plenty of batting still to come. And Riaz goes without scoring. I'm sure he'll have the right of the reply with the ball, though, before too long. Berno 150 for 3 in the 10th over. Yeah, 23 fours in this inning. So yeah, by far, this is the most fours we've seen in an innings in this tournament. Still chasing up the all-time record. So I'll see if I can get that. New batter out there. Shayan Khan. He flat bats 1 for 4 for down the ground. Not for 4, but for 1. And it will get Ratul back on strike. Okay, well, here we go. He's on 80. There's 4 balls remaining. If he can go 2 6s, 2 4s or better, then he'll get a century. But I think now he kind of wants to strike back at any cost. Chagi continuing around the wicket to him. Probably want to help it on its way. Backs away, carves, gets 4. Good batting. Still, I think it's the more difficult of the options to back away like this because he's having to reach. I think if he steps across, he probably smacks it for 6-leg side, but I mean, he's just got too much time. He's got too many options. And look, it makes it hard for himself, but he's still good enough to get it through. Get it through third man for 4. So that's another 4. So that's 24 fours in the innings. That's by far the most we've seen. And now he's not going to muck about. This is going, and this is gone. Maximo Ratul to 90. Yeah, he's done half of what we said. Yeah, so in the 90s, not looking too nervous. All right, we're back. 2 to come. Needs a boundary. Oh, yeah, gets a wide. That's great eye to spot that one as well. Oh, this guy, he's going to be a handful. Having a look at the centuries we've seen this year. 15 of them. Well, 16, sorry, if you include Sher Ali. So we're looking for a 17th. Yeah, Sher Ali, 116 not out of 31. Sher Ali also scored a century off just 25 balls. All right, needs a boundary. Oh, he falls down. And he's not going to get it. The centuries has jinxed him. I think I agree with not taking the single, partly because he was sitting down, but partly because you want him on strike. The one that he just missed times, I suppose missed times, if you want to call it that. But what a knock. What an entry. What an announcement from Mohamed Ratul. Last ball coming up, Berno 162 plus this. Again, falls off the shot a little bit. They'll probably go for 2 here. Well, they should. In fact, they could probably go for 3. The way things are going. In fact, they won't need to because it's going to go for 4. It kept rolling away from Kasi Balakrishnan. And so he's going to finish on 94 not out of 40 balls. What a knock. Has to be the best knock I've ever seen in a first innings on ECN, and that's in a long time. That's in a lot of games. But he just looked so classy, looked a cut above, didn't he? And he has steered Burno to a very healthy score. 166 for 3 off the 10 overs. As we go back and look at the highlights, Ratul, first sight of him on ECN, but he comes with a good pedigree, we know that. He's played a good level of cricket, went to a good institution in Bangladesh. He just looked on, didn't he? He was toying with the bowling. Not completely, I suppose, without the odd error. I think he was caught twice off free hits, but I suppose he judged that well, didn't he? The second one may be a little bit controversial. Meanwhile, we saw the batters at the other end try to also be reasonably attacking when they could. Sachis and Gupta with 49 played some nice strokes while he was out there, but really, when it came down to it, there was no stopping this man. Even this is a really good example. He just soft hands, works around the corner. But how fast is this outfield? So in the end, 25 fours come off the innings. So that's 100 in fours. And to be honest, I can't remember there being more actual fours in an innings. The 25 fours and 5 sixes in the innings. So did a lot of the work on the ground. And Matareddy did get the original breakthrough, but then he also struggled. He just had about 4 shots for every ball that he bowled, that was bowled at him, didn't he, Mohammad Ratul? And I've got to say, Spartans probably didn't help themselves with the fielding too much either. Just running past a couple. That was a nice catch by Sandeep Kumar, first ball of the last, to get Riaz Afridi without scoring, but didn't really slow Burno down at all. And he was actually almost on century watch, wasn't he? We end up getting 25, which I know in the chat they were hoping for 25 fours in the innings, perhaps, because that brought up the 100 in fours alone. 17 of the fours were off the bat of Mohammad Ratul. And in the end, it's a bit of a mess, isn't it, for Spartans who have to chase this now. 94 for Mohammad Ratul on debut. 17 fours and 3 sixes in there. Had a bit of help from Sajid Sengupta early, 49 off 18, with 8 fours of his own and 2 maximos in there. No one else was able to find the boundary, but they didn't have to because they only faced 5 balls between them. Yeah, one of the issues also, we're talking fours off the bat, but there was also, a no ball plus 4 buys late in the piece. And early on, I think we had the dreaded Minimo, so we kind of had a couple of extras that were unhit, but 166, very, very good score for Burno, who have arrived looking the goods. Now they still have to defend it, and we know it's been a week of some pretty big chases here on ECN. And so having a look at the bowling figures, well, a few expensive ones in there. They used 7 bowlers in total. Wickets to Chargi as well as Matareddy and Vasant Kumar. But no one really able to stop the flow. And Spartans, they're chasing a bunch. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the chase. It'll be 167 victory. Until then, it's Vinny Sander, who Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you after the break for more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. It is time for the second innings of this clash, match 22, between Brno and the Prague Spartans. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, day 5. And right now, Brno with their tails up 166. They have piled on the runs. We think, and it's still being confirmed, but we think it's a record for the most amount of boundary fours. In innings 25 were hit in the first half of this game, and 17 of those off the bat of Mohamed Ratul, who put together a really, really smart 94 not out. So almost ready to go. Shake, rattle and roll. Riaz Afridi to get us going. Probably the fastest bowler in the country. And Baladia is going to have his hands full. Not electing to go for the helmet, but only the protection of the sunglasses. I think Pete Vincent saying, hey, would you like to wear a helmet? And just, he's saying, no, I exercise my right to just go with the cap. Riaz is a pretty nice guy, but I mean, you get him on the field, it turns into a proper old school fast bowler. I hope it doesn't end badly. But here we go. Hello to Rocky Bull as well. Yeah, he was talking about the fact that Mohamed Ratul went to BKSP, one of the most popular institutions for cricketers. And they produced a lot of international cricketers. I will say, Ratul, he was toying with bowling. In fact, now he is going with the helmet. I think this is smart from Baladia. I mean, even if he's a little bit uncomfortable wearing it, I think the more you wear it, the better you become at handling it. And it's a lot more comfortable than wearing one. And we know that the Riaz Afridi's got some serious pace. So I think that's sensible. I don't think anyone minds the extra minute to get ready for the second innings to allow Baladia the time to put it on. All right. We'll get to look at Ratul behind the stumps now. Riaz Afridi. He's one of my real favourites to watch. He's got a really good kind of load up and release. Gets a lot of power. Here we go, 167 to win. Oh, and for Baladia, it's not going to last too long. He tries to pull this ball. It wasn't really short enough. Little bottom edge, and the stumps are messy. Riaz Afridi, well, he copped the first ball, and now he's dished one out, and it'll be a wicket first ball of the innings. Another one here in Prague. And yeah, you'll see it here. He's just late on it when all said and done. So Baladia has the helmet off as quick as it went on. He's got Derek for company. And I think, yeah, it might be the 8th time, and the helmet bears the brunt of his frustration. We'll say, though, it's something I think it's worth getting used to wearing the helmet. The reason you don't see it worn, not many players, or sorry, some players I should say, are just not used to wearing them. They haven't grown up wearing them or being made to wear them, and so yeah, can be a bit irritating. But like I said, it's not as irritating as a serious head injury. Megare, who's making heaps of runs in this series, he wasn't wearing the helmet 2 years ago, and he copped one, and that put him out of the series. It put him out of cricket for a while. Now he's back wearing the helmet and making runs. So there's Afridi. Perfect start. Jinu Panelet comes out at number 3. Facing the fire of Riaz. Attempts a Yorker. Well, could have been trouble if he hit here. He took forever to get it in his hands there. Satya Sengupta, I think, at mid-on. Panelet gets off the mark. Have a look. The throw comes in. Still think he would have been out. And the throw bounced over the top. And there's the power of Afridi. Saw him making his Czech national team debut earlier in the year in the ECIs. He's one of the standout players in that series, along with Paraskari, who unfortunately now has left the Czech countryside. This is Sandeep Kumar facing up. Oh, that's got him. It's got him pretty good. Yeah, and that sounded like helmet. I don't know whether it's come directly off the pitch into the helmet, or maybe I thought maybe hit him in the chest. It was fiery delivery. Yeah, that was nasty. I don't know whether with the ball. Yeah, I think it might have got a little bit of the grill. And Riaz, like I say, he's very quick to go up there and make sure he's all right, but you can see exactly why you need to be wearing a helmet. Against Riaz Afridi, I don't care who you are. Now pitches up. There's the old shake him up, then pitch up. And Burno looking a completely different side now with runs on the board. I mean, you can throw Dylan Stain back into the mix here as well. And potentially it makes him even stronger. Last ball of the over, just one run off it. This one just sneaks in. Pete Vincent thinks so anyway, and that's the end of the over. Riaz Afridi performing really well. Shuts the gate. It's 1 for 1 after 1. 277 matches since the Golden Ball. Sometimes we get to these numbers and they ring a bell. 277. I think Brian Lara's first Test century ended up getting run out for 277 against Australia. In Australia. From memory, I think it was Sydney where he scored that. But Brian Lara, what a player. And he even ended up scoring bigger scores than that. Who could forget? 375 in a Test, breaking Sir Garfield Sober's record. And then he scored 501 not out in a first-class match. And then when that record got beaten by Matt Hayden, he scored 385 against Bangladesh, Lara came back just a couple of weeks later and said, okay, it's going to be like that, is it? And he scored 400 in a Test match, 400 not out. Dave's asking, is this a record for Royal Derricks? Meaning wickets off the first ball of an innings. I think that's 9. Someone's going to have to keep count. It's not a stat we keep count of normally. Just having a bit of a look at this. Maybe there's just a little bit of tape that's loose on the mat. Just getting a little bit of the, bit of scissors. Tell you what, Pistol Pete is prepared. He's got the little scissors. He's got everything he needs out there. You probably have a few mints if you need to freshen your breath. You can see why he's the head of the umpiring fraternity here in the Czech Republic. Anyway, second over, and it's Sengupta to take up the attack. Sneaks the first one in. It's a couple in a row. Burno have been able to just get inside the tram line. Length here, see? Perfect Yorker length. Right between the feet of the batter. Well bowled. Sengupta, he's a guy, he's one of the bowlers that really stood up in ECC 21. So the first time we saw Czechia at the Euros of cricket. And they had some good moments. I mean, remember against Italy, the eliminator, looked like they might knock Italy out. Put up, I think, 143, but Italy had a crazy opening partnership. This is driven into the gap. I think it's a runaway for 4. The Ginu Panelet is going to get the first boundary of the innings, sorely needed at the moment for the Spartans. Burno looks stung, don't they, by the fact that they're the holders of a 1-4 record. Yeah, but Sengupta back in that tournament, I think he had a really good series, was able to get good players out. We saw him opening the bowling for the Czech Republic. Another one, he sneaks inside. And by good luck or good management, they seem to have found that spot. It's pretty difficult to do too much with that. Another good ball. It's all about the length here. He's a bit closer to Panlet, so he tries to work at leg side. Doesn't really work out too well for him. Looking leg side because there's less fielders there. There's only 3 on the leg side. There's 6 on the off. Now he's just hit it pretty much straight up in the air. Well, someone's surely going to catch this. It is dropped. Well, that's Naveed Ahmed. And now it's been pulled back. They should get 2. Yeah, so it's a bit of a swirler. Probably not as windy as we saw yesterday. Yesterday we saw it so windy that the stumps actually blew over at one point. You see Naveed makes a bit of a meal of it. I think gets it just in time. So they're just checking. So yeah, I think that one's going to be fine. Benefit of the doubt as well to the fielder. So they might want to look at that one more time, but I'm pretty sure it's just going to be 2 to finish the over. And so you score 7 for 1 after 2. Looking at the table, well, there's plenty of teams on 4 points, and Burno could be one of them actually. So we could have a situation with 6 of the 8 teams tied on points. That'd be crazy. I'm pretty sure they just ran 2 last ball. Or maybe they ran 3 actually. Yeah, they must have run 3. I was too focused on whether it was going to be caught or whether it was going to be stopped. Yeah, but yeah, they did run a 3. So Panlet retains the strike. Keanu's remembering that. Speaking of derricks and ducks, yeah, Gozo 8 ducks I think when they were bowled out for 6 back in Malta as a record. Mishra, the new bowler, Niraj Mishra, and he blasts one through, so they don't go back to Riaz Afridi straight away. Sure, they've got a bit of a wealth of pace bowlers here. Yes, a rare 3 last ball, the last over. But you know, a long way behind. Not just that. It looks like it could be a big win, so a real net run rate booster. You tend to think 7 wins should get you into the finals. Great shot. Really good shot by Jiddu Panel. It was pitched up, went after it, hammered it all the way along the carpet, and gets 4. Little dirty look from Panel at back saying, hey, plenty more where that came from. Brilliant shot. Mishra with the comeback ball. He swings wildly. Goes between his body and the stumps. No run. Keanu saying, yeah, Prague's easy already in the semis, looks like. Well, I mean, if they lost every game from here, I don't see that happening. But probably just miss out. Yeah, it depends. So you could even win 7 games and miss out on net run rate. Or you could win 6 or even 5 and get in on net run rate. Anyway, this is up and it's over the top. And Panlet's going to get another boundary. So Mishra going to the fence a couple of times. Trying to make something happen. Takes that off an off-stump line, but he's still able to get it away. Takes a bit of a risk. Really going after everything here, understandably so. A little bit short, doesn't time it. Oh, this is going to be 5. Oh boy. I think it was a chance, to be honest. I don't think Panlet gets there. In the end, he's going to get 5 carreras. Let's have a look at it. He lines him up, throws. Yeah, he would have been out. But good news is, that one brings more. Panlet, he's actually going to collect everything. He's got a 3 and a 5, and he's got a 4. He could go the cycle. I don't think I've actually seen that before. He just needs a 7. Oh boy. Tool had to have his wits about him here. This one rolls, and there's an argument for wearing your helmet regardless as a keeper, and this is the argument. Bang, hits the edge of the pitch. Brilliant take. I mean, that's a really good take. It was take it or let it take you. End of the over as well. And here's 21 for 1 after 3. I'm just looking at Panellet so far. He scored a 3 and a 5. Let's see what's going on here. The 5 hasn't gone in there yet. What have we got? We've got 21 for 1. Yeah, okay, the 5's got in now. So all he needs, I think, is a 2. And if he gets a 2, then he's got a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, and a 5. So he needs a 2 and a 6. And he'll be the first cricketer I can remember to do the cycle, which is what they call in baseball when you get a single, a double, a triple, and a home run all in the one game. Meanwhile, Cheyenne Khan is going to get a bowl here in over number 4. This one worked down to long on, into the fielding restrictions now. So 5 outfielders are allowed from this point forward. So who would have thought we'd see a 3 and a 5 before we'd see a 2 in this game? Kumar yet to get off the mark. Swings it a wide. Get this one again. Different Burno side to what we saw early in the week. I think obviously the addition of Mohamed Ratul has made a big difference. Confidence of guys that can score runs for you. Yeah, that confidence radiates into other areas of the game. Floating slip in place for Khan. Almost comes into play. Another swing to miss. Kumar just cannot get going in this innings. He's played his own personal maiden now. A lot of noise out there at the moment. Confidence sky high for Burno. Have 3 matches today that can really turn their series around. This is almost knocking out the off stump. They're pretty disciplined in bowling outside the off stump as well here. Burno. A real success story of the Burno club. We've got 4 teams in the domestic competition now. Worked right around the corner. A rare error from the bowler. In the end, yeah, it will cost him 2, or will it? Well, he's going to go the hard way. And well, in the end, he's going to get 2. But I tell you what, though, I think that Ratul had a chance to just run out Kumar there and then. So yeah, next ball's a swing and a miss. Yeah, but I think Ratul, I mean, I think that the simplest one would have been the shot. Just have a look here. He could have probably then thrown this ball onto the keeper's end, something about 2 metres away. Instead, he went the long way. It's a bit of an instinct thing there as a keeper because you can't really see the play. It's behind you. This is in the air, and it could be gone. It is. Riaz Afridi takes a simple catch. And so Kumar does hustle back for 2, but they're the only runs he gets here in match 22. Riaz Afridi, safe as you like down there at long on. And simple take. The Riaz Afridi, multi-dimensional cricketer, made that look easy. So Spartans lose there. Second wicket, it's 25 for 2. Riaz Afridi He's a real star of Czech cricket. I know that his partner, Kat, will be watching. I know that his little boy, Samuel, as well, will be watching. And he's a real tearaway for a 3-year-old. Met him a little bit a time ago. And I think it'll be a star of the future there, but I know they'll be watching down there in Brno. And they'll be happy that Riaz has popped up with a wicket. Now a catch. End of the over, 25 for 2. It's going to be Arun Kumar Vasudevan who's going to bowl the next over. This is in the air. Going. Is it gone? Well, it is eventually. Sen Gupta, who I think he had lots of ideas about what he wanted to do with this, but in the end, he can't really get around the ball. Ends up kind of tapping it over the line. It was headed that way anyway. But the result, Maximo. 6 runs and 6 badly needed runs for the Spartans. You see, yeah, just couldn't get the angle to get it back into play. Big swing and a miss. So, all right. Looking at Panellet now, he's got a 1, a 3, a 4, a 5, and a 6. So he only needs a 2. If he's got a 2, he can say bingo. He's collected them all. Reaches at this, just sneaks inside that line. We've already seen he's got a 0. So I think he'd be the first player in ECN to get a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a 6 in one innings. And we've only ever had 2 7s. We actually would have had a 7 buys yesterday, except the game was over by the time the ball reached the boundary. Pretty good shot. Panel will get 1. All the way down to Shahan Khan. So this is yesterday's hero, almost hero, Balakrishnan coming off 74 in dramatic match last night. And he's going to continue on where he left off, hit that one pretty well, but picks out the field, just a single. Yeah, last night just went absolutely crazy towards the end of the day. They were chasing 154 to win against the Prague Tigers. They ended up just 2 runs short. The last ball, it was 2 to tie, 3 to win, and Balakrishnan thought it was a wide and he left it. It wasn't a wide, and that was it. Now gets a bit of a gift. 2 short from Vasudevan, and that's going to travel Maximo as the Spartans try and bring some respectability to the scoreboard. It's the end of the 5th over. They're 39 for 2. Just a little bit too short. Having a look at what's coming up tonight from Portugal. Rico Full is standing by. Well, you know, Rico, he was meant to be here in Prague to help us with this European Cricket Series. He's never been to Prague, but with the Portugal Series coming up, he's had to do his duty over there. I certainly appreciate it, Rico. Hopefully we see you in Prague soon. But yeah, Gamblers taking on Friendship tonight. That starts 4:30 p.m. GMT, which is 6:30 in Central Europe and 10 p.m. in India. Yeah, start the hashtag Get Rico to Czechia because not many places he hasn't been. See with Danny helping us out with the commentary here. Typically we've done it together, but next year we're going to get Rico here. Anyway, time for over number 6. It's Rahat Ali, who's going to induce an outside edge first up that's going to run away for 4. So yeah, Balakrishnan tries to turn that on the leg side, and Rahat, he does get some good movement away from the right-hander. This kind of straightens down the line. Ends up flying away for 4.
Bowling, right boy. Nice bowling. Bowling, right boy. Almost a wicket there, boy.
Now, pitched up a little bit and goes leg side. Balakrishnan's high on confidence at the moment. Gets another boundary. And you can see, Spartans, if they're not going to get there, they still got to try and get as many as they can because run rate could be the difference, especially in such a tightly clustered tournament. Rahat, be hopeful like he can remove Balakrishnan from the equation. Here's the comeback ball. And cut away into the gap. Not many get stopped here. Might have got a fingertip on that, slowed it down, but didn't slow it down enough. Still going to be 4. Yet another boundary. That wasn't a bad ball, to be honest. You see that Ratul's come up to the stumps now to Rahat. He's not slow. He's just trying to put some pressure on the batter. Prague Spartans bring up the 50 now in the 6th over. Oh, tries to get funky. This is pretty scary as a keeper because there's every chance it may blow your head off if the batter does what they're intending. But the thing is, with the keeper up, you've got a bit more margin for error with those shots because all you need is the faintest of touches to get around the keeper. And probably not going to be caught behind unless it's a really tiny edge. And now pushes. It's an improvisational effort from Balakrishnan, who just kind of knocks it over point in the end. It's a pretty good shot for one.
That's it, BCC. That's it, boys. Come on, keep talking, boys. Come on, BCC. Change the game, boys.
Oh, he steps across, takes the risk, but it's a risk worth taking as this will be another boundary. Haven't we seen them flying away? It's going to run away for 4 more. Poundlet trying his hardest. Yeah, so Spartans trying to move things along. Got to say that bench there, 56 for 2 after 6. Well, that bench there is very special. It's the Scott Page bench, and what it is, it's a bunch of old cricket bats that have been turned into a piece of furniture for people to enjoy the cricket from. So Scott Page was a central figure in Czech cricket here. Lost his life just 3 years ago on the ground here. So that's why this field is called the Scott Page field, and that's the Scott Page bench. It's really special, and it's unique. Yeah, you sit over there on a bunch of old cricket bats. So yeah, bit of history behind this ground. Sengupta is back for over number 7. And he gets the first one past the bat of Balakrishnan. Sengupta. It's a ball, I think, slightly rolling action, rolling cutter. Now pitches up and gets sent out of the ground. Maximal! Good effort out there to try and cut off the boundary. That was Rahat Ali, but he's never going to do it really. And like I say, the Spartans, they're not going to do this, but if they can reduce the margin of error, they certainly improve their chances. They're having a bit of a dicey series so far. After this, they'll be 2 and 5. But net run rate could be important for them. Oh, end of the bat. Scramble through for 1. Yeah, we're talking about potentially having a bonus point system, which would be the team batting second get to keep their point if they get past 70% of the score. So in that case, the bonus point would be 116, so 117 to keep their point. And something we're toying with as perhaps in addition to net run rate. So you'd have, instead of 2 points on offer in a game, 2 for the win, none for a loss. You'd have 3 for a win, 1 for a loss, but you can steal the other team's point if you beat them by enough. Beaten by enough would be if you can chase the score in 7 overs, or if you can keep your opposition to 70% or less of the score. That's a nice shot as well. Steps across and is able to just flick this one away. Nice shot by Panelet. No real pressure on him here. He's just going for his shot, seeing what he can do. I mean, there's still 100 short of the target with about 3 overs to go, but certainly not all one-way traffic. After the start was heavily Burno, who are wearing their ECL kits, by the way. I'm loving that. The Shire of Andalusia. Junta de la Andalucia, as we'd say in Spanish, on the back. Last ball of the over. Goes for this and gets it pretty good. That's out of here. Maximo! That's one of the best so far from Panelet. Sengupta ends up going the journey. Goes wicketless. That was a brilliant shot. End of the over. It's 73 for 2 after 7. Coming up, we've got Vinarati taking on the Spartans. So Spartans, they're swinging it, and they're going to keep swinging it because they've won the toss. They've elected to bat. That's the 3rd match of the day. Starts in around about a half an hour. Got to say that Sid Gowd looked really good in that last game with the bat and the ball. Marcus Scheim did some good things. And just looking at that, I see that Ollie Dennis comes in. Dan O'Connor holds his spot in the side. Shub Chowdhury as well. I think he bowled pretty well. His catching was a bit suspect. But anyway, looking forward to that one. Spartans, let's see if they can continue. They certainly have improved a lot with the bat as far as the amount of boundaries they're hitting. Anyway, Riaz Afridi's back, trying to stop the madness. The first one is slashed at, and that's going to go all the way. Maximo! Well, sometimes the pace can be your enemy as a fast bowler. And Balakrishna just reaches and gets a bit of bat on that. That flies out of the ground. See, just a combination of the pace on the ball and the bat speed. Balakrishnan. And even Riaz Afridi going for boundaries now. But he's a good player. They normally fight back. Oh, it's going to be 4 more. No, they're loving it. I mean, they know they're not going to win this, but they feel, okay, maybe we can still get to 120s or something like that. Look at Ratul's face. I'd love to dive at that, but it's a good 5 or 6 meters away from me, or more. Goes at him, says, all right, not giving you any room anymore. Really slashed me away a couple of times, nicked me away. That one is targeting the body of Balakrishnan, but what a breakout for Balakrishnan. All right, this is the best we've come up with so far as the most 4s question, because we had 25 4s in the innings. In the first innings. Riaz gets his shortish again. So the most 4s in a game is 46, 23 in each innings. That was MU Dons versus the Indian Tuskers back in Bulgaria in 2020. So yeah, that's the record. I think the previous record was 23 4s in innings, and today we've got 25. So yeah, new record. Steps across. Scored a no ball, and this is probably for height. It's for the second ball over the shoulder. So even though I thought it might have got a touch and gone through to Ratul, who didn't hold on. But yeah, Pete Vincent saying, look, that's over the shoulder. You've already used your one over the shoulder. So it's going to be a no ball and then a free hit coming up. Looking at the most individual 4s in that game. Fayez Mohammed for the Tuskers had hit 14 fours. Ratul hit 17. Well, that's quicker. It's called a wide. I think one of the issues with Riyaz Afridi is going around the wicket. He's getting in front of the umpire. So I don't think this is a wide. But I think the umpire can't see. So say, look, call that a wide because I don't get a good look at it. But that was quicker from Riyaz. He does have this ball. And we talk a lot about slower balls, but if you have a quicker ball, that can be even more effective. Still a free hit, and this is hit pretty well. That's going to be 4. Balakrishnan just having a great 24 hours. He's a guy, I'd consider batting him even higher in the next game. They've won the toss, they've elected to bat. Why not just throw him out there? Because Path Baladia didn't really click in this game. He went very first ball. Okay, yeah, he's a guy that can do it. You've got Sandeep Kumar made 2 off 10. Maybe he's the one I'd replace with Balakrishnan at the top. Meanwhile, Panel's been stuck on 49 forever. But he won't mind at the moment. Balakrishnan doing some damage. Last ball of the over. Oh, yeah. Doesn't give him room again. And so, Riyaz fired up. That'll be the end of his spell. And that's the end of 8 as well. It's 89 for 2 after 8. So Panelet finally will get an opportunity to make his 50. I mentioned that he's gone for the cycle. A 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, and a 5, and a 6 in this innings. Well, he said he needs a 2. So yeah, the only 2 so far in the innings was actually hit by Sandeep Kumar. So yeah, still needs a 2, pardon me. See, that 2 didn't belong to him. So could he do something I've never seen? Hit the cycle in cricket. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's going to be facing up to Shane Khan. He's probably got a bit cold while Balakrishnan at the other end's been going crazy. Yes, okay. Confirming 25 fours, a record in 1 innings. Previous record now we know. It took us a bit of time to look it up, but it was 23. And funnily enough, it was 23 in each innings. So actually, it's super unusual. Well, Panelet is going to get his 50 here. And I think he'll do it. Well, now, oh no, I thought he was going to get run out going back for a second. But you know what? I'm happy about that because he brings up his 50 with a 2. And that means he's scored every single type of shot. He's got a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, and a 6. Now, if he gets a 7, I think then it'll be something else. But, yeah, Panelet, well done. He's tried hard. But I don't think the 2 was his idea. He's just wanting to salute the crowd. Meanwhile, he spots his partner coming halfway down. And if that throw, just by luck, went to the keeper, a bit closer to the stumps, could have been trouble. Anyway, Balakrishnan, he goes up and away, and hasn't he just found a gear? That's Panelet, pardon me, who keeps the strike, and he goes all the way. Maximo! Because they did come back for the 2, of course. Yeah, you can't give these guys length, I think, at this stage. Because they're feeling pretty comfortable getting under the ball. Let's see if Cheyenne can make the adjustment. Almost. Again, a little bit of length on this. He's only able to really nick it away. So yeah, Bruno, they'll be pretty happy, all things considered. I know that a few things have gone against them second innings, but they put a mountain of runs on the board in the first innings. And we'll still see them 2 more times today. Not a bad shot as well. That's going to find some open space and go for 4. So Krishna gets his turn and he hits another 4. And what a just confidence run he's on. You know, for a guy that before this, his highest score before this series was 19. He was 19 not out. And that was in 2020. And right now, he's just smoking them. That takes him up into the 40s now. It'll be the end of the over. 9 overs down. 106 for 2. So, yeah, the game's gone, but the signs are good for the Spartans, I think, who are going to open up with the bat against Vinarati, pardon me, in the next game. Just coming away in about 20 minutes. So, yeah, the bowlers not having it all their own way. I mean, Riaz Afridi, 1 for 17. Probably the best of the bowlers for me. He got that early strike, even though he got nicked away for a few runs last over, but it won't matter too much. I think Burno will just be happy to have the win. Yeah, but Kasi Balakrishnan, for a guy who'd never even reached 20 before this week, he's just been something else. Last over coming up. Niraj Mishra is going to bowl it. And Burno, we'll see them later on. Like I said, take on United in the 4th game of the day, then Vinarati in the 5th game of the day. Just turned away leg side and it's hurled in. Good backing up. That just gets a single. Yeah, Burno have a pretty busy schedule over the next couple of days because they actually play 6 of their 14 games today and tomorrow. So they play 3 times today, they play 3 times tomorrow. And that's partly, I think, because of the journey that they have to make. So they normally try and clump their games together. See them again on Wednesday when they'll play 3 times once again. Up in the air. It's away from the outfielders. Afridi will come and clean up, but I don't think he'll stop the 2. I won't think of the overthrow in the end, as it's backed up. But yeah, Spartans, if we had that bonus point in play, then they would actually need 117 to avoid losing the bonus point to Burno, and then you'd see how actually this would become quite an exciting finish because they need 8 off the last 4. In the air, is it going to carry? Almost. Well, someone's going to have to go get that. He won't have to get it in the end because it'll go for 4. I don't mind this at this stage because, yeah, you're going for the highlight. Would have been a good catch. Couldn't really organise his dive out there. That was the issue. And in the end, I wasn't sure this was going to go for 4 because it kind of plugs. But, yeah, with this outfield, you can bet your bottom dollar that most things are going to travel for 4. Balakrishnan on the verge of back-to-back half centuries. He's 49 off just 20 balls. He deserves it. He won't get it there as he goes for glory. This is one time that if you knew you're on 49, I think, given the match situation, you're pretty happy to just take the single, take the milestone. Sun's out. There's some concerns about a thunderstorm, but I'm not seeing it at the moment. Oh, he gets bat on this, so I think this will be his 50. If he makes it, he does. So, yeah. Oh, he didn't hear the edge. Oh, that's a disaster. Oh, look. I'd be pleading my case. I heard a huge edge on that, and he's on 49, and I think that's going to cost him his 50 because I don't see him facing again. Oh, well, Kasi, something about the last ball he faces, and oh, that's a heartbreaker. I mean, unless I'm going completely deaf. Ouch. Anyway, bad luck. Maybe they're looking at this just on the evidence from around the ground. Oh, look, they've changed the decision. And he's made his 50, and that's nice. I tell you what, I like that. You know, there are like 50 runs behind in the game, so it doesn't really change the score. Probably Mishra's not thrilled about it because it goes against his figures, but Joker Kasi's used his review there to try and plead his case that he's hit it. Yeah, that's the right decision in the end. Anyway, last ball of the game coming up. And it'll be worked away. It'll be 1 or 4. It's just going to be 1. Nicely done down there. And that will do it. So Brno back in the winner's circle. After losing their first 4 games, they've won 2 in a row. And they've thrown down the gauntlet of some competition. I'll say that game will be remembered for many things. 94 not out. The most 4s we ever saw in an individual innings, both for an individual and for a team. They scored 100 in 4s. So 100 along the ground in the first innings. And Brno, they run out big winners. And the final score, 116 to 115. 166 to 115, the final, I should say. So it had the perfect possible start, didn't it, with Riaz Afridi getting one through Path, who went for the extra head protection, but didn't protect his wicket. And then Satya Sengupta followed up in the second over. But they couldn't quite hold on to this one. That was Naveed Ahmed, who we didn't see with the ball in this innings. Pretty handy off spinner. And well, for Brno, I suppose they had the weight of runs on the board, and they still went for a few. I think the approach was there from the Spartans, who were kind of going for broke. They had to, really. And this is one that Sengupta couldn't quite pull back into the field of play. But Spartans have had an up and down time, haven't they? And I do like their attacking outlook, though, on the game. I think the issue there, they weren't able to get those key wickets in the first half of the game. And yeah, played shots all around the ground, really. Just got on a run. So yeah, in the end, pair of half centuries. I'm going to say I'd throw one of them back up the top, with Path Baladia and Kumar just not able to deal early. And look, they had to deal with some good bowling. I mean, particularly Afridi looked on fire early, didn't he? But 11 balls were used up by the openers for just 2. And after that, it was a different story, as 50 balls went for 110 between Panalit and Balakrishnan. And Panalit with a little bit of an oddity. The first player, I think, to ever hit the cycle in ECN cricket. He hit a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, and a 6 in that innings of 60. But Balakrishnan, in the end, upon further review, was gifted his 50. He got a big inside head onto his bat. It was called leg by. They changed their mind. And look, one of the big differences between the two teams in this match were the extras. I think the extras 21-3. So Brno not giving up too much at all. 1 for 17 for me. Afridi, the pick of the bowlers. Apart from that, Shane Khan did pick up the other wicket, but the other bowlers most consistently average in their contributions. But yeah, Brno won it with the bat, and in particular, Mohammad Ratul. It was his first game on ECN. We'll remember it for a long time. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes, take you into the next game. And it should be a pretty good one between Vinarati, who are here once again, and they're going to take on Brno, who I think, pardon me, next game is Vinarati, the Spartans, coming up. Anyway, we'll have a quick break and we'll be back very shortly. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. See you after this for more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back. It's great to have your company here in Czechia. Time for the third match of the day, and this one will see Vinarati taking on the Prague Spartans. A little bit earlier, we had the coin toss. Let's see what happened. Charles Croucher was with the two captains.
Okay, your call. Heads. Heads is the call, and it's a head.
So the news from the toss is that the Spartans, they've won the toss and they've elected to bat first. So I think that's pretty sensible considering that they were swinging it pretty well. The only issue they had is they were chasing a bunch last game against Brno. Now speaking of Brno, might have a very, very special guest very shortly to join us. But let's have a look at the two lineups. Vinarati, they brought in Ollie Dennis for this game. Got to say, good mixture of experience and youth in their side. But Spartans, they had Panelit with a half century. They had Balakrishnan, who's got 2 half centuries in a row. Got to say the supercomputer, though, I think it might have been up late last night again. It's predicting scores in the 80s, but I just see more runs. And I think the reason that we're seeing predicted scores in the 80s, it's getting skewed by information from the last 2 or 3 years where we saw an average run rate in the 8s. Right now we're seeing more like 11, 12 and over. It's a late change as well. Spartans had to make that change because of an injury picked up in the last game. So Shubham Gupta isn't in the 11. Varun Saxena comes in. And we're almost ready to go. Here's Joe Cope to get us going in match number 23. The first one's turned away, and that's going to run away for 4. And Baladia is out there, and Kranthi is his partner. So interestingly enough, we didn't see Kranthi with the bat in the last game, as we saw Jinu Panelit and Balakrishnan running away with the innings, but it wasn't quite enough to get the win. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, as we see some of the top performers. Balakrishnan, this is without his performance last time. He'd be up almost at the 200 run mark now. And I think we'll probably see Jinu Panelit on that list before too long. Sid Gabb, though, he was great this morning for Vinarati, and he has 174 runs in the series. We'll see him in the second half with the bat, but we'll see him with the ball, I think, in this innings, probably towards the end of it. Yeah, so it's great to be here. And speaking of Brno, we have a very special guest in the commentary box. You might know him from his performances in the European Cricket Internationals with the Czech national team. And of course, he's the strike force bowler for Brno. It's Riaz Afridi. Riaz, welcome to the commentary box.
My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you so much, Vino.
Yeah, smiley comment. And hello to you. And well, it's hello to you. It's goodbye to Kranthi as he plays all around this Yorker from Joe Cope. And well, Riaz, as a fast bowler, you'd be happy to see the stumps flying as Venkateswamy goes first ball.
Absolutely, because I must say, I must warn every batsman against this bowler because he's a left-hander and he has a good in-swing.
Yeah.
Actually, yesterday I had a chance to bat against him, and unfortunately I got out on duck.
Yeah.
The same thing, the
Can
in-swinger.
Standard kind of left-hander, and that's something that we actually saw following you earlier.
We have a duck on the ground?
Yeah, so that's the golden Derek. That's Derek the duck, and unfortunately he was following you earlier today because you got out first ball, but I actually said something positive. You were in a partnership of 38. But unfortunately, you didn't get to face at all.
Oh my God. My problem is I'm very aggressive. I have no patience, and that was a slow delivery. And against slow delivery, I just become disabled. Like I cannot play it. But the good thing, I didn't waste any balls here or there on the first ball, gone or 6. So that's the thing.
That's the situation, isn't it? You got to go for it.
Yeah,
but it's maybe not a bad thing. Balakrishnan came in. He just scored 50 not out in the last game. And he could be gone first ball here. It's an opportunity. He's gone. Oh, well, can you believe what you're seeing here? 2 balls, 2 golden ducks. Cope's on a hat trick. Spartans have lost a key player their very first ball. Another golden duck, Riaz.
That was a beautiful delivery. As I said, the in-swing, they need to be careful again. And that was a good catch. Very good catch.
It's one of those things, I mean, he's got his eye in because he was batting just a few minutes ago against you guys. And so he just plays his shot straight away.
I can see my friend again, the duck, following the guys.
Yeah, and the Spartans now 5 for 2. Got a few questions coming in because, of course, we've got our live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. And Mohammed Ador has the first question for you. Riaz Afridi, how old are you?
Well, I am 31 year young.
Yeah, you don't look it. You've got a youthful glow about you. Riaz.
Well, there are a lot of things behind the stage that goes into that. The diet, exercise, all this stuff.
You're in great shape. I mean, you need to be. You're obviously playing international cricket now. Now it's a hat-trick ball.
Oh,
You have to appeal, but it's not out. It's the rules. You have to appeal no matter what. It's Matt Reddy who's come in at 4. So interestingly enough, we haven't seen Junu Panlet out there yet. He's the guy. We saw him batting up the order, opening even number 3 last game. He might be a bit tired after batting through the 10. He scored 60 not out. But yeah, Cope getting the ball to talk early.
oh, that was a beautiful delivery. I like it.
Been a really good over, hasn't it? As we get to the end of the over, and the score is 5 for 2. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Look at this guy next to me. Now, he's made for TV. It's Riaz Afridi from the Czech Republic national team and also Brno fast bowler. Riaz, how is your European cricket journey gone so far? You must be so excited now to play international cricket, but what brought you here in the first place?
That I think something that I remember lastly in my life, the huge excitement is this journey so far that I got into cricket. Actually, I gave up on cricket like for 4 or 5 years before.
That right?
And last year when I came to Czech Republic, so I joined the cricket. And now this journey is going, and there are a lot to come.
Yeah, well, I hope so. I mean, you've got plenty of cricket left in you. You take really good care of yourself, and that's pretty obvious to me. I think there's no doubt you're the fastest bowler in the country now. That must be a pretty special feeling.
It is. It is. It is very special. But
well, we'll just wait for this second over to begin, and it's going to be Shub Chowdhury loses the first one down the leg side. Yeah, so got more questions coming in. So you came to the Czech Republic because of, was it work that brought you here, or just tell a little bit about how you ended up here?
Yeah, I was living in Italy, and I played in 2015 and 16 in Italy for a while, like hardball. But then because of the job, I couldn't continue it. And then when I moved to Czech Republic, like out of nowhere, one day I was walking down in the jungle, and then I saw the guys, they were playing cricket. And that's how we met. And that was like surprise for me. I thought, wow, in Czech Republic there is cricket, and the guys are playing cricket.
Yeah, so when you first came here, you didn't have any idea that cricket existed?
I had no idea.
That's such a common story.
I was living like for 1.5 years there, and like 2 kilometers.
Well, this is tapped down the field, and that's going to be for Baladia, who is coming off a golden duck, thanks to you actually, in the last game. He was the guy who got out first ball, but he plays this nice and straight, has a little bit of length to work with. There were some discussions about him wearing a helmet or not. You can see he's dispensed with it in this game. But this field is lightning fast. I mean, I've been here. This is my 3rd year covering the European Cricket Series here in Prague. I've never seen it so fast. It is absolute lightning at the moment, isn't it?
That's true. That's true.
We actually had a record last game, and it was in your innings, your batting innings, with the amount of 4s in an innings. We'd never seen as many 4s. So there were 25 4s in innings. That's 100 runs in 4s. And it was actually a record as well for a guy on debut, Mohammad Ratul. He scored 17 4s off his own bat.
I must say, we were lucky to have him back today, because in the previous game
he wasn't able to play, right? Yeah, so obviously travel must be an issue. So is that what kept him out of the team earlier in the week?
Most guys cannot have off days because of their jobs. So Ratul, we were talking about Ratul, the same thing happened. He couldn't be with us, and we really needed him.
Especially without Paras. You know, he's such a good replacement. Well, this one I think's a no ball. It just does a bit too much for Chowdhury. He bowls a lot of innies, but he's got this one that goes away. And yeah, you see this one just between the pit, between the crease and the stumps. Got some more questions coming in for you. Mohammed Ador says, Riaz, you're a very good all-rounder, but in many matches you can't get a run. Why?
Thank you. If you talk...
Well, first, here's some runs. This is a full toss baseball out here. Maximo. That one actually puts the United guys under a bit of pressure. The path Baladia smacks it for 6.
So back to the question, I must say I'm a hitter, and the problem with the hitter is this. Like, it's unpredictable. Like, you cannot expect much from it.
Definitely.
probably you will get out on duck, or probably you will go with a lot of sixes, with a lot of hits.
You're a high risk, high return.
Exactly, it's like a wild card.
Yeah. And I know, like where you kind of bat in the Czech national team, we saw you probably 7 or 8, but with the ability to bat higher based on the situation. I think that you're a guy, I just want you batting from over 6 or 7. You know, that's when I'd bring you in. You know, this one gets a bit big on Palladia. But that's something you can do in this form of the game is you'll have an order, but there are certain situations, certain batters suit coming in say the 3rd over or the 5th over or the 7th, 8th or 9th over. So yeah, sometimes you need to be quite flexible, I think.
That's true. That's true. Flexibility is very important.
I actually think you came out at a perfect time in the last game. You just couldn't face the ball because at the other end there were lots of fireworks. Well, Goud is going to have a bit of a moment to forget here. He's normally a good fielder, but then ends up sticking out the boot and putting it back into his own net. So yeah, I think the fielders, it's very easy to underestimate how fast this field is. When you've been fielding that position, how difficult is it?
It is. The ball is coming like lightly fast towards you, and you have no idea if it will bounce or it will come flat.
Mr. J. Grant, who I think's watching from Scotland, that's watching. But first, we'll get to the end of the second over. It's 22 for 2 after 2. Now, you must be pretty happy to get off the bottom of the table. But have a look at this. We've got 6 teams all on 4 points at the moment. So, I suppose in your favour.
Finally, it feels good to see the 2 wins, finally.
Yeah. And you've still got 8 matches to go. So, I suppose that's allowing you to write your own destiny. I think, obviously, with those runs come in from Ratul, it makes you look a whole different proposition. Dylan Staines, another player that people have been asking about. Are we likely to see him during this couple of weeks?
Unfortunately, yeah, Dylan was unavailable because of his job schedule. Yeah. So I hope that we will qualify and he will join us next week.
Oh, this one's running away for 4 as well. I just can't believe it. It's like you're playing on an airport runway here because he doesn't get too much of this. Cope looks nonplussed. If he was an emoji, he'd be the eye roll emoji because that's just off the bottom of the bat. And just look at this. Almost seems like it's getting quicker. And once it's past the infield, it runs away past the boundary and beyond. Yeah, so Dylan's one, obviously you'd love to have back if possible. But, I mean, Brno, how far away is it from Prague? It's about 2.5 hour journey?
2.5 hours on the highway, yeah.
And how do you normally drive here? You catch the train?
Yeah, we drive. We got guys, they are driving. So.
Wow, this has gone a long way in the air, but it's going to fall safely. And guess what? It's going to get past the fielder. And guess what? It's going to end up being 4. And that's Ollie Dennis who's into the lineup. And yeah, this is one that comes from the sky, so it kind of plonks, but then the spin takes it towards the rope. And despite a good effort from Dennis, he's not able to make the stop. Yeah, this was miles in the air. It went backwards. And this is what happens, and then just a race to the line, but the ball wins the race.
That's the area, actually, when I'm bowling.
You need to protect that. That's my bowl by Cope. Gets that one to bend, and that one gets through the fielder.
And again, here we go.
And it was an awkward bounce. You could see it happening before it actually happened. And Mataretti has come out and he's got a couple of boundaries that maybe others would argue he didn't deserve, but he gets them away nonetheless. Yeah, so when you're bowling, you said that's a really important area, that third man area to protect, right?
It's like the edges, I'm always afraid about that because with the pace of the ball, just touch the bat and then it goes all the way out of the ground.
More questions coming in, and got Mr. Grant, who wants to ask you a question about your bowling. But first, let's look at Cope. Oh, it's a little bit short. This is hit pretty well, and that is going as well, and that's going to go, I think, for 4. It has gone for 4. So Mataretti has come out, and you know what I like about the Spartans, in fact most teams in this tournament, even if they lost a couple of early wickets, they're still attacking. They're not going into their shell. They're saying, look, you know, we're going to need a lot of runs to be competitive on this surface, probably kind of 120, 130 plus, and yeah, they're really going for it.
Exactly. That's very important. That's how you can survive in the T10 games. You need to be aggressive still, even if you are losing wickets. And the problem with the Brno team is this, that if we lose the wicket, then it's like we are losing the game, like psychologically.
Wow, this one's Gundy, and that's been put away. There's nobody home in that quarter of the field, so Cope started well, but doesn't have a very good finish to his spell. He'll end up with figures of 2 for 25. End of the power play, and the Spartans there 42 for 2. So Mr. Grant is asking, Afridi, how do you cope with running onto the Astro pitch compared to a normal grass wicket? Well, have you played a lot of cricket on natural turf compared to Astro, and how does it feel? What are the differences?
To be honest, I don't like much running and bowling on the AstroTurf because I'm always scared because I'm the side-on bowler and I'm always heavier on the back foot contact because
Yeah.
I need to do the pre-turn. In here on the AstroTurf, I'm always scared because I fell down many times.
Yeah, so you're saying that impact on the back foot is obviously something you're a bit concerned about on the
Exactly.
Astro.
If you are a front on, if you are a hip dominant bowler, so you don't, it's not a concern for you because your back foot contact is straight and you just go smoother.
Yeah. This is a youngster, Danny O'Connor, who's get that first ball down the leg side. It's pretty good running to sneak through for an extra. Yeah, this guy impresses me a lot. He's only 14 years of age, so he's turning 15 later in the year. He's got a scholarship, so he's learned all his cricket here in the Czech Republic, but he's got a scholarship to the UK, where he's been working on his cricket really hard. And yeah, we don't often have players this young in the ECS, but he's an exception, and I think it'll be a great experience for him. He's bowling to Matter ready. Cracks this one away nicely. But Teb's got that one covered. Think of a second. Well, now they're going to do more than think about it, and I think this could have been a run out if it had hit. And that's very ambitious running, but they get away with it. But yeah, you must be happy as well now as an ambassador of Czech cricket. Now that you're playing in the national team, to see perhaps the star of the future. Maybe one day you'll be playing together.
I feel proud to see him playing actually because I would like that a lot of more youngsters, more and more, they will come to play cricket, and that's how it will spread it for the next generation.
Yeah, so O'Connor searching for his first wicket, bangs this in. It's kind of effective. It's kind of like a slower bouncer.
That's a good fielding.
I think that Danny would probably just call it a bouncer at this stage, but it can be a bit awkward if there's no pace on those balls. Slight misjudgment from Balladia, but does get through. So you have a youngster yourself now. We were saying hello to Kat in the broadcast when you took the catch earlier, and your youngster Samuel, he's 3, right? Perhaps one day we'll see him play.
That's for sure.
Playing cricket for the Czech
That's
national
for sure.
team.
I would like to see him as a fast bowler, and I will do everything to make him.
That's the spirit. Anyway, pitched
Oh,
up. This could be a chance, and it should be gone. It's taken. Yeah, well, Nabil, who just had one go through his legs a few minutes ago. This time, he's in the right place at the right time. And Danny O'Connor gets his first wicket. And it's the end of Balladia for 1947 for 3. Yeah, and O'Connor, once again, you know, he bowls the ball in good areas. For someone his age, he's pretty accurate.
Exactly. I liked before his effort for the bouncer, but he still have a lot to learn.
Yeah, and I think, you know, he's still obviously growing. You think about where he might be in 3 or 4 years' time, and the fact he's getting this exposure to obviously the European Cricket Series and all the lights, the camera, the action, but the fact that he's playing against guys a lot older and holding his own, I think that'll give him a lot of confidence. New batter coming out there now is Sandeep Kumar. So we saw him opening, but not really able to do too much in the last game. But let's see what he can do here at number 5. So I don't think we've seen Panlet yet, which surprises me. And all I can think is there might be a bit of fatigue that's come in. I mean, how tiring is this 10-over cricket? Because people say, oh, it's only 10 overs, it's super quick, but it's pretty intense, isn't it?
The pressure, I would say the pressure that make you very tired, that make you feel tired, like psychologically, but physically I would say like it's my favorite game because everything happens so fast and you know the results so quickly. And for a fast bowler, it's a heaven.
Instant gratification, isn't it? So is Kumar facing up. And well, could be an instant replay. It is.
Taken again. That was a great catch. That's my area. I have taken a lot of catches there. The ball come very fast to you. You need to be very good to judge it.
Yeah, well, that was almost a carbon copy. That wasn't a replay, but it looks like one. Let's have a look at that. So Kumar, his day goes from bad to worse. Nicely held by Nabil, who I think is a pretty good fielder. Okay, he had one that went through his legs before, but that could happen to anyone, I think, on this field. And we had a few golden ducks today.
Here we go. Another duck we can see on the ground.
Been a 24-carat kind of day. You're a pretty stylish guy. You any jewelry or anything you like to wear, or what?
I'm just wearing this
at the moment.
Yeah.
Not. I just seem like a guy that, you know, I can see you cruising around Brno, maybe in your convertible with a bit of bling.
I would say
you're made to be a movie star, Riaz.
I actually, that was my dream to be an actor when I was a kid. Then I worked as a model for a while.
Is that right? Okay, now we're talking. Is that right? Anyway, hey, guess what? Hat-trick ball coming up. But, yeah, we're waiting for another hat-trick. Could it be Danny O'Connor?
The young star.
He'll be the youngest person to ever take a hat-trick. There it
Here we
is.
come.
Could he be on this list? Hat-trick ball. Party pooper. And Panlet comes out finally at number 6 saying, all right, well, if you guys aren't going to do the batting, I guess I'm going to have to go out there again. But yeah, I suppose Spartans still a good run rate at the moment, despite the fact they lost 4 wickets.
And about the bowler, I must say that's the best thing a bowler can do. A young bowler that he can handle the pressure, all the focus, all the spotlight, and he's still managing it. Just 6 runs for 5 balls with 2 wickets. That's the best he can do.
Yeah. He'll have to bowl this one again. Rare one that gets away. But I do like he's got a real plan. I think we see young bowlers getting a bit greedy sometimes, trying to bowl at the stumps at this level and ending up just getting hit away leg side all the time. But I mean, O'Connor's got a real definite plan. Stay outside the off stump. And it's a pretty smart plan.
Exactly. If you want to be a good bowler, you need to be smart enough, like where you want to bowl, not just throw the ball and that's it.
Slow ball. See, he bowls that one well. This will be 4. Well, once again, there's no justice here. Mataretti actually plays it well. He picks the slow ball and he strokes it wide of point and he gets the boundary end of the 4th over. Brings up the 50 as well for the Spartans at 53 for 4. Yeah, see how that's the back of the hand. He bowls that one really well. He bowls it really accurately and yeah, ends up running away for 4. And so, yeah, 53 for 4, the score after 4 overs. Still pretty good over from O'Connor, double strike in there. So, more comments coming in. Jay Grant talking about Scotland versus Germany. Of course, it's the World Cup qualifiers at the moment. So, I didn't know if you realise this, but the next T20 World Cup is going to be 20 teams. So there's 20 teams in it. So at the moment, there's the top 6 in Europe. Top 7, I should say. They're all in Scotland and they're all playing each other. And in a few days, we'll know who the 2 qualifiers are from Europe. So at the moment, we've got, let me see if I can reel them off. We've got Ireland and Scotland there. We've got Germany, Jersey, Austria, Italy, and Denmark. So they're playing each other. Just started yesterday. So a lot of people keeping an eye on that as well. And so am I, actually.
Yeah, I was seeing yesterday the guy that they are playing for the Austrian national team.
Yeah.
We were talking about. They are very, very excited.
Yeah.
Like it's a great news. It's a huge deal.
It's a huge deal for Austrian cricket that they're there. Wow, this is a shot and a half. He's just going to lift this one up. And Panelet is a guy who's high on confidence at the moment. It's an extraordinary shot, really. There was a fielder there, but he didn't care. And he just slammed it straight over his head for 6. Maximal time.
Come back here, City. Come back here, buddy. Come on, sit.
Very kind of balanced. Sid Gowd's come on. He's bowled really well today. He's been very disciplined again, keeping it outside the off stump. But he gives Panelet a bit of length there. Panelet takes care of business. Now makes him reach. So he might have just snuck inside.
This batsman is always ready to slap the ball. Like he's trying to, like literally slice it. The way he's.
Yeah, you can see that. But I think, when it passes the crease, that one might have just snuck inside. Yeah, so the Austrians, I mean, their biggest issue is they hardly ever play on turf. So I know that they set up a couple of matches against Isle of Man on turf. But yeah, they struggled in those contests, and it's a different game, really. And so I think it's a very good thing, obviously, that the ICC now recognises artificial pitches as full internationals, and that's a really positive thing. But it is a bit of a different game. You've probably played a bit on both. I've played almost all my cricket on turf. Probably easier to go from playing on turf to playing on artificial than the other way, right? Because I just think the turf pitches, they do a bit more. So I think that some of the Austrian guys are going to have their hands full with some of the bowling they'll get over there in Scotland. Anyway, right now, we're going to see another boundary. Mataretti has been the instigator here. Another 4. We've seen so many 4s today. And Gowda was so tight in the first match of the day. He only went for 11 in 2 overs back then. He's gone for 11 in his first 4 balls this time. And what's the issue here? Just a little bit short, you think? Maybe a little bit straight? I guess the results would say so. I'm curious to know about your approach to fast bowling, because I love guys. I mean, you're no medium pace. You're an out and out. You're a pace bowler, and you're super fun to watch. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about that in a moment.
Sure.
First, here's Gowd. Oh, no, that's one way to wicket keep. But it was effective from Adnan Mohammed behind the stumps. So when you're going out there, is there any different feeling of opening the bowling and say a 10 over game versus a longer game, like a 50 over game or a 20 over game? Is it still that attacking mindset to take early wickets?
Well, it make a difference.
Nice ball the over for Garb. And he gets a good one through as we get to the end of the over. And after 5, the score is 64 for 4. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo here with Riaz Afridi. And it is Peacock Friday as well, so I actually picked this up in Malta earlier in the week, so I'm feeling good. You're looking very bright. You're looking good in your ECL shirt. Before we get on to fast bowling, how exciting was that to travel to Spain to represent Brno in the ECL earlier this year?
I must say that was the best experience that I had in the last years. The best. I don't have any word to explain it. Like, we were looking forward for it. Oh my God, that the ground, the arrival, it was amazing. Like everything, the organization, how everything is well organized. Like, I loved it, and I'm looking forward to have that experience again and again and again in my life.
That's really great to hear. And a lot of people work really hard to make that tournament happen as well. And look, there's every chance, I say, that we're going to see you again in September with the Czech national team. So you must be super excited for that as well.
Super excited. I am preparing for it, and I need to do a lot of training for it.
Yeah. So, yeah, you're always training hard. So I think that's I'm backing you 100%. As O'Connor comes back in, perhaps the star of the future, and gets the first ball through for a dot, 2 for 11 off his first over. Yeah, so going back to fast bowling, what's your approach? Are you a naturally aggressive guy? Because I know you off the field, you're pretty chill, you're a nice guy, you're always smiling, you're always friendly.
Most people think when they see me playing like I'm probably ready to fight or something.
Here's O'Connor. He doesn't look he's ready to fight yet. So right now he's going to get knocked away for 1. It's well handled out there. That's Shumya Rakshit that does the fielding. But so do you easily fit into that? So when you get on the field though, like we talk about in Australia, guys that have white line fever. As soon as they walk over the white line, they're different. They're a beast.
The same thing with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am totally different person. Cool, funny, like very, very friendly.
So, yeah. Oh, slightly slow ball. I think this time it's away from the fielder, and he's not going to catch it. So it's going to be 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. Madrid's been good here in this T10 game. You know, we talk a lot about one guy can win you a game, but I think that teams that are good over long periods, they have depth. So they have 7, they have 8 batters that can all do the job. So if someone doesn't fire, someone else will step up. And I think the Spartans here, they've actually shown a bit more depth.
Depth is very important because 1 or 2 guys cannot win you all the games. You need to have backup. You need to have good bowlers in the backup for the bowling attack. Same goes for the batting.
Danny with 2 wickets to his name. Bowls to Madrid on 35. Oh, this is up in the slot, and it's Adios Palota. Maximo, and tell you what, it's not an easy one to field because these balls, when they go past the boundary, they don't just go past the boundary, they go miles. And that one takes about 3 throws to get back. Again, this one probably, he's got 2 types of ball. The one that kind of hangs outside the off stump and just beats the tram line. The other one, the in-swinger comes in. If he gets that slightly wrong, it can be dangerous. Madrid smacks him out of the ground, moves to 41. Oh, as he goes to bounce. I love the confidence of him to even try that, though.
I like it too. His confidence, his approach, and he's showing some aggression. I think we can.
There's a lot to work with there, and he's at the Scarborough Cricket Academy right now, I think, on a scholarship. So he's getting abroad. He's obviously trying to improve his game. So that's super exciting for him as well. We're talking about that a little bit earlier on. A couple of balls to come in his over. And this one slides on.
That's
a
bit
good
fuller.
Delivery. Yeah, so actually you're getting a good look at Vinarati because you'll actually play Vinarati later on today in match 25. So yeah, you might actually get the pleasure of facing him yourself a little bit later.
The bowler?
Yeah.
Okay.
So take some notes. But I tell you what, he still looks like someone that I feel like saying he should be doing his homework between innings. But he's a really good cricketer. Last ball of the 6th. And he beats him outside the off stump.
That's a
good spell from
yeah.
Danny O'Connor. 2 for 23 off his 2. 6 overs in. The Spartans, they're 76 for 4. So once again, at the moment, they're going 12.7 and over. So 127 pace. At the moment, the average run rate over the first few days is about 12. So that's a lot higher than we've seen here in the past. In the past, it's been kind of 8.5 or so. But I think it's all to do with the dryness of the outfield. We're also playing later in the season. Our first ECS, well, the first ECS I did here actually was in May. And then last year was early June. And then this year, of course, we're going through July. Beautiful time of the year to be in the Czech Republic, though. I know that you're from Brno, so a little bit further away, but I'm sure the weather's been pretty nice down there.
The weather, I really like the weather today because on Monday, Thursday, the weather was pretty hot. It was like shiny, sunny, and like I was literally sweating all the time. But today it's like fresh. There's a wind, there is a little bit cloudy.
Yeah, sometimes the clouds are nice. They just take the edge off the sun. You still get the heat without the burn. Anyway, here's Venki Margashayam, your national teammate.
Yeah, Venki.
And this is in the air. Could be a third catch, or is it? No, it's got all the way. Maximo paddle. It does it again. And Venki, I think he's a very clever bowler. He had a lot of success in Austria in the ECIs when you took on Austria and Hungary. And
Venki can't believe it.
Padlet's just red hot right now. I think the field, if he was right on the line, maybe if he was on that angle, might have had a play at it. Probably not, though. When you look at that replay. Oh, I think this carries, you know. I think this would have been a crazy catch. Yeah, have a look at this on the replay. That's Nitin Meal. But this would have been an all-time catch. I think he just sticks out the hand more out of hope than anything else. Same pass quarter wide. But
I would say it was pretty easy catch. If he was a fast bowler, then I can say like, yeah, that.
To be honest, I'm not even sure it carries. It looks like he may have got a finger on it, but there's a fair bit of ground in it as well. Yeah, but Dan Ziller is just talking about, Danny O'Connor, I think, talking about confidence. He rocked up to me the other day. I barely know him, and he tells me he wants to play cricket professionally. Now that's confidence. So you got to respect the youngster. It's like, you know, Big Dan does a lot for cricket here in the Czech Republic. It's well bowled. Margashayam gets outside the off stump. Now, we haven't really talked about this, and I haven't talked about this too much because it wasn't an ECN thing, but we actually got to be teammates just a few weeks ago at the local T10 here at this very ground. So I feel pretty special about that, and obviously it's nice to be back at this ground. I've watched a lot of cricket, finally got the opportunity to play. This is up in the air, and this is in the gap. It's going to be 4. So Reddy motoring towards the half century. Margashayam just brings it back a little bit towards the stump. So Reddy's all over it. Good batting. Yeah, so we did play in the tournament, and I was your captain. So I've got a question for you. What sort of captain was I? Was I a bit of a hard taskmaster?
I literally enjoyed it. I literally enjoyed it under your captaincy because sometime.
Well, hold on 1 second, because this one could be the half century for Reddy. And yeah, he brings up his 50 and he does it off 21 balls. Very, very timely knock from Sagar, who strikes 10 fours and a 6. So yeah, it's been raining 4s today, and he goes and fetches that one. It's also the end of the 7th over. The score is 94 for 4.
I must mention that the runs are flowing. It's just 7 over, but they can do it because they have a very good batting line.
Yeah, and we saw Vinarati rely on Gowd a lot for runs earlier, but they could be chasing something like the 130s at the moment. Yeah. These are some of the events coming up, and so yeah, looking forward to the ECI, which is 29th and 30th of July. That's next weekend. You'll be taking on Cyprus and Greece. You must really be looking forward to that.
Looking forward for it, actually. Yeah, really looking forward for it.
And the fact that you can play T10 international cricket now, something different, it's something that's only come in the last couple of years. It's the first time we've taken it out of Spain this year as well. So there's a lot of cricket going on. Rico was meant to be here, but because of the night series, that's why Rico's over there at the moment. But there's 7 matches in total on ECN today, so a lot happening. Switzerland next stop in the ECS, and then plenty of women's cricket as well coming through August as well in T10 and T20 international format. Anyway, this is hit, and it's going to be dropped. Well, Shub, unfortunately, I think he had the fingers in the gi this morning because I think that's the 3rd one that he's put down. This was pretty much straight to him.
Those catches will cost them.
It's a confidence game catching though, isn't it? When you're catching well, they're all easy catches. But when you've dropped a few, it starts to enter your mind, that negativity. All right, in the air again.
Here we go again.
This isn't being
And
dropped.
this-
No way. It's a simple one, and it's going to be Chris Deb that takes it. So in the end, they don't get a panellet, but they do get Matter ready for an even 50. So
That was a very important wicket.
super important. With almost 3 overs to go, he still had time to do more damage, didn't he?
He could do more damage in the death overs.
So Shub might say that was a strategic drop because the very next ball, they got the danger man. Otherwise, the new batter wouldn't have been on strike. And so he's going to get a good reception from his teammates as well, because they were in trouble as far as the wickets lost. But you see Sagar, he'll get a few high fives back there.
So Sagar was the same batsman that who
Sagar
bowled the second over against him.
Yeah, Sagar is the batter. Well, in the last game against you guys, I don't think he got a hit because he wasn't required in the last game. So yeah, didn't get a bat in the last game. But yeah, 50 of this game, pretty good effort. Niraj Chagi comes to the crease, another national teammate of yours from the recent ECIs in Austria. This will be wide. Yeah, okay, so my captaincy was all right, wasn't too harsh.
I loved it because I have seen a lot of captain. They are just captain. But when you are captain, that was a different experience, because you are a good player. I love your wicket keeping skills and all the communication. Every time you are present on the ground with the player, everything. Like, I loved it, and we could literally trusted you, and we could.
That's very kind of you. Tab's got his work cut out stopping this one. He won't, but it'll just be a single. Even when I was hassling you to get in the car at 7 in the morning, that was a challenge.
That was a lot of challenge. All the preparation that for the team, for the communication, arranging everything for the team, that was a lot of work.
I got to say, I really enjoyed it. I got to bring a few players together from all around Europe, and we had a really fun weekend. Anyway, this could be trouble. Well, it is. It's going to be 6. And I think there's going to be no ball as well. So it's going to be a 7-up Maximo. And yeah, Panellet gets a bit of a gift. Gow gets it wrong for the first time in a while. This is just creeping a little bit out of control for Vinarati. And that's the waist high. And that's kind of how they umpire it. I mean, you're a fast bowler. You know that you never try to bowl balls this high. That can be a bit dangerous.
Exactly. It's dangerous. And then the free hit, now he got a 6. So probably next another is coming.
Yeah. And so you're allowed. That's will be a first warning for Sid. If he bowls another one, it's the second and final warning, and third time he'll be removed from the attack. But anyway, free hit coming up for Panellet. He misses. Oh, it's called wide. Again, sometimes I think umpires, they can get a bit fooled by the angle here. This maybe is one of those umpires call. But let's have a look. When it passes the crease, where is it?
That's very close.
Yeah, maybe it was wide,
When you are coming around the wicket, it's always like a tough decision,
Yeah.
because the ball, like, it's hard to judge it properly.
Another free hit then. Well, he will
That's
hit it,
another full toss.
but it won't. There's another
Okay, here we
no
go. It's
ball
another
called.
no ball.
Yeah, so again, he said he won't do it again. It was called on the field, so yeah, Sid, we can't believe this one's been called. But I mean, the umpire goes on instinct. They're kind of told if it's close to call them. So let's have a look. Yeah, I mean, he's only short. It's probably a bit of a harsh one, to be honest. But it will, again, probably shouldn't have bowled that high in the first place. Even though you can probably argue the toss about that one.
He's lucky because that could be his last ball if it was high.
And so now another free hit coming up. Oh, this is hit pretty hard. This will take some stopping. It won't be. It's good effort there from Magashayam. He really gave it both barrels, and he actually reached it. We know he's had a bit of a knee injury, so hopefully he doesn't do himself any damage there. But the result's another boundary. So, yeah, keep an eye on the clock as well. And we saw, sometimes Vinarati have taken a bit of time to set their field. So that's something that we're constantly monitoring. That was a very good effort.
That was a very good effort, and the main thing here in the T10 game is the fielding. Like, most of the time we are focusing on the bowling or batting, but the fielding is very important. If you have a good fielding, so like literally you can save the game. You can win the game, you can lose the game just because of the fielding.
Yeah, so true. Literally swing the match by dozens of runs even. If you drop a guy early, he goes on to hurt you, make 50, 60, 70, 100. I mean, I know that feeling in longer form cricket. At least here it's over quicker. You don't have to sit and watch someone bat for 2 days if you drop them in the first over, but still, it's super important. And I think one thing I have learned on ECN, obviously there's pretty challenging fields to field on. So, oh, he's knocked him over. And Goud, he's probably not going to crack a smile because it hasn't really gone his way, but he knocks over Chagi, who swings all across this one. And the Spartans lose the 6th wicket. It's 113 for 6.
He bounced back after 2 deliveries, the bad deliveries, the no ball and the free hit. He bounced back and took his revenge. I think that's a very sweet thing for a bowler when you do bad deliveries and then you hit the wicket and you take the wicket.
Yeah, get your revenge. Chagi just hitting across the ball. It was difficult to get to the leg side. So a couple of overs to go. I mean, I still think Vinarati, they're in this contest. They could maybe hold it to about 130 still with a bit of luck, and I think that's only a handful above par. So I've got a question here from Dave. So Dave's watching from France, and he said, yeah, Vinny, can you please ask Riaz what work took him to Italy and then to Czechia? So what brought you to Europe in the first place, and where did you grow up?
I born and grew up in Pakistan.
Yep.
And then the work that brought me to Italy, it was like cultural mediator and translator.
Okay.
I worked in Italy with the Italian immigration.
So a cultural mediator and translator.
Translator.
So obviously, I mean, obviously your language skills are really good. So I'm guessing your Italian's pretty good then.
Yeah, it's very good.
And did you learn that when you were back in Pakistan?
Yes,
and your English, for example? You seem very well educated.
The English, the whole syllabus in Pakistan is in English. Yeah, it's like official language is English.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and then I naturally, instantly, I always like to learn about other cultures and new languages.
That's certainly something that being in Europe is something that you're exposed to quite a lot as well. It's Kumar who's going to face up the first time. Venki gets his second over in the 9th. As Rico would say, it all happens in the 9th. This is cut away. This will probably test the field. It does, but does really well to slide in. That's Danny O'Connor. Keeps it to 1. Okay, so you learn a lot of English. In your Italian, did you learn that in Pakistan as well?
Yeah, I studied Italian.
Yeah.
And then when I came to Italy, I had to practice and I needed to do research about it, to go in depth and have the confidence to communicate well. And with the job that I started, like, it helped me a lot to learn it.
Well, he's gone for this and he's going to get it as well. And as time runs out, I think this could be an 11 because that's 6 runs. When the clock runs out and you haven't finished the 9th over,
the bonus 5.
Yeah.
Bonus 5.
That's one thing, in world cricket, it's always an issue that's being talked about. But at least here on ECN, that clock runs out, that's it. There's no excuses. You adjust the clock in the innings if there's any breaks or things like that. Anyway, this one is going and gone
that's
again.
Another 6.
Panelist's just having a real heater today. I mean, that brings up his 100 for the day because he scored 60 not out in the first game against you guys, and then
the way he
hit so well.
The way he waited to hit the ball, like I would never say like he will hit it.
He gets a lot of power out of this shot.
Exactly, like slicing it.
Yeah, that one disappears. Vinarati chasing a bit of leather here. 2 to come. Goes leg side now. Gets it slightly wrong.
He's on 41. He's on, oh my God, again, the same area.
You know what? You could just tell that the fielder there, that's Rakshit out there, he lost it for a second. You could tell it went up in the sky, kind of lost it in the clouds, and then could never really regain his composure. And now, last ball of the over, Kumar will get a single, retain the strike. End of 9, it's 129 for 6.
If Spartan make 150, I think that could be challenging for the Vinarati to chase it.
Oh, for sure. I think, yeah, especially there's always the risk of losing wickets early. Now, I'm just waiting to see if we get the 5 penalty runs. It did seem like we would. And I think if we do, then it will go up to 134. Yeah, and there's the confirmation. So it goes up to 134 for 6. So yeah, that's just probably 1 minute out or something like that. But the critical thing in ECN, we have to stay on time because often we're using all the daylight hours. So it's not like Test cricket where you can end up an hour behind and make it up tomorrow or never make it up. It's pretty important. But I think all the players know that as well. You guys are hustling. There's Dan Zilla in the chat saying that maybe Vinarati need Dan on the boundary with some of these shots just going over their heads. Dan's, of course, I think he's about 205 centimetres, I think, something like that. Pretty tall. Anyway, it's going to be Chowdhury to bowl the last over. It's okay. So you went to Italy to work as a cultural mediator and a translator using all your language skills. So how many languages do you speak then? Can you list them? Because I know your Czech's actually pretty good as well.
I'm learning Czech. It's
it's difficult, right?
It's very difficult. The pronunciation is very challenging because it's the words like dobře. Like it's not easy. Like
Dobře then. Oh, he's bowled him through his legs. It's the good old-fashioned nutmeg. So Panellet is the danger man, but he's at the other end at the moment, and he'll have a new partner because Chowdhury actually gets it right. This is one ball. I think it's always a good time to bowl it. A well-executed Yorker. Doesn't matter if the guy's new, if he's been batting for a while. And you can see here, it's just straight through the legs, bounces on the crease, crashes into the stumps. 7 wickets down now, 134 for 7. So yeah, tell us a bit more about your languages that you speak. So you obviously grow up in Pakistan, right? So
apart from our language, my mother language is Pashto,
Yep.
and then Afridi, there are different accents, and then I speak Persian, which is spoken in Iran.
Yeah,
and
Persian.
Yeah, so I speak Persian and then Italian. So most of the job that I was doing.
Saxena, the new batter, was a late replacement. Just trying to get off strike, but he won't be able to get it past the bowler this time. Okay.
So we were dealing with those people, like the people, they were coming from India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran. There were tourists, who were like most of the time the asylum seeker. So all the languages. And then to Czech Republic, that is a good bouncer.
Well,
That
could be
was a
gone
good-
here.
No.
He's going to be run out. And they're going to have a look at this. But yeah, sometimes you just know. And I think that Panellet knows as well. He's already tucked the bat under the arm. But yeah, I think this is one time I see this situation so often. I'd love to see this guy just wait in his crease rather than just run and force the keeper to throw at the other end. And so, yeah, you can see that. He's just short, doesn't get the bat down in time. So, yeah, good composure from the keeper. That's Adnan Mohammed.
That was a good hit, direct hit.
You don't want to miss.
Presence of mind, it remind me you. You did a lot of...
Yeah, well, luckily they weren't running to me too often, so I didn't have to throw too often. But anyway, yeah, it's just one situation I think that if you miss it, you can stay there and let the guy come to you so that you're not going to run the guy out. Even if you get run out, it's not really about the run, it's about changing the strike. So it's just a little situational thing maybe you can take into the internationals about, let's be intelligent at the end where we're not giving up an easy wicket. I mean, they've lost their set batter there with half an over to go, whereas he could be facing these last 3 balls. Maybe he can hit it for 12, 14, something like that. Instead, you've got a new batter coming out, and it's going to be Prolu coming out at number 10. So we've seen runs, we've seen wickets, we've seen everything here. So so you're in Italy for that, but then you moved to the Czech Republic. So what prompted that move?
I moved to Czech Republic because of the job again,
Yep.
the software engineering, the IT. So, and now if I have a job or if I don't have, I am staying in Czech Republic because of the cricket.
Yeah, we love to have you here. As they're going to run here. And well, what do you know it? You've got another run out, and Chowdhury is going to pick up the 9th wicket. He does it through his fielding.
This seems kind in hurry, the Spartan.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it is the last couple of balls, but
When Chaudhary came to bowl the last over, I was worried a bit because he's a bowler who give a lot of extra. And I was thinking maybe this is the last over. He's under pressure a little bit, the death over. He would give a lot of extra, but he's doing
been
pretty
good. I suppose it's always different when you're bowling to lower order guys that are just coming in at the end compared to bowling to guys that have maybe batted the whole innings and hit a bunch of boundaries. So, yeah, I've got to say, I've enjoyed having you here. Now, I know you got to play the game after this. Do you think we can keep you after the break for a little bit longer?
Let's see if I'm not hungry.
All right. Okay. Well, I'll give you you'll have a few minutes to eat in the meantime. You can even miss the start. I don't mind. It's just like my captaincy. I'm very easygoing.
I'm enjoying it. talking with you. I just need to get used to it.
We need to make sure that you're ready for you've got 2 more games to play, so you've got to keep your strength up. All right, they're down to their last. And they almost...
That's a good delivery. That's a good... Oh, again.
This is... Now, look.
Now, here we go. Here we go. He can do it. He can...
now,
he missed it. He missed it.
Do you know the funniest thing about this is that because they were both in the crease, they should have at least got the guy to run that hadn't run all the way there, and they would have got a run.
Exactly.
But instead, they get donuts, and really, it should have been the end of the innings.
That's the classic.
It's still to come. Look at Ditcher. He runs all the way down, and then Suhaib says, "Well, guess what? I ain't going anywhere."
I'm sure I will see this clip next days on the social media. The classic European cricket.
Think that's worth sharing?
Australian. If some Australian is watching it, they will for sure do it.
Well, it's a bit of an unfair one because Raya Prolu has run 2 there, and 1 he doesn't run any. Last ball coming up. He says, no, I want to score a run, and I'm going to go for it. And in the end, somehow they're going to bat out their overs. I think they'll just finish with the 1. So it's going to be 135 for 9 off 10, setting 136 for Vinarati.
Chaudhary did a great job. He did a great comeback. He saved the runs.
Really good last over. And you're exactly right, just picking up a couple of wickets. There were only 1 run off that last over, and it was off the last ball. There were 3 wickets, including 2 run-outs. So, Chowdhury really shutting the gate.
That's extraordinary. That's really extraordinary because of even if you are bowling very well, because of the edges, you will give a lot of runs.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at the highlights. And had a bit of everything, didn't it? We saw Joe Cope bending the ball around corners early. He went through Kranthi for a golden duck. He wasn't the only one, because then Kasi Balakrishnan, who's coming off back-to-back 50s. First, he had to look at that, and then he was out there in the middle, and he was then just skying the first ball he faced. So it was 2 in 2, and Spartans were on the ropes early on, but then we had Parth Baladia and Matareddy try and turn things around. I think Matareddy in particular, he batted really well for his 50, didn't he?
He literally saved the team. He did a great contribution to the team with that 50, much needed, I would say.
Yeah, and just this is another issue.
That's that misfielding, the classic fielding, I would say. And there we go again.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I suppose, just one thing that all teams, it's hard to work on. What I was going to say earlier, I'd like to see some of the best fielders in world cricket take on some of the outfields we have in Europe, because I think about in golf, in golf, you have more difficult courses, the better you are. I think if you go to Lords or the MCG, they're just carpet. They're beautiful. And I just think I'd like to see them take on some of these outfields, because it hasn't been easy. I've got to say quickly, though, Padlet, hasn't he had a good couple of games? And we talked about how he just generates power down the ground from a standing start. But the boundaries really flowed for the Spartans throughout this period in the middle of the innings.
Yeah.
And actually, they had this period 7, 8, 9, went for 18, 19 and 16. So they had a real burst there with 53 runs coming in those 3 overs. Goud eventually was able to grab a wicket, but he had to work pretty hard for it. And then late in the piece, we saw Vinarati just sliding around, trying to stop what they could. I mean, they're in the game here. We saw over 300 runs in a game last night. We almost saw 153 chased down. That one was missed. I think he just lost it in the clouds for a second. Yeah, but then this last over, it made a huge difference. Looked like they could be chasing something like 150. It's a big difference, the fact they're only chasing 135.
I'm a little bit disappointed, because Prague Spartan, I was thinking that 150, they can easily arrive to 150, and then they could do
do what you did to them, essentially, in that last game.
That's for sure. They lost the confidence.
The power of runs on the board. I tell you what, it was time for the circus music late in the piece, because if you've ever wanted to see a guy run 44 yards without scoring a run, you're about to see it now. Aditya runs, has a brief conversation. There's absolutely nobody home at the bowler's end. Teb was very late to the party, but just a difference of opinion. You got to love number 10, Hiwani. He said, yeah, you know what? Why don't you run? And the throw just missed the stumps. In the end, they do bat out the overs, but only just. They end up with 135 for 9 off the 10. As we look at the scorecard, Matareddy with 50 on the nose. He led the way, saved his team, like you said, 50 off 22, scored 10 boundaries and a 6 in there. Apart from that, 42 from Padlet, just continues to pile on the runs. I think he was batting down the order for a bit of a rest, but he didn't have a rest, because look at those 3 golden ducks in the top 5. Apart from that, Paladia with 19 and Wani with 1 not out at the end.
That's a lot of duck. And look at the extras, 19 extras.
And you know what's in there? The 5 penalty runs as well.
For the bonus runs.
For the bonus runs, because they didn't bowl their overs in the allotted time. 2 wickets apiece to Joe Cope as well as Danny O'Connor, the youngster, and Sid Cowd. Although a couple of them were a bit more expensive than they would have liked. A wicket also to Chowdhury, who bowled a dynamite last over. Just one came off it. Riaz, been great having you. Hopefully we can hear you after the break.
I hope to.
All right, well then we'll have a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes. And it'll be 136 the victory target for Vinarati as they take on the Spartans in match 23. You're watching ECN, and this is the European Cricket Series. Czechia.
Thank you.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Prague. Great to have your company. Peacock Friday here on ECN and 7 matches across 2 venues today. So wherever you're watching from around the world, settle in because we're only getting started. Right now, we are halfway through match number 23. So exactly halfway through the action here in Prague. We've got Vinarati coming out to chase a victory target of 136 Spartans. They scored 135 for 9 off their 10 overs. Now there's Sid Goud. He batted so well earlier on today. He was a real star for Vinarati as they were able to start their day with a win over United. Sid Goud scored 68 not out of 23. He had a slice of luck with a few drop catches along the way, but you make your own luck, as they say in the classics. It's going to be Neeraj Chagi to get us going. Rakshit gets a full toss first up and puts it away. And this is going to be 4. So, yeah, you know, Sid Goud might be saying, hey, I'm pretty sure that I got pinged for one of those. Let's have a look at it on the replay. He ends up disappearing for 4. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Yeah, I can see how it's going to get their interest. I think Goud got pinged for one that probably wasn't. When you could make an argument either way. But anyway, here's a good start for Vinarati nonetheless, 4 runs. Now up driven straight to Kranthi at cover. I wanted to say a really, really big thank you to Riaz Afridi for sharing some time in the first innings of this game to share his story with us. Chagi gets pulled away, get no run. It's a little thing. I would have liked to see Goud facing up, seeing he's just, I suppose, a bit more in. Rakshit, I suppose, does have a boundary to his name. Now, a little dab away. Well, that's what they're hoping they can get some more from Shumyadeep Rakshit, as he just goes with the angle of Chagi this time, gets it away for 4 runs, and so 2 boundaries and counting for Vinarati in this opening over. Yeah, so Riaz, wasn't interesting to listen to him and his journey that's taken him from Pakistan to Italy to now Czechia. And his language skills, I mean, he's very well educated. I didn't know that he had done some modelling before. Doesn't surprise me though, with that bone structure. I also liked it when we talked about the fact he's one of those guys, he's the nicest guy you'll ever meet off the field, but then when he crosses the line, he turns into a big beast of a fast bowler. We had the moment in the first innings with 2 batters at one end that reminded a few viewers of the meme that Vinarati created last year. When they ran 3 to the keeper. Although we had a 3 to the keeper situation yesterday as well. It was the last ball of a game. It was a crazy finish. Insane stuff. Chagi, despite the 2 boundaries, if he doesn't go for 1 here, it's probably a win for the Spartans. With 13.5 and over required from the get-go. Now last ball of the over. Goud just pushes, gets a single and will retain the strike. It's the end of 1. It's 10 without loss. Look at the golden ball counter. We've clicked over again. Such a big number. We got to get that down to 0, and sooner rather than later. So 278 matches since the golden ball. It's the 2nd longest barren streak in ECN history. After the 405 last year, that was broken around this time of year. It was broken in Portugal. So this is going to be Aditya Rayaprolu. He was the guy that ran twice without scoring a run for his team in that last period of the innings. Yeah, Shobit saying the trauma still holds. Well, you've got some competition, Shobit, to be honest. In that first innings also, yeah, the kicked one that would have been 7 buys yesterday. Oh, it's a wicket first up, and it's a big one because that's Goud who's chopped on. He was just feeling for that away from his body. Raprolu with a huge, huge wicket. Vinarati lose their playmaker 10 for 1. It's a good length and a good line there, to be honest, from Aditya. Have a look at it on the replay. The foot kind of goes forward, but doesn't really go towards the ball. You see they're trying to get forward. Basically, Yorker. Bottom corner of the bat, down onto the wicket. So Sid will be so disappointed about that. He's the first man to go. It's 10 for 1. Yeah, there's a few people that are enjoying the Vasant jersey. There you go. It looks like an email address, but I said it's an email that would bounce back because it's got 2 ats in it. You can't have 2 ats in an email address. Tell me if I'm wrong. Someone has to stand up here for Vinarati. Beautiful area, the Vinarati area in Prague, just fairly close to the centre. I think we talked a little bit about some of the touristy things you can do, like jump on the 42 tram, the tourist tram here. A little promotional video a little bit earlier. Stay tuned for it before the next game as well. It's a beautiful city, and getting around is so easy. That's what I love about Prague. One of the things I love about it. It's very affordable, very convenient. Adnan, the new batter, and he's going to start by getting 1, or maybe more than 1. The field lost sight of it down there. Is that it, Kumar? Just a single though. We've seen some interesting jerseys. Now I've never seen this, but I know Ash the Pie Man. He has a Vinarati jersey, or he did at least, that had the pie symbol on the back. Was it the pie symbol or was 3.14? Of course, the Greek letter pi for the irregular number to calculate the area and the circumference of a circle. Anyway, this is a full toss, and it's a bit of a gift, and Rakshit is stepping up. Well, maybe he's the guy that can bat for a while. He's looked pretty good so far. Has had a couple of full tosses to put away. Moves to 13. Raprolu just gets it slightly wrong. I think searching for the Yorker again. Raprolu. Already got a big scalp. This would be a handy one to have in his pocket as well. Rakshit faces up. Oh, nice shot though. Drives it on the up, gets it over. Point and screams to the boundary. That one's under the covers. Now hopefully we don't need those covers today. There was some concern about some weather issues this afternoon. At the moment, looking pretty good. Yeah, a little bit of width. It wasn't the worst ball. Maybe hoping from the outside edge or something like that. Cut away, and it was a mix-up, but Adnan's able to get home at the last moment. See where the miscommunication happens here. Just gets back. And now it's going to be the end of Rakshit. So Raprolu does get him in the end. He drives straight through the gate, and that's a huge over for the Spartans. Aditya, well, we saw him run twice for no reward. Well, now he gets the double reward. And it's top and tails here in the second over. What an over that is from Aditya Raprolu. He removes both openers, and Vinarati in some early trouble there, 19 for 2. Yeah, fantastic, and he's still got 1 to go, and you can't imagine they bowl him out straight away. 19 for 2 after 2. Have a look at that. 6 of the 8 teams are equal on points, and one of these 2 will climb to 6 points after this 10 overs. Be an outright third, but a lot of cricket still to play, and I just think it's going to be a really competitive group stage here. It's got to be. So many teams that can beat each other. Chagi continues. Big swing from Adnan Mohammed. And no contact. Spartans, they've been up, they've been down, they've been swirled around. Oh, this one's a bit closer, and he's going to dispatch it over the leg side. Maximo! Yeah, and that's what he's out there to do. I say the airport's pretty close. There you go. That's a really good look at the plane flying away. And to be honest, this one was heading in the same direction. Oh, yeah. And if you don't like it once, you like it twice, because that is huge. That's even bigger. Maximo. Back-to-back. Chagi's got that tactic of trying to slide the ball across the right-hander, but Adnan Mohammed's not having any of it. What a shot. That made a really, really loud crack off the bat. Oh no, it's going to be a leaky one. It's going to be 4. But if there's one guy in the field that can get away with that at the moment, it's probably a ditcher, because he has come up with the 2 big wickets, but this one sneaks through the legs. So, not the first time we've seen it, not the last time we'll see it. This looked like it was only going to be 1, but yeah, the last little Tortuga. It wasn't a big Tortuga, maybe a baby Tortuga. Finds its way to the boundary. Now this is in the air. And it's going to be dropped. Couldn't get off his feet there. That's Sandeep Kumar. Lurched forward, hoped he could take it about shin high. Mohammed gets another bit of luck. Nabil will face for the first time. See, it doesn't reach him. That's the thing. This is where I often say if you're going to dive, you need to organise it 3 or 4 steps out. He wasn't able to do that. Couldn't get off his feet. Yeah, this is a good Yorker. And Chagi will end up going for 28 and won't take a wicket, but Vinarati trying to find another gear. End of the power play. It's 37 for 2. Have a look at that. That over 35. Well, hold on a second. Doesn't look right at all. I think the penalty runs have done some sort of magic with that, because 35, I don't remember a 35 run over. Am I crazy? I think that would combine the 9th and the 10th together. Maybe the penalty run's just throwing it for a bit of a loop. Anyway. We'll work on that for you behind the scenes. Now they are changing the bowler. I'm a little bit surprised about this, but because you only get the 2, so you've got to be careful who you bowl out when. But I just felt like Aditya was on fire. So why wouldn't you keep him going here? Especially with runs on the board. Keep him in their back pocket. It's a full toss he can't put away. You might want to have a look at that. Yeah. Again. For me, he's bent. Probably just okay. See, that's the one there. I think it's all right. Well, this is in the air. It's just going to sneak over cover, though. It's going to find a gap. It's going to be 4. A perfect placement from Nabil, who gets his first boundary. Nabil, though, he threaded the needle. Now, this one's a bit more powerful, but could be gone. In fact, he's dropped. And, well, guess who? It's going to be Vassart with the double at symbols on his back. Well, they might look a little bit like symbols if you look at him from a distance. And I suppose he does stop the boundary there at least, but it was an opportunity. Kumar zeroing in on that spot now. Yeah. Next ball is played for one. Oh, this one glanced away with a bit of power as well from Adnan. Yeah, looking the goods at the moment. Maybe he can be the guy that can turn this into something more. And so it also takes us to the end of the over. And the score 49 for 2 after 4. So despite those the loss of the openers, they've pretty much dragged themselves back up to the rate required here. Almost. They're going at 12 and over. They need 13 and a half. So it's very achievable on this ground. And yeah, you can see Prague Spartans practiced at 13 and a half. Six overs to go then. Vinarati need to get a move on, but they are. We've got guys that are certainly being pretty aggressive out there. Angled away this time to Beal. Reads the room and says, you know, Adnan seems to be the guy. He's going all guns blazing. I'll give it over to him. And it's Mataretti, who was brilliant with the bat, scored 50 not out. He's coming on with the ball for the first time. Goes after it, but he mishits it, and he's gone. A nicely taken catch as well by Sandeep Kumar. And so, Adam Mohammed, a brisk 23, and he brings up the 50 while he's there, but he just doesn't get enough bat on this, and it's a pretty good catch by Sandy. Had to take a few steps to his right, so and promising innings nipped in the bud. He goes for 23 off just 9, and the score is 50 for 3. Good reward for Mataretti. He has that golden touch in this game, doesn't he? Spartans will feel they can probably put this game to bed with a couple more wickets. Chris Tebb comes out, and I've got to say, he looked pretty composed in his innings earlier today. It's the first one go past. Probably don't want to leave too many when you need 15 and over, but just wants to get a sense of what's coming at him. Maybe read the pace. Just hit leg side. Just get one. Where are these boundaries going to come from? Oh, this almost goes back onto the stumps. That's so close. But they survive. Sakar almost had a second there. That's good length, really good length from Mataretti. What an over. 1 for 2 off that over, and halfway through this innings, Venerati 51 for 3. Promising signs at times, yeah, but other times, I'm just giving away key wickets, and so we've got action here in Prague, but also we have action coming from Portugal, and it's not too long to go, about 4 hours until we'll get going in Miranda de Corvo tonight. Gamblers taking on Friendship, and Rico Full standing by. It'll get going 4:30 p.m. GMT, which is 6:30 in Central Europe, and 10 p.m. in India. Oh, Rico's loving his time there, Miranda de Corvo. And so are the Blue Crew, and of course, all the teams there in that night series. That's a cracking shot. He's picked out the fielder. He has his hands full, literally. Teb just gets one, but well struck shot. Oh, full toss, asking for trouble, but it's the batter that's in trouble. He's going to be gone. So Nabil goes to a full toss from Sandeep Kumar. We've seen a few of these dropped, haven't we? Because it's not an easy field. The ball's just on you before you know it. But, yeah, Spartan's doing a good job, and that looks like Saxena out there that takes the catch, takes it on the run. I like the way he just gets a bit lower. He doesn't lurch forward. Gets his head lower down towards the ball, so VCC lose another one to Beal. The next man that has to go, 52 for 4. And he's looking a bit rough at the moment, but captain to the rescue perhaps. Venkatesh Magashayam, who's coming out at number 6. Really senior player. Let's see if he can get something rolling. We saw a pretty dramatic comeback last night, didn't we? From the Spartans, in fact. Who looked sunk in their chase, but ended up getting within 2 runs of the Tigers. 153, 151 was the final. And before that, it was Bohemians that were able to pull a stunning comeback late in the piece. But it's a lot to do. They're ready at that point. We call the point of no return. 3 a ball required. Next ball's kept out and gets away from the bowler a little bit, but they don't get a run. Just shaped down the line maybe a little bit. Oh, it's caught a wide. Probably was a wide. Seemed back a bit, to be honest. Let's have a look at on the replay. It came back, but not enough and not in time. Full toss, whipped away, still set a bit of a task. It's a flying kung fu kick attempt from Saxena, but he can't stop it. Venki gets off the mark with 4. That's a nice shot. There's Venerati trying to put together some sort of recovery. Well, I want to say hello to Terry O'Connor, who's in the chat. Hello, Terry. How are you? Watching from Estonia, no doubt, but spent many years here in the Czech cricket setup. Muscles this down the ground. This will be 4. This field is so fast. Terry, I want to know, have you ever seen this ground faster than this? I know you've seen a lot of cricket here, but this is just incredible what we're seeing at the moment. So Terry was saying that Chris always leaves his first ball no matter what the format. Yeah, Dirard saying test match leave by Chris. As far as leaves go, it was pretty stylish. Whether they can afford to leave anymore, I don't think so. What's up in the block hole? So Kumar ends up with figures of 1 for 22, and that's 6 overs down. Venerati 61 for 4. Hello to good to have you with us. And yeah, Dan Zilla saying, well, we'll make sure to give Chris a straight one first if he's always leaving them first ball. Of course, Dan Zilla, aka Dan Casey, plays his cricket for Prague CC here in the nation's capital. Hello to Shootify as well, hopefully enjoying the action so far. So Path Baladia, he's going to get a bowl. He's seen him bowling at different stages of the innings, but he's going to come on in the 7th here. So a bit of a late entry for him. Need a really big over here, don't they? Chris gets a single first up. I think he's a decent batter though. I mean, 6 seems a bit low for him, to be honest, when I look at this lineup, but I've already seen him looking fairly composed. A couple of boundaries to his name. Oh, this is super close. Keeper doesn't think this is out. He was just a little bit further back than up. Panel it. Let's have a look at it on the replay. I think that Venki gets back. See how he's back about a metre? So that's the metre that cost him, and yeah, he's just in. But yeah, if you're that close, you might as well just be up. And then he could have just taken the stumps. I think he would have been stumped by a metre. And this one's pitched up, and it's going to be out of the ground. Maximo! Well, Venki dices with danger the ball before, goes on a wild walkabout. But the next one, he's composed and he strikes it really nicely over the leg side, 6 runs. Terry saying it was just a joke about Chris leaving the first ball. And I think every joke has a kernel of truth to it, Terry. Right, now he skies this one. It's a catching opportunity and it's taken. That will be 6 and out for Margashime in the end. Kranthi takes the catch, running back from a short 3rd man position, and Baladia gets his man in the end. Just cost him 6. And Vinarati lose their captain, 68 for 5. Skied up in the air. And pretty good catch running with the flight. Joe Cope gets a bat here at number 7. Yeah, Vinarati didn't have the greatest start to the tournament. Did pick up a win this morning though. Felt a little bit better about things, but I think essentially they lose this game in the first half more than the second half, I think. Cope left-hander. Nice looking shot first up. Excellent backing up there, actually. Sandeep Kumar backed up Raya Prolu. He missed it, but yeah, really good team fielding that time. Many bodies make light work on this outfield. He goes with this one, he skies it. This is probably going to go the journey, and it does. Maximo! Tab just works it away leg side, goes aerial, and he judges the distance perfectly. Good club selection if you're a golfer there. The 2 Vinarati bats trying to put something together. Just kind of goes with the angle. You can see this one carries by maybe a metre. End of the over as well. 75 for 5 after 7. As we look forward to what's coming up next. And United, they'll be back and taking on Burno. Burno looked a different side. Mohammad Ratul, what a knock. What a first innings from him on ECN. 94 not out. He hit the most 4s in an innings we've ever seen. He hit 17, which was a record. There were 25 in the innings, which was a record. And United, well, they were a bit stung by a loss to Vinarati first up this morning. Without Pramod Magoli today, who's struggling with a hamstring injury. Nathan comes into the lineup for them. So that is going to be the 4th game of the day. Match 24 starts in half an hour's time. Join us, still 2 matches to go after this from Czechia and 2 tonight in Portugal. So 3 overs to go. I think this one's all academic at the moment. Once again, if you had the bonus point system, Venerati would need to get to 95, so they need 20 off 3. Pitched up, goes after it. Takes a small Tortuga on the way out to the boundary, but Balakrishnan handles it okay in the end. And just a long single. Yeah, well, Terry, while you're watching, what's the weather like up in Estonia? The heat wave up there as well? I think there were some discussions about the field and whether they had enough fielders in the circle. Short answer is no, they didn't. So probably good that they abort that ball and get to bowl it again. This is just going to be 1 run. Tab. Certainly trying to move it along. It's come a long way from that first ball leave. And one thing that Venerati didn't do is keep to time. It looks like Prague Spartans doing a lot better in that aspect. Not a bad looking shot from Joe Coe. He'll just get a single. Now let's this one go for a wide. We're talking a little bit about what's coming up tonight. You've got the Gamblers versus a Friendship game. There's going to be a few interesting players to watch on both sides. He's bowled him, and Raiprolu, he's been pretty good in this innings. That's his 3rd wicket now. He's just gone full. He's gone straight, and the pressure of the chase is too great for Venerati now. And yeah, Raiprolu, his length's been excellent. Kind of on the front foot there, Tab, so he hawks himself to an extent, doesn't he? Bounces right between his legs. But he's going to have to go. I've liked his contribution though. It's hit a maximo in his 10. He's the 6th wicket to fall. The score is 79 for 6 as Shuranshu Chowdhury comes to the crease. Yeah, Gamblers tonight. Who have they got in their side? They've got, who have they in their squad at least? Suman Gamire. They've got Kulik Golia. Got Ranasawa in there as well, and Parveen Singh. Some really good players in there. Nitin Kambodge is another one. And Kush Kumar. This is in the air, hanging for a while, but it won't be a catch. As Chowdhury gets off the mark. And then Friendship CC. Got Imran Khan in their squad. Who else have they got? Mohammed Assad, Imtiaz Rana's their captain normally. Oh, that's a nice shot. He just lifts this and dismisses it. Cope goes Maximo. Raiprolu had some good moments, but finishes by getting hit for 6. And that's the end of the 8th over. Venerati, 86 for 6. Pretty nice shot. Pretty uncomplicated stuff from Joe Cope. Hello to SB, who's in the chat saying it's tough for an ECN fan in the UK. Watching the action in Czechia with Ashes on the radio. Confusing at times, but managed to separate the commentary so I don't miss anything. Steve from London. Thank you, Steve. That's nice to know you're juggling. Well, I'll tell you something. I'm juggling too. If you want to know how I'm doing it, I'm pretty much following the ball by ball at times, or just kind of checking the score now and then on the website. But as an Australian, probably not looking too great. Should be checking the weather forecast. Anyway, Chowdhury, he's going to whack a 6 now. It's his turn. Maximo, what a good shot. Just a little bit too short from Parth Baladia. And Chowdhury waits for it and smacks it. Didn't bounce that high, so it's actually a pretty good shot. Get down and fetch that one. Is it possible? Probably not, but who knows? A few more sixes. Now, that's what I thought might happen to the ball before. It didn't bounce that high, and Balladia gets some revenge. 6 and out for Chowdhury, but he has the right approach. And yeah, path. Yeah, just all in the day's work for him. This pitch, yeah, occasionally you get one that stays down. This one does a little bit. Chowdhury trying to hit across the straight one, pays the price. He's the 7th wicket to fall in the 9th over. The score is 92 for 7. Yeah, but thanks so much, Steve. It's great to have you in the chat. You're watching from London. You haven't been in London for a while, but yeah, I'm planning maybe to spend a weekend there a little bit later in the season. When I'm off, maybe sometime towards the end of August. So let's see. Catch a few old friends there. I haven't been to the UK except for maybe the airport. I haven't been there for around about 4 years actually. What's changed in that time? Meal is the new batter, batting 9. And he's going to go as well. So Balladia has got it on a string at the moment. And Balladia now has 3. And it's almost a carbon copy, isn't it? Slides it in, tries to go across the line. Stumps rearranged. And, all right, so we got a golden Derek on the screen. And, well, it's a guy who was on a hat-trick earlier that's going to have to face the hat-trick ball. And it's Danny O'Connor who's coming out to face. Yeah, so these are the hat-tricks. 21 of them so far. Zishan took one in Hungary on finals day for the Royal Tigers. But, oh, right here, right now. Hat-trick ball. Let's see what Danny O'Connor's got with the bat. All right. Pretty good shot. I think there was some cajoling. Oh, so he almost gets a 4 there. All's well that ends well. I think there was some talk about Danny going out hitting a 6 first ball. I think that's what that was all about. He scored 6 runs in the tournament already. And O'Connor make that 7. Oh, that's another one. Every ball looks like it could get through an outfielder at the moment. It's like it's like you're fielding on some sort of, it's like fielding in a vacuum. Have a look at this. It's straight through him, and yes, it's hit well, but it's just on you so quickly. Last ball of the 9th. It'll be wide. I'll get that one again. Okay, so is it raining over there in England? All right. I guess that's good. What day are we in again? What's this, day 3? Goes leg side and goes into the gap. And the fielder tries to bat it back into play but can't. So Cope, good hand from him. He's 17 off 6. It's the end of the 9th over. Also brings up the 100 for Vinarati. It's 102 for 8. I like some of the rhymes you got going. Dan Zilla has said, "Rain, rain, go away. Let the English win today." And Terry straight back saying, "Rain, rain, you can stay. We don't need any more play." Oh, I love it. Matareddy probably deserves another over, but I suppose you can throw the ball to whoever you like. Maybe Saxena gets an over. No, Matareddy saying, I'll have the last over, thanks very much. I've got 1 for 2. To be honest, he deserves it. 50 with the bat. I think, despite Balladia getting the 3 wickets, I think Matareddy's a shoe-in for the player of the match here. O'Connor is going to go a little bit short. Couldn't get the power to get it over the fielder. And look who it is. Vasant Kumar takes the catch with that jersey. Yeah, it's certainly a different look. Yeah, but have a look at this. Takes the catch. And Vinarati running out of wickets, running out of time. 102 for 9 now with 5 balls remaining potentially. So Mataretti, what a good innings from him. It's a bit windy. It's picking up at times. All right. Down to the last wicket. That's a pretty confident shot for a number 11, but he's going to have to hurry. And we're going to have the end of the game right there. It's going to be Ollie Dennis, who actually plays, I don't know about the best shot of his life, but a pretty good shot. But yeah, he absolutely cracks this. Only problem is, he forgets one thing. He has to run. And doesn't get the greatest start. In the end, he's gone by about a step or two. Anyway, as long as Golden Ducks go, it's actually a pretty good one, because at least he played a good shot. But he only got about 19 yards. And so, yeah, that'll do it. And a pretty comprehensive win in the end by the Spartans. They bowl out Vinarati with 4 balls remaining. The final score, Prague Spartans 135, Vinarati 102. As we roll into the highlights. Next match, by the way, we'll start in 20 minutes. And yeah, there are a couple of these borderline ones that weren't really called. Saw them kind of called in the first innings more, but probably doesn't make too much of a difference. What Vinarati really needed is someone to stay around, and this is the problem. They had guys that made starts, but couldn't really go on with it. We saw 5 batters reach double figures, but the top score was just 23 in the innings, and they just constantly found a way to lose wickets, didn't they? But this field is lightning quick at the moment. Bit of confusion at times with the running between the wickets, so that's probably something that all teams need to work on. Yeah, but I tell you what, Aditya, he came on and he did the trick, went straight through the gate, bang. And that was Rakshit, who was looking pretty good up to that point. And there was more to come. There's more of this to come as well. Don't think you can blame them all on their Tortugas. There are a few baby Tortugas out there, but I think Spartans, okay, they weren't perfect in the field, but they had the confidence of a big score on the board. Vinarati, leaking a lot of extras, giving up the 5 penalty runs in the first innings. They played some nice shots as well. So Vinarati, I mean, they're there and thereabouts. They're a team that are in the mix. But I think, maybe they need to look at getting a Joe Cope up the order, for example, whether he wants to or not. I think his left-hander would provide some variety up there. He struck the ball really nicely. Yeah, I liked what he was bringing to the table. But yeah, they need to do something, don't they? Saw Shub. He whacked one away, but he went the very next ball. 6 and out for him. And then it fell away pretty quickly, didn't it? A lot of these balls on the stumps, attempting to go leg side and coming up with fresh air. And, well, there we go. Another slap and a miss. And then Mataretti, he came and he wanted to finish things pretty quick. 8 down as we went into the last over. That was the 9th wicket. And the very next ball. Got to say, Ollie Dennis, that's a cracker of a shot. But he's stuck on the treadmill. It looks like he's running up Mount Everest there. He ends up getting run out. But I suppose it didn't matter too much in the end. And so this is what's coming up next. United taking on Brno. We're about 20 minutes, probably 15 minutes now away from returning. And do yourself a favour. Make sure you tune in just before the start of the next game, because we'll show you that fantastic video from Prague Tourism that shows you some of the sights of Prague as well. But the news from the toss is that United, they've won the toss. They're going to bat. Magari and Bagel likely to open the batting. No Begorley, like we said all day. Got Sharma in there. He's a pretty handy player. Brno, though, we had Riaz Afridi in the commentary. He'll be out there plying his trade for Brno when that match kicks off in about 15 minutes. Like I said, 5 batters reached double figures, but no one is able to make more than 23. And no individual batter faces double-digit balls. You saw 9, the most balls faced by one particular batter. So it just couldn't get the fluency. I think the fact they lose Goud so early for one, that hurts them, doesn't it? He's coming off a good half-century this morning. Wickets shared around a little bit with Mataretti, 2 for 2. I think with his 50, he'd be the player of the match. But 3 wickets apiece to Raiprolu and Baladia. The other one went to Sundar Kumar. Chagi, I suppose it wasn't his best couple of overs, but good enough to get his side the win. The margin, 33 runs there in match 23. We'll take a quick break. Back in about 10 minutes to take you into match number 24. We'll see who gets the points. United against Brno. Should be a good one. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We're back after this with more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Wow, there's some more Tram 42 action from Prague. I got to say, the more I see that video, the more I like it. Right now, it's time for the fourth match of the day. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. It's going to be Prague Spartans who just finished. So now we're going to have United taking on Brno. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Okay, your call. Head. Heads is the call. And it's the tail. Bat first. Back over to you, Vinny.
Thanks, Charles Croucher. And so United decide to face the music first up. There's Riaz Afridi, who was my guest commentator in the last game. And he's out there ready to do some damage with the ball. So United win the toss. They elect to bat. And here, Magare and Miguel. No doubt they'll be opening up. You see them out there in the middle already. They've got Wani listed at 3, Ayush Sharma listed at 4, Abimanu at 5. I feel like he could bat 3. But anyway, almost ready to go. United 3-run favourites, but let's get back out to the middle because here's Riaz with the first ball of match 24. It's attempted Yorker. Well, they take it on. If he hits, he'll be gone. And Magare could have been gone first ball. He's a guy, he lives dangerously. He was run out earlier when it bounced off both stumps. But yeah, this was a real opportunity. Seth Gupta is a pretty good fielder normally. Couldn't hit the target. Yeah, United stung by a loss to Vinarati first up this morning. Had a bit of an up and down tournament. Oh, there's a wicket. Miguel just gets a bit leg side of the ball. He shows the pegs to Riaz, and Riaz says, yes, please. And so, yeah, brute power there. Miguel just trying to play a little dab, but risky shot. Look at the footwork here. That's where it all went wrong for Piyush. See, little step away, another little step away. Tries to dab. And all he can do is get a little bottom edge onto the stump. So Riaz, talented guy, like we said. And yeah, Riaz, we talked about the fact he speaks Italian fluently. He's working on his Czech. He speaks English fluently. He's worked as a cultural mediator and translator here in Europe. First in Italy, now working in the Czech Republic in Brno. A couple of hours away from here. Abimanu does come out at number 3. Another attempt at Yorker. Wow, now we've seen another dodgy one, I suppose, but he will get away with it. Hello to Danny Hudacek as well, who's been in the chat. And we're just asking how his day has been. He said, yeah, it's all good. Been catching up on real life. He's been spending time with the dogs, etc. So to Oki and Talia, hello to you. Woof. It goes short. It's a spicy delivery. And Danny said he's going to the Down Under a little bit later to watch the final Vinos game. I hope you enjoy that one, Danny. This is kind of a sign of what you're dealing with, Afridi. Watch this take off, and that's quick. That's got some pace about it. Whistles past the ear of Rudraj Magare. Oh, now this could be trouble. Riaz's going to get it himself. 2 in the first over, both openers removed. And Riaz Afridi, he's a star here in Czechia. National team fast bowler. Nagare decides to take on the pull, even though I think he had the suspicion he wasn't really ever going to be in control of the shot. His loop's pretty much straight up in the air. Riaz doing the trick. And that's 2 for 2, and we're still not out of the first over. Ayush Sharma comes out at number 4. He'll have to face up. Shobit. So yeah, looking forward to seeing Danny later at the Down Under with a chilled Raven. Raven's a type of beer here. It's kind of the IPA, I think. I want to know, at 8 o'clock, will you still be there? Because I might try and wander in on my way home today. That'll be after the end of the Vino's game, though, by definition, because I'm covering that game. Hello to all the crew that are watching. Not only here in Prague, but from around the country and around Europe and around the world. Riaz. Could he make it 3? Sharma's a real key for United. They're batting in the middle order. Oh, goes the Yorker. That really takes off on Mohamed Ratul, the keeper. What an over from Riaz. 2 for 2 in his first. And UCC winning the toss and batting. Maybe having some second thoughts. Let's have a look at some of the top players. Ratul in one innings, he's rocketed pretty much to the top of the top batters for Brno. Watch out for him in the second innings of this one. And Magari and Begel, the 2 top scorers for United, gone in the first over. Riaz Afridi, 3 wickets in the series. I think he'll have plenty more than that by the time it's all said and done. What a great first over. I wonder if they bring him back here or not. I'd go in for the kill. If you can get another 2 wickets in the next over, then United have a huge hole to try and get out of. Satya Sengupta to bowl over number 2. A hit and run. Pick up a throw might have been interesting there. Now they're going to get 2. It actually bounces off the fielder. That's Shayan Khan, I think. Somehow fumbles the unfumbleable. Dave's asked me about the DU. And Dave, that stands for the Down Under, which is the Australian-themed bar. It's got like a sports bar in Vinarati. Went away nicely, fairly safely by Abhimanyu Singh. Riaz does the fielding down there. It's great to have Riaz's story in the commentary box, and just get the sense of how excited he is to play cricket again. He thought his cricket days were over. Nice shot, pitched up. Sharma takes it on and smashes that one through the covers. Yes, Satya, he's not really express. He bowls some of these balls where I think it's a little bit of a roll in the release. But that was a screamer from Ayush Sharma. So they've got time here. That's one thing they do have. They've got time to turn this around, United.
Finish in the circle. Start and out.
Goes back punches this time. Get it fairly comfortably. Ayush Sharma just seems to be got under pressure. Something we've seen over the last couple of years. I'm sure a lot of his Budivitsa Barracuda teammates will be cheering him on as well. I've seen them on ECN before, I think back in 2020, the ECN Czech Super Series. Close here, she's gone. That was touch and go. It was kind of angling in. It was climbing, but it hit him on the bat pad. It's been an interesting decision. Is it high? Is it going down the leg side? I don't think there's any bat in it. It's pretty close, to be honest. Yeah, so the question here, is it going over the top or not? Close. You know, close. And is it missing leg? I don't think it's missing leg when I see this. Oh. Close on both counts for me. It's definitely not plumb, but who's to say that's not going over or going down the leg side? It's 50-50. Now, some people say that's a bit harsh. And there's an element of doubt there. The umpire gets one look at it. He believes it's hitting the stumps. But I don't think we can definitely say it's not hitting the stumps. So anyway, means that United lose a third wicket. It's 10-3 now. I wonder if that'll prompt them to bring back Riaz. Really try and clean things up early. Reaches and gets the fielder reaching. That'll be the end of the over. Gancham Kumar is the new batter. Gets off the mark immediately, and it's 11-3 after 2. Also, should mention, and Danzilla has mentioned the chat as well, Down Under. It's run by a couple of good mates. Voita will probably be watching, big Vinarati supporter. They're also supplying the food for this tournament. Well, Spartans find themselves out of the 4 zone. They're 6 points now for 8 matches. But it's pretty crowded there. These two teams obviously fighting for those places in the finals. Not that time. And they don't go back to Riaz. I've got to say, I think they might have missed a trick here. I think that Riaz Afridi, if he bowls this over and picks up another 2 wickets, which who's to say he wouldn't, then you've got them kind of 11 or 12 for 5. And then, you don't need to worry about bringing it back at the end. I'm not saying that Mishra's not capable, but I'm just saying I think that's probably what I would have done. If you asked the batters there what would they have liked, they probably would have said, yeah, make a change, please, after that first over. Beautiful day, beautiful afternoon. No signs of that rain that we said might turn up. That's a good shot. That's going to be 4. And yeah, Kumar takes this on. And not an easy ball to drive. It wasn't that full, if I'm completely honest. United, they've played a fair bit of this cricket now. They know, got to keep playing your shots. That's exactly what he does there. Doesn't really carry. Sarah Toole's been pretty good behind the stumps. Wow, hit, catchable height, it's in the gap. Kumar's going to get another boundary. This is what I was thinking about. I mean, yeah, Mishra, I like him, but I think he'd prefer the protection of 5 outfielders. Yeah, I just think it's giving United a bit of a window to work their way back into the game. At the moment, Kumar's taking it. So 8 have come off this over so far. Last ball of it coming up. Swings and misses and sneaks it inside. So it's the end of the 3 overs. Very good power play for Bruno. They've got United 19 for 3. Hello to Frantic. Always nice to have you in the chat. Saying that he should go to the Down Under someday. In Brno, we have the Czech culture instead. I've got to say, I haven't been to Brno yet. I think I passed through on the train, but it's somewhere I'd really like to go. And something I've been promising the Burno guys for a while, but it's been a bit tough to squeeze it in. I'll try and get there sooner rather than later. So they're going to bowl Shane Khan now, over number 4. So up to 5 outfielders allowed. I wouldn't go too crazy with outfielders though. They're keeping the 4 infielders all on the offside. So they've actually got 6 fielders on the left of screen. 6 fielders on the offside, only 3 on the leg. Shyam can't get too straight then. Sharma just hasn't had his breakout innings yet this week for United. Could this be the time? It'd be good timing. Looking for 2 here, I think, straight away. Probably not worth taking that risk at this stage. We're just thinking about it. Big open space on the leg side. At least they were looking for it. Kumar, though, has been swinging the bat well. Might be even targeting over cover or through cover. Getting a lot of help from this fast outfield. Cramp for room this time. Fancy skills there. Ratul behind the stumps. Can't wait to see him bat again. 94 not out on debut. It was absolutely brilliant. In the block hole, just gets past the bowler. I mean, just.
Nice bowling, boy. Nice bowling, boy.
Don't think he touched that. But I think the batter was pretty aware about it anyway. This one's a wide down leg side.
बढ़िया शयन बॉय बहुत बढ़िया जा रहे हैं ऐसे कंटिन्यू करेंगे कम ऑन बीसीसी कम ऑन शयन
See, Burno, just been a while between drinks as far as taking a wicket here. These two building a little mini resistance. It's a bit high, I think. They go through for the run. It's good running from Kumar. Kumar, he's doing everything right there. See, he's backing up. He's got his bat in his inside hand. And Sharma does the right thing. He just looks up and sees his partner coming, so he knows he has to run. Wasn't quite sure where the ball had gone. So follows him a little bit, but just turns around the corner for 1. Yeah, Frantic, always happy to see you in the chat. Got to say, there's probably a fair few of my friends from Burno watching. Maybe Jan Hoffman is watching. If you are, why don't you drop us a line? One of my favourites. Looks like an accountant, but hits him like a rock star. Yeah, one beats him for bounce outside the off stump. So pretty tight over from Cheyenne Khan, who just brings it back a little bit for Burno. And UCC at the end of 4, they're 24 for 3. Looking at the worm. Wickets in the first over. And yeah, when will we see Riaz Afridi again? Maybe last couple of overs, or if this partnership continues to develop, do you throw him in middle of the innings? It's going to be Aaron Vasudevan, who's going to bowl over number 5. And Sean Kumar will be swinging the bat. Deflects this away, takes it on. The pick up and throw might have been interesting, but going that cleanly to the hands of Rahat Ali, skipper. So they'll just get a single there. Looks like they're back on the field in Manchester. Oh, could be a no ball. You know, it hits the edge of the pitch and it's going to run away. It's going to run away for 4 byes as well. So it'll be a free hit coming up. Vasudevan just can't control the movement. Always think this is so harsh on wicket keepers. Where were the wicket keepers in the meeting when they changed this rule? So this used to go down as 5 no balls. Because it was a bit like wides. You know, you have 5 wides. You don't say a wide and 4 byes. Because it's off the edge of the pitch. It's been called a no ball, and then because it's not hit, goes down as byes. Anyway, it does mean it's a free hit. Also means Vasudevan only has 1 run against his figures when really he's responsible, I think, for 6 runs in this over. Well, free hit. And they'll get another bye. That's another tough one for the keeper because that's 5 byes. I think it's going to be a bye because I don't think he hit it. Let's see. Yeah. Stump byes.
Bowling, Arunana. Lovely, next one, 2 boy, next one, 2. Let's go, BCC.
Good awareness from the batters there to take a run. AVD's got a good question. And it's not one that I'm sure I can answer. He backs away a bit here. This ball's probably going well down the leg side if he just got inside it. But leg bite is the result. AVD asking, why is Vinny's sponsor announcing voice a lot higher pitch than his commentary voice? Good question. Maybe the equipment. I don't know. There's all sorts of audio magic that goes on. And I will say that we are thankful to our partners. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software at Bizzleway. Compare the pair. Anyway, next ball knocked down the ground and almost an incredible bit of fielding. As Afridi, well, he goes foot method. You know, a lot of these players, even a high-level player like Riaz, he's probably grown up playing on fields where you dive, you die. So it's not really natural to him. And this is one where he can't get off his feet, so he throws the foot at it. Actually gets a fair piece of it, but doesn't keep it in the field of play. That'll be 4 runs. This one's a bit more rudimentary. This partnership developing. I'd say they're setting the world on fire, but they've just stabilised things a little bit for United. Nice looking drive. Should get him 1. That's all it gets him. And that's the end of the over. So Vasudevan goes for 8, but I think that in a court of law, he'd be found responsible for more than that. Regardless, it's the end of the 5th over. It's 38 for 3 after 5. Yeah, 66 days to go until the European Cricket Championship. And you know, we talked about Riaz a little bit because he was in the commentary box earlier. He said how excited he was to have the potential to go back to Spain. Of course, Bruno, they were in the ECL earlier this year, so a lot of these guys got that opportunity. Czechia have been drawn with Spain, the Isle of Man, France, as well as Greece. And only one of those 5 teams will make it through to the championship week, where they'll meet the reigning champions, Netherlands 11, as well as the other 5 group winners. So 7 sides will make it. And only one of those will raise the trophy. Change of bowling. Naveed Ahmed. Nice to see him getting the bowl. He's a classy spinner. I know he's probably not a huge fan of the dimensions of the ground in the ECS, but I think that he's good enough to succeed anyway. This one just sneaks inside. It doesn't really get across in time. Well, this is cracked through the gap, and so Kumar's probably got an inkling. He knows where it's going to be. He's beaten a couple of times outside the off stump. This time he gets a bit closer to it. Strokes it away, threads the needle through the infield and gets 4 runs. Wayne's got his theory. Hello, Wayne. Hopefully you're well. He's saying that the promo was recorded in Madrid at high altitude. I can tell you that's not true, and I'll tell you why in a second. This isn't going to carry. It'll just be a single. Madrid, I've never been actually to Madrid, except for the airport. I don't think that counts. I haven't been out of the airport. So, Madrid's a place I'd like to go. In fact, we'd like to have a European Cricket Series there at some point. Now they do have a cricket ground in Madrid, something they've been hoping for ages there in Spain. John Woodward, who pops into the chat sometimes from Madrid CC, has been one of the team working really hard to make that happen. It's wide, just gets good curve away, doesn't he, Naveed? But all sorts of stories about Madrid CC having to play on fields with broken glass on them and things like. Yeah, another good ball. Sharma's just kind of locked up. Can't work out what he wants to do to it. 6 on the offside, 3 on the leg. So you've got all the fielders, not all, 6 of the 9 on the left. And that's where he's bowling. He says, well, you might have fielders there, but if I put it over the top, what are you going to do about it? Maximo! Good shot. I think that's taken out some tentage. And that's the end of the 6th over. And the 50 comes up for United. The score is 50 for 3. Tell you what, I'm getting Riaz Afridi back on now to try and break this partnership. I think like they've kind of let him back into the game a bit. It seems like my answer to everything, but that's how I would have used him. If he takes 2 wickets and looks on, then I probably would have bowled him out, to be honest, but why wait for the game to get out of hand? Not saying it's out of hand yet, but United certainly looking a lot healthier than they were when they lost the 3rd wicket. It was 10 for 3 at that stage. So it's going to be Ali Kashif to bowl over number 7. Oh, this one takes off Tortuga style. It's going to be a double Tortuga. It's going to be a double fail. Gets past Aramugam as well. So 4 runs out of nowhere. Ali Kashif won't be too happy about that. Tell you what, I like Ali Kashif because, I don't know, he's got to play with X factor. Things happen when he's involved in the game. And things were happening there. Gets through 2 fielders. And if there was a 3rd fielder, probably would have got through him as well. What can they drag themselves up to? What a partnership, though. It's worth 44 at the moment. Wild swing from Kumar. But it's been live by the sword, die by the sword kind of stuff from him. Very still at the moment. Very slight breeze, but compared to yesterday, we had some crazy wind happening. Bales blowing off, even the stumps blowing over at one stage. It's a lot calmer today. Oh, he lines up on this one and gets it out of here. Maximo! And provides the opportunity for more ground star foot fielding. Kumar has just stepped up, hasn't he? Kashif gets a little bit too close to him. Again, it's probably a ball that's hitting off stump or just missing off stump, but into the wheelhouse of Ghanshyam Kumar. Oh yeah, but he's going to be gone. So it's immediate revenge. So I love the style of this shot. He's cleared the front leg and smoked it away, but it was straight at the Brno skipper, Rahat Ali. He took it without any drama. So they do break the partnership. Costs him a few though. Ends up being a 50 partnership exactly between Ghanshyam Kumar and Ayush Sharma, but Ghanshyam is going to be gone for 28 of 21. 60 for 4, but certainly leaving his team in a better condition than when he arrived. Raju Vaidyanathan is going to be the new batter. And yeah, they've had to kind of shuffle the deck a little bit, haven't they, United? And this is Raju's first match in the series. But Praman Macaulay is a big out for them. Hopefully he can be back sooner rather than later. Nice looking shot first up. Hits the sweeper. And they'll just get one. Yeah, if I look at the schedule as far as United are concerned, we'll see them tomorrow. They've got matches against Vinarati in match 28 and against Brno again in match 29. But then we won't see them until a little bit later. Oh, this was tight. They'll get an overthrow, but I thought this was an opportunity to get a run out, to be honest. So United, they will play tomorrow, they get 2 days off. So maybe Begorley might be right by Tuesday. Let's try and have a look at this one. Yep, would have been gone. Gotta say, I don't really have an issue with Ayush running straight down the middle of the pitch. I think for me it makes sense. It's the shortest distance between 2 points. He's not going to damage the pitch or anything like that. For safety as well, I think it can be a bit dangerous when you run off the pitch. Anyway, it's 63 for 4 after 7. Let's have a look at what's coming up. The upcoming events, and yeah, a lot of them. So right now we're in Czechia and Portugal at the same time. We'll be in Switzerland for an ECS and ECI starting on Monday the 31st of July. Apart from that, got some T20 international women's cricket through August. We'll be heading to Germany. Let's have a look at tomorrow's fixtures as well. Tomorrow's a big day, you know why? 6 matches. Not just 5, 6 matches, plus 2 in Portugal. Oh no, 3 in Portugal. So 9 matches tomorrow. 9 matches. Just let that sink in, 9 matches. I'll be here by lunchtime. And I'm going to leave Danny in charge for the first couple. We'll kind of shoulder the load a bit because the amount of matches here tomorrow in Prague. 6 matches from Prague, 3 in Portugal. Crazy. Knocked away to the leg side. I'll get one fairly easily. So we've gone from 7 matches today to 9 matches tomorrow. And the reason we have a 6-match day is because with the 8-team format, you need to get through 56 matches in 11 days. So if you do 5 every day, that's 55 matches. You need to have one day where it's a 6-match day. And the reason we're doing tomorrow, I just think being a weekend, it's a bit easier for the players to be available. Edged and gone. Oh, you wouldn't read about it. They've put in the floating slip and he's taken it. What a good catch. There's a thick outside edge and Gupta's come back. He's induced the big outside edge, and Naveed Ahmed, right place, right time, right player. Have a look at that. It seemed to hang in the air, didn't it? Yeah, took it without a fuss. So Raju is going to have to tell his story walking. Goes for 2. 65 for 5. There's a couple of wickets in quick succession. And Mustafa Nawab is coming to the crease. Yeah, Mustafa's a player we've seen a bit of before. Let's see if he can deliver for United. Just need another rear guard action, don't they? Satcha comes up with the wicket. I love those Burno ECL strips. Love that they're getting a run. Yeah, it's a pretty good shot first up. Well handled out there by Kashif. So it's just a single. Mustafa Nawab. It's the first time we've seen him batting in this series. But he's made a few runs before. He's the top scorer of 18 not out in ECS cricket back in 2021. It's a pretty handy bowler. Lift it up, could be a chance. Oh no, in the end, doesn't really know what he's trying to do. Kashif, he's a bit of an enigma. Ends up stepping over it. I mean, he's trying to boot it once he realizes he's not going to catch it, but doesn't get anything behind it. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Lift it up. Yeah, and in the end, if he's not going to catch it, he has to kind of block it with his body. In the end, he just throws a foot at it, and that's going to cost him 4. This time goes straight. It's not going to carry, and a definite decision from Shayan Khan to let it bounce. So that'll be the end of the over, and at the end of 8, United are 71 for 5. So now they're still going to wait to bowl a Freedy in the last. Yeah, I just think captaincy, it's tricky. I mean, having tried it myself now, I know that sometimes you've got difficult decisions. And it's not like United have really gotten away in a really threatening way in this chase, but I had the feeling they missed an opportunity to roll them, to really break that partnership, maybe bowl them out for 50 or something like that. Just like United did to the Tigers the other night. Having said that, United not exactly in great shape, as Shayan is going to bowl the 9th. In the air and 6. Maximo! Going, gone. There's more work. That's the hot zone if you're ball retrieving. That one ended up on Banks Field, which is the second field here at Vinoj. We're playing on Scott Page Field. Sharma, seen it all so far. Now this is an ill-directed delivery. Yeah, so I suppose the thing is, now when Riaz is going to bowl, people aren't so afraid of getting out. They're just swinging the bat, hoping for the best. So I think with him being such a strike force, you want to get him on when batters are scared of getting out, whenever that is. So either straight away, which is what I would have done, or somewhere in the middle when the partnership started to develop. And no doubt he's going to be a handful in the 10th over as well, but maybe you don't go to a 10th over if you bowl him earlier. Tapped away. I'll just get a single. Shayan being pretty tidy for the most part. Now that's pretty tidy, isn't it? Middle stump, top of middle is tilted back. Shayan has his first wicket here in match 24. Nawab swings across the ball. That's that top of the stump's length. I know that Corey talks about it a lot. It's a good length, because it's not an easy ball to drive, not really an easy ball to pull either. He tries the latter, but doesn't come up with anything. And so another wicket goes down, and United are 79 for 6. Dan Zilla said there's a bit of rain around South Prague. But we're a fair bit north of the city here at the moment, seeing a lot of blue sky. There is some talk of a potential storm this afternoon. There's a moderate thunderstorm warning. But Certainly on my forecast that I'm watching, should be after play is finished, if it hits at all. But as we've seen earlier in the week, the forecast isn't always accurate. Ali Sitar to have a hit. Now what can they get to here? 90s. Get lucky, maybe get to 100, but with a freebie to come. Seems a long way off. Sitar facing up. Tapped away, they'll get one. They'll be happy with that. Yeah, big hello to everyone who's in the chat. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Danny's off today, but he is in the chat. Said he'll be watching the Vinarati game from the Down Under. Danzilla saying on his radar, looks like perhaps the rain will evade us. I hope so. Oh, that doesn't bounce and almost cleans up. Ayush Sharma. Actually hasn't had a lot of the strike, Ayush, since he's been out there. So he came out after 5 balls. So out of the 8 overs he's been there, he's only faced 19 balls. So less than 2.5 balls an over. Called wide. Touch and go this one. The whole ball's got to be inside the tram line when it passes the crease. And even with the replay, this is going to be super hard. For me, it was probably just inside. Live, the umpire didn't like it. Slides in this time. And, well, we got confusion. And now they're going to throw away a run. Oh, this will be a leg by. Oh, is this out? I bet it is. You know what? I bet this is out. Oh. I mean, they had time for a run. Sitar said no straight away. So he chases him back to that end. And now this one. Oh, is the umpire in the way? Oh, he's gone. He's going to be gone here, you watch. Just out. Just out. Bails are off. And Sharma's going to get his marching orders. So, how did this go wrong? I mean, you got to, I suppose, know the situation. If you're Ali Sitar as well, you want Sharma on strike. You want to be looking for the run. But he puts up the stop sign. He chases Ayush back to the keeper's end. And then Ayush, to be fair, he's trotting and he's ball watching. So he should have made it. He's just out. So, yeah, I just think that's a bit of a strategic error. And he thinks, oh, I'll be fine. There's no way. Oh, hold on. I'm not fine. Oh, Ayush. You know, he did a really good job. I'll focus on the positives. You know, he batted his team out of trouble. He's going to finish with 33 off 20. But it's a blow, isn't it? Because you've got Reyes Afridi coming back. And they would have loved Ayush Sharma there facing up to Reyes Afridi. So it looks like Joshi is the new batter. And yeah, that gets to the end of the over. And so Shomal Joshi will be facing up to Riyaz Afridi. Well, this is power versus power. I can't wait to see this. And I honestly have no idea what's going to happen here. Riyaz, will he go at the stumps or will he go for the body blow? Here we go, 10th overtime. Well, there's your answer. I think it's the gloves. Shyam, it probably deserves a run. Oh, it's called leg buys. I thought this cracked the gloves of Joshi, in which case he would have got a run. Let's see what the replay picks up. Yeah, I still think that. But regardless, it's one to the total. So Sitar is involved in that mix-up. Late last over. Thing is, Burno look a different side with Ratul opening the batting. Big swing and a miss. Afridi Took 2 for 2 in the first over. Really set the tone for Burno. Some of them have to do it chasing. I suppose if you can get retool early. We have seen Burno only averaging 98 with the bat. That was before that last innings, though, where they cracked a score in the 160s. Set a record for the most 4s in an innings. Oh, gets big on Ali Sitar. Just a beautiful rhythmic fast bowler, Riaz Afridi. Such a great pickup for Czechia in the European stage. We play T20 international cricket now as well. Eligible for that. Another swing and a miss. So, United, I can't see them getting out of the 80s here. I wonder if he goes at the stumps now. He's pushed him back a couple of times. He doesn't really need to use his change of pace when they're not dealing with his pace that well. Mid-on comes up, deep cover goes back. Got 3 third men on the boundary. He goes short again. Now they're going to take on the run. Riaz thinks he can have a wicket. Oh, he messes it up though. Just needed to take that, so they'll get a bye here. And he's saying, hey, you're lucky there, Ali. He probably is lucky. Ali's saying, hey, I'm fine. I'm down this end now. I think it's a good option to go to the bowler, but he just snatched out a little bit, to be honest. Because the keeper, Ratul's so far back, it's actually quite a long throw. Didn't get it off that quickly. All right. So Joshi gets another shot. Oh, wide. Now they're going to run. They're going to try it again. Well, surely we're going to get a run out here. Well, Joshi, he's... Oh, you know what? He's not going to take it. He's going to say, you know, I'm not going to run you out. But here's where I think it gets a bit ridiculous. There's no way Joshi's making that. No, there's no universe. There's no universe where Joshi is making that run. Joshi and his Usain Bolt, maybe. The fact that he slips. I think it's great. Don't get me wrong. The sentiment's great. But I tell you what, there's no way that Joshi, sitting or standing, is going to get there before the ball. I like it, though. It shows you, and he's a good sport as well, Riaz Afridi. Last ball coming up. Packed away. They get 1. They might get 2. They might get more now because there's nobody on the outfield out there. So you might as well try for 3. And I don't think we'll get anything more than that. But what a chaotic finish to the innings. What do we think about the ending to that one with the run out declined by Riaz Afridi? I genuinely thought he just forgot to take the stumps, but it was deliberate. Anyway, United, they have to fight for every run, don't they? And they're going to end up with the score. I think well, still calculating it. So I'll give you a final total. They're still trying to work out what happened. I make it 87, but maybe wrong, maybe right. We should know by the end of the highlights. But if you want to see some highlights, look no further, because Riaz Afridi, he was on fire in his first over. He got Pierre Singh Bagel to chop on very early in the piece. And then Magare, who's having a really good series, he didn't last too long. There's a bit of fire that he was dealing with. Then he took on the pull shot a second time. And all he could do was sky it straight back to the bowler. So 2 in the first over. I thought that we may see Riaz come back straight away and maybe search for some more wickets. That was marginal, but I mean, I think you can make a case for that being LBWs, caught in the crease. Certainly looked close. But yeah, then United, they put together a little bit of a rear guard action, didn't they? Because after Abhimanyu, when LBW, Sen Gupta, Ayush Sharma and Ghanshyam Kumar came out. And I like the approach of Kumar, even though obviously Ayush was bowled off that one, but it was a free hit, so it didn't matter. And you can see how fast this field is. Freedy getting a foot to it. Couldn't make the stop. Kashif came on. This is a bit of a double Tortuga, wasn't it? Doink, doink. And before you knew it, it was across the rope. Just took matters into their own hands a little bit. And then eventually Rahat was able to take that catch. They got Ghanshyam Kumar for 28. But Sharma wasn't done yet. As the wicket started to tumble around him, we had Vaidyanathan going for 2, got Mustafa Nawab going for 1. And then Sharma was run out needlessly, really. He was ball watching. Ball hit the stumps. I mean, he really should have gone straight away. It was Ali Sittar's idea to not go for a run. But in the end, yeah, 87 confirmed. 87 is the score. Really only 2 batters doing anything. It was Ayush Sharma with 33 off 24. He was run out last ball of the ninth. Ghanshyam Kumar with 28. Came out, had the right approach, continued to play his shots, but this wasn't easy, was it? 15 extras in there. I've got to say, it's the unluckiest 6 buys I think I've ever seen. Because I think 4 was up and no ball off the pitch. And then 1 was bouncing off the stumps, and then another one on the last over probably shouldn't have been either. 2 for 6, Rez Afridi pick of the bowlers for me once again. Not going for too many, and those 2 wickets setting the tone for Burno. Sengupta with 2 wickets as well, did a decent job. 2 for 17, his final figures. The other wickets went to Shayan Khan and Ali Kashif. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back in just a few minutes with the chase. Burno needing 88 for victory. Let's see if they can do it. United need to pull one out of the hat here to avoid going 2 losses out of 2 games today on day 5. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying your day. We're back with more Friday action on ECN after this. You're watching the fan code ECS Czechia.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to ECN and our coverage of the European Cricket Series, Czechia. Halfway through the fourth match of the day. Still plenty of cricket to come, though. Still a game and a half here in Prague before we head to Portugal for 2 matches tonight, where the Gamblers are taking on Friendship CC. Right here, Bruno having a much better day at the office after a slightly disappointing start to the series. And in this one, they've held United to 87. Riaz Afridi doing some damage early in the piece. And although United recovered to an extent, still 87 looks a bit thin on the ground. 88 required for victory. Now this guy, Mohamed Ratul, on ECN debut earlier in the day, he scored 94 not out. He set a record for the most amount of 4s in an individual innings, 17 of them, and the 25 in the innings were also a record that Bruno set. Let's see if he can back it up here. He's out there with Satyajit Singh Gupta. So almost ready to get going. Ali Sittart will be the bowler. And I think any path to victory for United, you got to go through Ratul and early. Get him in the power play. Not going to be easy, because even if they do get him, they've got other players they're going to have to deal with. But one thing at a time. United, they've just got a knack of being in close matches. Let's see if there's one here. 88 to win. This one keeps a bit low, and bit of bat, bit of pad in this. Ratul, I think he really enjoyed pace to work with. Also, I think he got a fair few bad balls. And then he started just toying with the bowling. He was walking all around the place. He's a guy that can do it against good bowling too. I know that he performed well in the T20 domestic final here. Yeah, it's early on. Maybe the lack of pace is good. Yeah, it's a little bit short. They've got a fielder out here. Looking for 2. We won't get it in the end. So Sengupta, we will face up for the first time. Throw gets away from the keeper. Abhimanyu Singh, the captain, doing the job behind the stumps for United. A few people thinking United might be able to defend this. The thing is, Ratul scored more than this on his own earlier. A new game, and we've seen how things can turn around pretty quickly in the European Cricket Series. Gupta cracked 49 this morning. Just fairly careful with this one. Defends it, takes an easy single. We also mentioned a little bit earlier, Mohamed Ratul, fairly new in the country, but he did go to the BKSP institution in Bangladesh. They produce a lot of cricketers, a lot of very high quality cricketers. It's called wide, probably fair enough. Never really came back from Ali. Maybe a bit harsh if you look at where it passed the actual popping crease, but still. Wow, take a bit of that. That's absolutely smashed over mid-wicket. Maximo! Shot of a man high on confidence. And with shots like that, his 87 is looking a little bit thin. Back on target this time. Not the worst over from Ali Sitzer first up. He does get hit out of space once. It's 9 without loss after 1. 279 matches since the Golden Ball. Continues to climb. And yeah, we've had 10 Golden Balls this year. We've been waiting so long. We're getting up to a 2-month anniversary now. I think it might be an even number of weeks now. It might be maybe 8 weeks since we've had a Golden Ball. 26th of May. Someone, let's do some quick maths. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8 weeks today. Because it was a Friday, remember. Crazy Golden Ball in Bulgaria. A match where very ECN things were happening, including the winning runs in the last over being stopped by power lines. It's rendered it a dead ball. Mustafa Nawab gets an opportunity with the ball. He's bowling over number 2. Surely it's coming soon. And Mustafa, good to see him featuring. United, like I said before, a team that have improved steadily over the last 3 years or so. This is just down leg side. Left-hand, right-hand combination. Pretty useful as well. A little bit short, he turns on it. This is going to be a tough one for Kumar. Right, does reasonably well, does everything right, gets down, loses his sunglasses, almost steps on him. But he does parry the ball across the boundary, 4 runs. Yeah, it was a good effort. Just so quick to be on you. There, we see it one more time. Now he plays that signature back cut. So what makes him so dangerous, he's just super difficult to bowl to. If he doesn't get you one way, he'll get you another. Just continuing to plunder the bowling. Both sides of the wicket. This one leg side. Well, this is going to be a disaster, really. It's going to be 5 wides. Nawab is a good bowler, but he just hasn't made the adjustment for the left-hander here. And things going from bad to worse at the moment. Now, goes leg side again. This time he does find the fielder. Just really impressive how he's taken to the T10 game. I don't know how much T10 cricket he would have played, but he's obviously got natural attacking instincts. Goes after this. Does he have enough? Fielder goes back. Can he keep it in play? Can't. Bounces across the line. And Sengupta's turn now. Burno off to a flying start. Just continuing to impress. Burno just looking a completely different team. There's a difference that one player can make. I mean, fills another role for them because he's really reliable keeper as well, Ratul. And Sengupta, he's good all around as well. He's important now. He's going to get another one he can put away. And this one's going miles. Maximo! There's no up. Has a bit of a horror over. Has trouble with his control, and when he does get it straight enough, years in length, and 26 come off that over. It goes magical. It's 35 without loss after 2. So, yeah, Burno off and racing. Let's see with a win here, they go 3 and 4. And if they win another one, then they're kind of right up where United would be. United will be 4 and 4 if they go down in this one. So pretty even. 2nd to 8th, I think. You can throw a blanket over those teams. Bronx EC probably just sitting pretty at the moment, undefeated. Sitar will come back. Ratul to resume. So I liked about his batting as well. He's known when to defend and when he can just eat a dot or just take a single. Oh, he's bowled. He's gone walking. He's flicked the top of the stump. So it's a big moment. Ratul just want to give him a rap of his good decision making. I suppose he keeps one out, doesn't want to be careful twice in a row. Just loses his shape. So credit to Ali Sitar. He gets the big wicket. It's the first time we've seen Ratul dismissed. I think it was just a little bit of a lazy shot, really. On the walk. It's a ball that if he'd gone back, he could probably cut it. It's that short. But anyway, it does get them off to a good start nonetheless. Maybe a glimmer of hope for United. As Brno lose their first, it's 35 for 1. So Ali Sitar will now get to deal with Anadurai Aramugam. He's coming out. They like him in the 3 position. It's probably situational. He might have broken a bail. And just to hit the very top of the stumps, you always feel extra strong if you can break the furniture. If you can break a stump, it's probably a bit better. But I just think the way this clunks into the top of the stumps, it's probably broken a bail, so they've got a replacement out there. So, Aramugam, see what he can do. Good opportunity for him to get some batting under his belt. Fairly low pressure situation. Just carefully watches the first one go by. Yeah, nothing careful about this. Oh, that's a harsh one. Yeah, let's see it. For me, I think this is inside by a bit, to be honest. Umpire not feeling generous. But, you know, to be fair, they make hundreds and hundreds, probably thousands of calls in a day. For the odd one, might get away from them. Next ball. It's probably encouraged Sitar to bowl a bit closer to Aramugam, and this is the ball that beats him all ends up. Wow, he's had about enough of it, so he goes high. Now, can you pull this back? No. Short answer. Sometimes when they come from the sky, they might kind of bounce straight up, but this field just seems to always be running towards the rope, and Aramugam gets off the mark. Dicey start from him, but he gets 4. There goes Ariel. I think that's why they like him in the power play, because he's comfortable going in the air. It was pretty clear from that shot. Oh, it goes again. This one, oh, Sharma, any chance? No. Oh, he needed Danzilla on the line. Maybe he would have had a shot, but that's gone all the way. Maximo! As Aramugam finishes the power play with a bang. Sitar finishes 1 for 20. And Bruno, very good power play for them, despite losing Ratul in it. They're 46 for 1 after 3. Bruno. Over halfway there already. Fourth over then, it's going to be Amandeep Bindra to bowl. Pretty useful left armour. Need wickets, I need him soon. First one played back reasonably carefully. Oh, how's that missed? That is super close. Oh, that's about as close as you can get. Look at this. Oh, he just climbs over the stump in the end. It was dicey. The next one off the pad. 2 if he rushes. Yeah, they're going to get it. Didn't even have to rush that much. Alert work from Sengupta. We get 2 leg byes in the end. Next one just worked away for 1. They're just cruising at the moment, Burno. Getting the week back on track, but there's a big couple of days for them. They have 6 matches in a 2-day period. There's a push and run. Brings up the 50 as well for Burno. Look a bit more like a champion team. Just a couple of missing elements, I think, earlier in the week. Obviously, getting personnel during the week, pretty tough. We heard Riaz talking about that earlier. He was in the commentary box with me. Burno, a good 2.5 hours away out of Prague. It's into the gap, so they might think it's 2, but Sharma's a pretty good fielder. Gets on it straight away. Throws it. Very intelligent throw to the bowler. So that'll take us to the end of the 4th over. Bruno at the moment in cruise control mode. It's 51 for 1 after 4. And you're looking at the worm. They're just cruising at the moment, aren't they? Well ahead of where they need to be. Looks like Ghanshyam Kumar will be the new bowler. Got to say, he showed a bit with the bat, didn't he? Without him, I think wouldn't be anywhere near the 87 they did get on the board in the end. down to about to run a ball. And this should be easy pickings for Bruno. United, they'll just be hoping they can hold on as long as possible, maybe save their net run rate a little bit. But maybe Kumar can take a bag and give United a shot. Or maybe this will happen. He pitches up, Sengupta goes whack, Maximo. And now it's down below, a runner ball. It wasn't the worst delivery. It's kind of a challenge length because, you know, you might sky it, you might miss hit it. But I suppose this field has been so hitter friendly. Lightning fast. We've seen kind of record set as far as fours hit. Next ball. Big swing and a miss. This one's pulled a little bit too wide. By a little bit, I mean a lot. Better from the bowler. Still get through for one. This one follows him a little bit. Oh, they turn down the single. This is about the fact that the bowler kind of gets in the way of the non-striker. It probably works out well because the bowler actually fields it. Have a look here. Satya wants to run, then realises he's got an obstacle ahead. Ghanshyam Kumar, I've got to say, you can't fault his efforts there. This is cut away. It's going to get away from the fielder as well. Or is it? No, he does really well. Vajanathan out there. Thought the way this outfield's going, they might have beaten him to the rope, but he does well. He scrambled through for two. Another ball, which has been given four in the end. So he must have just gone to the rope there. This is hit hard, and that's going to be four as well. That's racing away. Well, that's Marzi. He's got his hands full. He's in charge today. Mehta having a well-deserved day off. Right now, looks like Berno won't need the whole allocation of overs the way things are going here at the moment. 67 for one after five. Again, pretty good hit. This is what's coming up tonight in Portugal. Gamblers taking on Friendship. So that game is going to start a little bit later on. It's going to be, well, it's about 2 hours away, just under. Rico Full standing by for the European Cricket Series night in Portugal. ECS nights are so much fun as well. Gives me something to do after work as well. Can spot and see what's going on over there. Tell you what, does this flick his pad on the way through? I reckon I want to spot as something no one has. And maybe maybe we've got too much spare time. Let me have a look at this one. Oh, maybe he just hits his pad with his bat after he hits it. Probably was nothing. I just thought it might have flicked to the top of his pad on the way to the shot, in which case I think it might have been LBW, but I think the umpire gets that one spot on, to be fair. Required. Hanged away, go on the hit. Now they're going to get an overthrow. There was a backup fielder, but he wasn't able to do the backing up. So 1 becomes 2.
Running boys, call and run. Come on, BCC.
It's been a tough day at the office for United, really. And as Burno's fortunes have turned up, United's have gone exactly the other way. Oh, great Yorker. Pinder's a good bowler. You know, he's gone for 7 off his 10 balls that he's bowled. He can certainly hold his head high. It'll be a wide though, I think. Pushes it a bit too wide. Oh, this is a really good shot. It's going to be 4. It's a ball that I think would have yorked him. Ends up being a full toss. Diana had to have her wits about her there. It flies away. And yeah, this total flying away at the moment. This is hit so well. It's just going to go straight through the hands of Rupesh Vani. Well, Charles Croucher, he's called into action. Actually, a pretty good bit of fielding from the Sheriff. And really, this game is as good as done as Burno. They're already 80. They're 80 for 1 off 6 overs. Yeah, but Charles Croucher, he was springing into action there, wasn't he? So that leaves us with 1 match to go here in Czechia. Although with just a few still to get here in match 24. Vinarati take on Burno in the last game of the day. Burno, they'll be pretty confident with how they're going at the moment. Vinarati, they did start the day with a win, but lost their way in the last game. And you can see the news from the toss. VCC winning the toss and batting. Sid Gout, I think, holds the key with the bat for them. So we saw Adnan come across with some good blows. And yeah, good to see Riaz Afridi for Burno, maybe going against some of the guys he was commentating on earlier, including young Danny O'Connor. That's coming up in around about half an hour's time right here on the European Cricket Network. All right. It's going to be Magare getting a bowl. Is he bowling too much? But yeah, United, they'll be disappointed. I mean, they'll come back. They've got a couple of games tomorrow. Magare bowled once in the series, I think. Took number 22 against Bohemians earlier in the week. It was just off 1 over, so I suppose anything would be an improvement here. Does have 1 wicket, but you've got to go all the way back to 2020, where he took his only ever wicket against the Prague CC Kings. Not the worst. Pretty bad result though, because it's a French cut. Haramugam, that shot's not going to be winning any beauty contests anytime soon, but it's effective. And this game, I know we've had some real close ones here in Prague this week. This isn't one of them. Magare goes pretty close to taking his 2nd ever ECN wicket. But instead, he just goes to the boundary. Oh, and he could have had it. Oh, Magare could have had his wicket here. Just throws out the left hand. Hopes for the best, and down it goes. Yeah, anyway. Won't made it too much, except for the bragging points that Magare would have had if he'd held on to that one. Not the worst over, though. Yeah, have a look at this. Ball before. Yeah, full extension, but it's all academic, really. trying to find that fifth bowler, aren't they? No Begoli in the side. And they think of taking the winning run here, but they won't, which means we'll go to an 8th over at the end of 7. The score is 87 for 1. So score's tied. Yeah, so another one that would have been close with the bonus point. So if we were going to do the bonus point system, you'd have to chase the runs in 7 overs or less to get a bonus point. So Burno would have just missed out on it. I suppose if they'd known they needed it, they probably would have batted slightly differently, so they probably would have gotten it, considering they've only lost 1 wicket along the way. Danzilla is, well, we've just had a cube implosion. The wind's gone the other way for the first time. I'm holding up the cube. The wind's changed. So yeah, this has come out of nowhere. Wow, all right, let's end this game. He's nicked it, he's gone, he's caught behind. And just on cue, we have a storm. There's no rain yet, but there's wind. And when I say there's wind, I mean, look at the stuff going across the field here. Yeah, that's caught us unaware. And look, that's all right. I've got a bit of help here. We got Tebby, and come on, Tebby. Come on, you can show your face. He's a good commentator. Tebby will feature in game 5. It's all right. Actually, I had about 1 second's notice. That's some of the Vinarati guys here. We got just the good-looking ones as well. Look, we got Danny here. We got Joe. How's your day going, guys? Do you think the weather's going to hold? I think you guys are on in about half an hour, so fingers crossed. It's going to pass south. Well, I hope so. You're safe in here. All right, score's tied. Probably the longest ending to a game we've ever seen. 1 run will do it. Wide. All right, everyone get out of there and get your stuff as quick as you can, because I know we're hopeful it'll avoid us here at the ground. But anyway, in Burno, they do it in a doddle in the end, and they do it with 17 balls to spare. And so, pretty easy one in the end. They set it up in the first half of the game, didn't they? And really, after that, it was all academic. And yeah, pretty comfortable stuff for Burno, turning their game around. We'll see them in the last game of the day as well. But this is the way it was going, really. They needed to get the big wicket of Ratul. I mean, he was brilliant earlier. And certainly he's a man Vinarati will be watching pretty closely, as he whacked 94 not out earlier today. But yeah, good power play batting, went over the top. Nawab back at the bowler's crease for United. Bowled reasonably well, but a bit of loose stuff. The full tosses, they've been disappearing all day, every day here at the Vinod Cricket Ground. Ali Sitar, though, he did get the big wicket of Ratul, who just went walkabout, never came home, flicked the top of the stumps. This was a bail breaker as well. So, well, RIP those bails. But yeah, in the end, even though you see United are pressing with that second wicket, they never got it. Just not enough runs on the board. They were destroyed early in the contest. They won the toss, they elected to bat, but just couldn't put a reasonable score on the board. And I think the form of Sachit Sengupta, he's been pretty good, 33 for him. Aaron Mugan with 26 in quick time. That was a bit of a bonus as well. Magare, well, he came on. He hasn't taken a wicket since 2020 on ECN. And he almost had one here. It didn't stick to the left hand, but it would have been a personal glory only, as they end up doing it with 17 balls to spare. This is what's coming up in the next 25 minutes. And you see Vinarati, they've won the toss and they've elected to bat. Both teams were 2-4 record, but now Burno, they're 3-4. So Vinarati to keep pace with Burno, they will need to get the points there. I think that'll be a cracking game to finish the day. Now, hopefully the weather avoids us, so you can see some of the players to watch. And we talked about Danny O'Connor, the youngster. But, Chris Tebb in there. I mean, he looks better every time he grabs the bat. But I think, Rakshit and Goud at the top, I think that they're the two, they want to get them off to a really good start in the power play. Burno, though, you know that they're going to throw Riaz Afridi at the opening pair, and we'll see if they can handle the heat. And Ratul, we talked about his importance as well. And Navid Ahmed maybe providing a bit of variety to their attack. As we go to the scorecard, they needed 88. That's exactly what they got. They did it in the 8th over in the end. Ratul gets out for the first time for 16, but Satyajit Sengupta with 33 in just 18 balls, and then helped by Aramugam 26, and they do it fairly easily. And kind of knew a fair bit before the ending that they were going to get there. As far as the bowlers went, well, a couple of successful bowlers. Ali Sittar did get the wicket of Ratul, but wasn't quite enough to peg back Burno. Vaidyanathan ends up with 1 ball, 1 for 1. So yeah, I suppose that was a good effort because he was able to get a wicket first ball, but then the wide off the next ball ended the game. So we'll take a break, back in about 20 minutes of the last game of the day. Nice little rainbow going, so maybe that's a good sign. I think we might be okay, but that's famous last words. Vinny Sandhu here in the slightly bent out of shape cube, but I'll be back, and we'll be back after the break on ECN with more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to the Czech Republic. Great to be here in Prague for the ECS Czechia here in 2023. Time for the last game of the day. Peacock Friday as well. I want to say once again thank you to Laura for supplying this one from TaylorMade Vintage in Malta. But right here, right now, it's time for match number 25. And this is going to be Vinarati taking on Burno. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Heads is the call, and it's a tail. That first. Back to you, Vinny.
Thanks very much, Charles Croucher, the Sheriff. Keeping a tight ship at the moment, and you see there, Vinarati winning the toss, electing to bat. They're going to have to deal with some fire first up from Riaz Afridi, but got Rakshit and Goud out there, two very capable bats. One thing with Vinarati, with the exception of Goud this morning, they've just struggled to have that player that can step up and score them a big score. Having said that, they're 3-run favourites over Burno. If you look at the supercomputer, maybe the supercomputer was rebooting when they saw Burno smack 160 odd earlier today with his assistant, Sir Mohammad Ratul. It's been quite the injection into their lineup. Here we go, ball one. It's down leg side, searches for that Yorker. You see that Riaz, he's a guy that he's kind of bouncy Yorker combo kind of a guy. He's often trying to go very full or very short. You don't get too many in between. This is the attempted Yorker. Yeah, welcoming back all of our viewers on Fan Code in the Indian subcontinent, and of course all of our YouTube viewers, ECN European Cricket Network. Good to have your company. Random question time as well, so keep me company. Danny's off today. It's the shorter one. Pretty well handled by Rakshit. Able to smack a few boundaries around before. Burno, up-and-coming club. Probably a bit more than up-and-coming now, to be honest. They've got 4 sides. They were domestic champions of the T20 last year. That's why they went to the ECL, and they're sporting their ECL uniforms here in this European Cricket Series. This is low down and almost edged. So, I mean, against Afridi, you can be excused for being a little bit more defensive, I think, to protect your wicket. It's not something you normally think about, but he does have the potential to destroy your innings. We kind of saw that happen in the last game against United when he took 2 for 2 in the first over. Oh, this one doesn't get up. It's the attempted bouncer, and it's going to get away from the fielder. But this ball really doesn't bounce. Actually, a bit lucky to survive that, because that could have done anybody. Turns out getting a bottom edge on it, and it goes past the stumps. But you know, this pitch can occasionally play a few tricks. Only occasionally. It's a clay base, so it's not your regular concrete pitch. You just can't trust the bounce 100%. The Gout is going to face the music for the first time. Let it counter, and thanks for the updates there. Oh, it's pitched up. It's going to race away. It's an incredible stop, and I think it's an accident more than anything. All right, check this out. That's Aramugam down there, who stops it with the ankle. I don't even think he was trying to go foot fielding. He ends up making the stop. Have a look at this. How fast is this outfield? He's in the process of running. Literally runs into it. Come on, boom, boom. There's a call that goes up around the ground. It's got Page Field here at Vinosh. It's the effort ball. There's Ratul. A little bit untidy there, but he can excuse that. He's had a big day, 110 runs on his first day of ECN cricket, and he'll be a key in the second half. So yeah, even if you get, well, it doesn't really matter what you get. If you don't get out to Afridi, then at least you feel, all right, we've got a full complement of batters still to come. There's some other bowlers we can attack. And we know with Afridi, they normally like to bowl him first and last. There's that attempted Yorker, like the first one. Ratul couldn't get down to it. Wide's the result. So 2 more to the score. Second chance, last ball of the over. Goud on strike. Late on this one. Gets away with it. 5 come off the first, but they don't lose a wicket. It's 5 without loss after 1. Hello to Keanu in the chat, and it gives me a chance to have a look at some of the top performers. Bruno. These stats don't include the last game. They're only up to match 23, so we know that Ratul is now over 100 runs. And he's their leading run scorer, in fact, at this stage. But Joe Cope, I mean, does some good things with the ball, with a new ball for Vinarati, left-hander. Sid Goud, their leading run scorer, is at the crease at the moment. And thanks to Ravi and all the crew behind the scenes for providing those graphics. Yeah, I want to say big hello to Rohit as well as Shazad. They're working tirelessly to keep the show on the road. Well, Keanu's saying, Vinny, I know you've only been in Czech a couple of days. Where have I been for food, and what was I looking forward to trying? Funny you asked, Keanu. I'll tell you in a second. First, it's Gupta to bowl the second over. In the air, this should be out. Afridi goes back, and he's going to do it. Oh, what a catch. This guy, is there anything he can't do? And he's got a slightly injured left hand, so often in practice, he actually takes them one-handed, just like this. He just wasn't confident of getting his left hand up there and staying balanced, so he decides to choose a still head, still base over the left hand, going up there and assisting, and I think he makes the right decision. So, yeah, first wicket goes, and it's Sengupta with the breakthrough.
Come on, BCC, come on, boys!
Rakshit not able to stick around for any decent length of time. And what a catch, though, by Afridi. Yes, Sengupta, another player we've seen in the blue shirt of Czechia. Iconic voice of Pete Vincent. Reads the situation to the new batter. It's going to be Mohammad Nabil. A slight change in the order. Not going for Adnan at number 3. Going for Nabil instead. He was batting 4. Pushed away. Look for a run. They won't get it. So, yeah, Bruno. Mentioned they look like a new team. It's amazing what some runs can do. Just the confidence that goes with having Ratul on the side, who's a bit of a revelation in his first season. Did an interview with him between games and had a really interesting story. Coming across from Bangladesh, studying economics at the moment. He's passed his first semester. He's just enjoying playing cricket in the summer break. Oh, trouble. And that's a pretty soft dismissal for Nabil. He couldn't decide whether he was coming or going, whether he's pulling or not. In the end, he just scoops a catch back. And I know it looks bad, but I mean, he's in two minds. That's basically the situation here. Last minute he says, yeah, okay, maybe I can pull this, but he was wrong. And Gupta, this one was a lot easier of a catch. And Nabil, a disappointment for him. He's got Derek for company as he goes second ball. Vinarati, they escaped the Afridi attack, but they've lost 2 in the second. It's 5 for 2. So Keanu, going back to your question, he's saying, what have I been eating? I've got to say that Prague is one of the places that I spend time when I'm not at work, just because it's so central. So I know my way around here pretty well. I mentioned the transport system's really good, fairly cheap as well to get around. And I have tried a lot of those Czech delicacies. I do amazing things with cheese here as well. The pork knuckle, yep, that's one that you'll see popping up around the place. Adnan gets a bat. Can't deal with this one first up. I've got to say, if you want to talk drink, I do like trying the Czech beers, and particularly the Czech white wines are quite good. And it kind of takes me to a place we went last night. Went with Mita and Steph, who are about to have the first ECN wedding because they're getting married in just a couple of months. Drives it pretty well. Sets a bit of a task for the fielder, but he's up to it. That's Rahat Ali out there. does a good job. Yeah, so we actually went to a place that they serve all different types of wine, and they come in the casks. So normally you think cask wine, it's not going to be the best quality, but it's not the case here. It's a French-themed place, and they give you a glass. It's got a little measuring marking for 100 mils or 200 mils, and then you just say which wine you had. They all have numbers, and you just notch up your own bill. So that's where we went last night. It's the end of the second over. Score 7 for 2. What an over from Sengupta. He takes 2 for 2 in the second. And yeah, you can see Sengupta's pretty happy with his work. Why wouldn't he be? Burnout making their move here on day 5. They started the day 1 and 4. They're already 3 and 4. They want to square it up, and they've made a good start. Vinarati, though, risking slipping to 2 and 5. It seems a long way back from there if they're to make the 4. So very even table. You know, probably if you take out the top team there, not too much between the other 7 sides. Yeah, so basically what happens, each wine has a little description and it has a number. So you write down a piece of paper, right, I had wine number 14, and then if you have 100 mils, you put a little 1 notch next to it. If you have 200 mils, you do double notch, and at the end they tally it all up. They also do some pretty good food, including, I know this isn't very Czech, but I got to say what I had some snails last night. We shared them. So we kind of had a little bit of everything. We had the kind of the cuvee plate, the salami, the cheese, a few different things. But yeah, I'm in Czechia and I'm eating snails. That's my story so far, Keanu. But I'll keep trying things. I'll tell you some of my favourite places in a minute. Here's Mishra bowling the third, because they like to do. And there's Afridi. He does the fielding there. They like keeping him for the end. I want to say a quick hello to Danny Hudacek and all the crew from the Down Under. He just sent me a picture of himself and Shobit. So hello to you guys at the Down Under. If you've got the sound up, hopefully you're enjoying your Friday afternoon. Pretty good weather. Looks like it dodged us. Looked like there might be a thunderstorm on the horizon, but the weather moving really quickly. So we had this kind of windstorm, but no real rain. Just a little bit of a sprinkling. This one straight up. This is going to be 4. Nice shot by Gowd. Can he bet Vinarati out of this hole? Mishra gets a bit too straight. They seem pretty set on bowling Mishra the third over. I don't know if maybe it's an opportunity to try something else. Like, do you maybe go to spin to Naveed? And Naveed seems to, well, he hates getting hit. I get that. But maybe if you bowl him in the power play, you can get batters a bit earlier in their innings. Maybe just a slightly different feel. I don't know, it might be worth a go. This is in the air. This is going to fly away for at least 4. In fact, I think that's gone all the way it has. Maximo! If you can't be good, be lucky. And I suppose with the exception of the second game they played, Gowd's had a pretty lucky day because the thick outside edge, it flies away. Ends up going all the way. About 180 degrees for where he was aiming that, Sid, but he'll take the runs. He's been pretty good today, Gowd, at just kind of putting what's happening at the other end out of his mind. Just batting, just having the same approach to if they were 0 down here. A bit short, pulled away, but a little bit rushed in the stroke. Just be the single. Artur with a random question. Okay, that is a random question. Come down after this ball. So the question is, what is the name of the woman who is good at darts? Well, there's more than one, I will say that. But the first one that comes to mind as a bit of a darts fan, as we get to the end of the third over, it's 18 for 2 after 3. Mishra goes for 11 in that over. The one that comes to mind for me is called Fallon Sherrick. And yeah, she's from the UK. She's competed in a lot of the men's tournaments. And so, yeah, remember, I spent a lot of time, actually, I was in lockdown over the kind of Christmas period. I think it's December 2021. And I watched a lot of darts. The World Championships were on at that time. I think, my memory serves me correctly, Fallon Sherrick was the first female player to win a match. And it wasn't her only win, I think, at the World Championships just a few years ago. And then I think a couple of years later, made it quite deep into the tournament. Darts is one of those sports that I could probably practice forever and I'd never be good enough to be pro. I think there's a lot of sports that if you kind of gave me 10,000 hours, maybe not pro, but competitive, I just think such a fine margin. How they hit those doubles when they're under pressure, I have no idea. Adnan pushes this way to the leg side, gets one. So yeah, thanks for the random questions. They can be as random as you like. It was good to spend a bit of time with Riaz Afridi in the commentary box earlier. Threw a few questions at him about his story. We just had an interview with Ratul. That'll be up on our social media before you know it. European cricket on all the platforms. Well, skied. It's a big moment in the game because Gowd's in jeopardy. Ratul should catch this, and he does. He takes the glove off. Again, I don't know why. Have a look at this. So I just think it's instinct. Sometimes when keepers run out of their position, they instantly flick a glove off. But this is one time that surely you want to keep it on. Look. Yeah, off goes the glove. And he's saying, well, hold on, why did I do that? Because I need to catch the ball. But he does, and only just. Yeah. Glove comes off. Gowd, well, he looks concerned, and he has every right to be, because he's going to go for just 14 here in match 25. And the score is 20 for 3. I've actually seen keeper, it was Amar Sharma, he flicked both gloves off and then dropped one of these in Malta earlier in the year. So off goes the glove, and then I think, well, he knows it's too late to go get it. So maybe just showing off. I mean, Riaz takes a one-handed catch, and then Ratul takes a one-gloved catch. So bit of one-upmanship maybe. And so Keanu asked me a moment ago, how were the snails? They were pretty slippery, pretty garlicky. Yeah. I mean, they were fine. Would I eat a lot of them? Probably not. One thing I've never tried, though, is frog's legs while we're on French cuisine. I don't know if I would. Maybe. Never say never. Cheyenne Khan comes on and gets the wicket. Joe Cope's going to come up to number 5. I like this move. He batted well earlier. Drives down off the end of the bat for 1, but Cope looks like one guy. Number 1, he's left-handed, and I think that provides some good variation in their batting lineup, especially with no Shobit Bhatia in the lineup today. Also, he hits the ball well. He can hit the ball all around the field. He's got a good technique. And I think that if you can bat, then you can score quickly on this field. You don't necessarily have to be a so-called short-form specialist. I think there's value along the ground. We've seen that all day as well. It's tough to field. It's lightning fast. Uh-oh, more trouble. This one should be caught. They're forming a queue, and it's going to be taught. And have a look. It's Yug Warrior that takes the catch. Well, Yug, he loves his cricket. And yeah, having to just clear a bit of room around himself there, saying, hold on, guys, I got this. And I thought he might have run himself into trouble because he did have company. But Adnan, the next man to go. Vinarati losing wickets at regular intervals. Aramugam became a bystander. But yeah, once again, it's just a pull shot gone wrong, isn't it? As Adnan goes for 2 and the score 21 for 4. Margashayam comes to the crease. Problem is, yes, okay, the wickets, that hurts, but also the run rate. Not quite run a ball pace at the moment for Vinarati.
Come on, Shayan! Come on, boy!
So Yug Warrior. able to take the catch. So Cheyenne Khan with the double strike in the fourth. Last ball of the over coming up. Venki faces up. Oh, that's gone away. I don't think it gets any bat, but almost. Marcus Cheyenne maybe a bit fortunate to survive that one. But he does, and it's the end of the fourth over. It's 21 for 4. That looks pretty impressive, but just look at the scale. Scale's only 6. So can these two turn things around? Well, Kuche Tobis, he's asking basically who a better commentator is. I will say that I don't think there's any such thing. I think it's personal choice. So I don't, certainly with our group of commentators here at ECN, it's really important that we're a team. We all back each other up. We're putting in long hours. We're here at the ground, so I don't think it's a competition. We just want to provide you some variety and provide you some entertainment. So yeah, I don't think you need to compare. But I'll say I'm a fan of everybody that we use here on ECN, and some others, of course. I like Art Friday's answer, saying Tony Craig. Oh, is there an edge on this? He almost holds on to it. Don't think the umpire was going to give it. Does really well to almost catch it. Yeah, look at that. Lets it get away at the last moment. Whoa, whoa. So Naveed does come on. I'd be curious to see Naveed try that third over. Just try it with the field up. This is good. Good length. Right up on the block hole there. Cope jams down on it. Oh, he gets a bit funky here, and he's going to get, I think he's going to get 4. What a shot. Joe Cope. All right. Well, he premeditates it. Probably knows with the angle of Naveed that the angle is pretty much straight onto the middle of the bat if he flips the face. That's a brilliant shot. Do you see why I like Cope up a bit higher? So even a guy, I could see him potentially opening. I know he's a guy maybe, he's probably not super enthusiastic about that, sees himself as a bowler that bats in the middle order. But he's a good fit. Well, right on cue, he skies one. Keeper can't find it, so it should be caught. It is caught. Bruno, they've held their catches here, haven't they? And, well, right on cue, give a guy a wrap. And Cope, after a brilliant little reverse paddle shot for 4, he falls the very next ball. Tries to go leg side. He knows he's in trouble. That's one of those ones you might say, is that a keeper's catch? But I don't think that Ratul sees it straight away. Because when you're under the lid and it goes straight up. And yeah, trouble at the old mill. But don't worry. Chris Tebb to the rescue. He stood up with the bat for Vinarati today, but he's coming in a pretty difficult situation. It's not really looking like the Burno we saw earlier in the week that lost their first 4 games. They're on a winning streak now. In fact, if they can win this, then they've won their last 4. And they'll be 4-4. We're at Tab. He puts in a lot of work behind the scenes, including fixing my cube, which was a risk of blowing away with that wind we had earlier. So anyway, thanks, Chris. Let's see if there's some karma and you score some runs. He decides to run here. Good judge of a run. Just knew we hit it softly. It was going to take a while to get to the field. He's off the mark immediately. Yeah, decent contact from Venki. He's off the mark as well. End of the 5th over. And the score is 27 for 5. So a bit of a disaster of a first half for Vinarati in this one. Just a reminder, what's coming up tonight. We're under an hour away from Portugal. And we were just talking about Rico. Good news for all the Rico fans. You'll hear his voice probably in around 45 minutes, I'd imagine, in the intro to that game. Night 4 of 14, Gamblers versus Friendship. We'll try and get you the teams there as soon as we have some information about that. 2 matches tonight. Hey, if you thought today was a big day, 7 games on ECN, 5 here, 2 there. How about tomorrow, 6 and 3, 9 matches on the network. It's 18 hours of live cricket. That's it even. Take up the attack. And they decide to go and force a misfield. Just a single. 9 matches. I don't think that'll be beaten until we get to the marathon at the end of the year, if we can get that up and running. This one cuts back a little bit towards Teb, who cuts, but he can't quite get it away. He's been good on the drive, just struggled to time that cut shot. I think partly it's because his pitch is a little bit slower than you think. Unless guys are express, it doesn't really come onto the bat for that cut shot. Takes it on here. Is he going to get lucky? He does. Rahat Ali comes in and can't quite make a play on it. Hello to Ben Blandford as well. Ben, how are you going? Tell us where you're watching from again, Ben. Which city? He's seen that era of commentators with Tony Gregg was great. Yeah, that's what I grew up with. It's wide. It doesn't quite hit the pad. Goes down the leg side. Yeah, so favourite commentators of mine, obviously you're all the ones you would guess, like Richie Beno, obviously, and Tony Gregg, Bill Laurie. Got to say, a couple that you may not expect that I liked. Gets this one back past the bowler. Just a single though. Probably ones that I liked. Oh, Teb, where's that one? They were trying to catch him napping. Well, if he was napping, he certainly woke up. Oh, Teb. He'll probably wake up sore in the morning. So, yeah, all right. Let's think about the next ball. And then, poof, right in the keister. He's okay. Wide. Yeah, so probably one of my commentators that I enjoyed growing up. Did some of the series in Australia when the West Indies were playing was Tony Cozier of the West Indies. I think he's actually passed away now, but yeah, Tony Cozier was one of my favourites. David Lloyd, Bumble, I liked his commentary as well. I still like it if he ever gets behind the mic. Another wide. And probably some of the radio commentary as well. Growing up in Australia, there's guys, Jim Maxwell, for example. Peter Roebuck back in the day. That, I think slightly different. And what we do these days with ECN, it's probably somewhere between radio and TV, because a lot of people do just listen. They can't quite watch all the time. Another wide, and that's going to be trouble because Ratul's not going to get down to it. This is going to cost him 5. Finnerati needs some help. They get some there. It's a classic minimo. As in minimum effort, maximum result for the batting team. Vested even. Being stubborn with that offside. Well, that's better. Vested even couldn't have hit the side of a barn door, to be honest, in this over. But when he does get it straight, he goes through Teb. That one's through the gate. And Finnerati looking like a bit of a mess at the moment in this innings. 38 for 6. He says, all right, I'm going to try and bring it back a bit. And that's exactly what he does. Against the ball that bounces in line with the front foot of Teb. Looked pretty good on the drive, but that one never arrived. And Finnerati running out of time, running out of batters as well. But a new face today at least. Joe Jacob coming out at number 8. Did play earlier in the week though. Let's see if he can turn this around. Tough task. Jacob made his debut earlier in the week. Played against the Barbarians. Made 13 not out, so yeah, not too bad at all. 13 not out of 9. Magnificent in the upstairs department, isn't he, Joe? All right, what can you do with Vasudevan? Yeah, good looking shot, but picks out the fielder. And that's the end of the 6th over. Vasudevan, a lot of those runs against him were self-inflicted, but he finishes 1 for 11 in the 6th, and the score is 38 for 6. So yeah, Ben, still waiting. Let us know where you're watching from, what city you're watching from, because it escapes me at the moment. 14 for Goud, the only Vinarati batter to pass 5. That's concerning. What kind of score are they going to have to bowl at here? This is where, you know, maybe I would consider bringing back Riaz and going for the kill. Why not? Markashayam, the last recognised batter for Vinarati. Rahat Ali gets a bowl here in the 7th.
Good stuff, Jörg.
Played away. No run. It's a bit of a Sophie's choice here, isn't it? Because you can't just push singles and take a run of ball, you get 60. Okay, yeah, you're better at the overs, but is that any better than getting bowled out for 50? So I'll still be looking to attack, I think, Markashayam. Nice shot, but end of the bat, really. And just a single.
Nice bowling, Rahul.
Well bowled by Rahat. Draws him forward. He has a freebie. He's on the attack and fires it back in, causing some discomfort to his teammates. I say, obviously being kind of semi-rural here in Vinosh. Bit of farmland around. Yeah. I think we just might have missed the track. There we go. Well, maybe some of you agriculturists can tell us what's going on there. Hit straight. A lot of work for a freebie to do this time, and he does well. Anticipates it and makes sure it's just one, and almost takes Rahat's head off by hitting the edge of the pitch. Yeah, I've got to admit, I think the first time I came here, they had the canola fields behind the batter at this end, which was bright yellow. They kind of rotate their crops, I think. Oh, Ben, sorry if I missed your reply the first time. You're in Maroochydore in Queensland, right? All right, in the air. This is going to be touch and go. Riaz's going to go right back to the wall. He can't do it. It's going to go for 6. Maximo! I suppose the issue here is that if Riaz is right on this line, he can set himself. But because he has to move around, it's so hard to be on the move and try and pull it back from beyond the boundary. Pretty good shot, though. You see, because he's on the move, I mean, if he was set and he was back on the boundary, he probably catches that above his head. Maybe one-handed. But, yeah, Joe Jacob. Maximo time. Need more of that, please. Take that as well. Free run for the wide. Joe Jacob did hit a 6 the other day as well against the Barbarians. Hello to James Stewart watching from Estonia as well. Last ball of the 7th over. All right, in the air. This should be another one. It's Yug. Watch out, Yug. Ah, he's got it. And he wasn't bothered with the distraction. There were sunglasses falling off. Yug, what a ball magnet. And yeah, every time he's taken a catch, well, both times I should say, he's had company. And he's got a good set of hands. You see it here again. Look, almost a Bermuda Triangle situation. At the 2 corners of the triangle were just spectators. I was worried we'd have some stepped-on sunglasses, but they knew what they were doing. So Joe Jacob goes 6 and out, and that's the 7th wicket down now. 48 for 7 after 7.
Come on, BCC, 3 more overs, boys.
This is what's coming up tomorrow. Huge day. 6 matches. So the extra matches tomorrow, starting early. And Danny Hudacek will take you through the first 2. I'll be there for the Vinarati United Clash in match 28 and onwards. So join us a little bit earlier as well. 6:30 a.m. GMT. It's 8:30 in Central Europe and noon in India. So earlier start because we've got the extra matches. So 12 hours of cricket from here in Czechia. And also, you got 6 hours from Portugal. So we'll settle in. It's going to be a big day. Driven back. Poor Margashayam. He's running out of partners here. Nitin Meal coming out now in the number 9 position. Kucha asking where my snake shoes have gone. I've still got my snake shoes. You'll see them before the end of this tournament. Meal pushes, gets off the mark. Does a good job. Yeah, I've still got my snake shoes. My green, they're not really snake shoes. They just look a bit like it. Good chance to bring Yulg on. Doubt they will, though. 50's up for Vinarati finally. It's been hard work, though. Yeah, so, welcome to everyone. And let us know where you're watching from. Ben's already let us know he's watching from Maroochydore in Queensland. Pretty famous place. It's the only thing they've given a few extras in this innings. You start to wonder where Vinarati would be without that assistance. That makes it 13 runs in wides. It's Maroochydore. It's on the Sunshine Coast, which is just north of Brisbane in Queensland. Very beachy. Sengupta back for the 8th. Shayam aims it over the leg side. Can't catch up with it. Danzilla, he said he's back for a few minutes, but he's got to head off soon from movie night with the kids and an early night before setting off at 5 a.m. to be there tomorrow. So you're on the south of Prague, are you? Dan? So it must be a fair way from here. We're a bit north of the city. Sengupta gets worked away leg side. And I'm just going to totally guess. I'm going to say we're about, 14 kilometres from the centre of the city. But that's a total guess. Apparently it's 12. 12 kilometres from the centre of the city. Here. Scott Pagefield. Oh, slower ball goes wrong. It is dropping. But I don't think it's dropping in time. It's been called. Sengupta tries the slower ball, gets it all wrong. And he's saying, hey, that was dropping. And maybe it was, but it just seemed high. It seemed like it might have dropped to the waist. Yeah, I think that's... He's on the walk. Yeah, 50-50. I think once you call it on the field, it should stay. He hits it about kind of chest height. Yeah, I think you stick with it. Be a free hit coming up. Even though it wasn't particularly dangerous, but that's the rule. I think Sengupta knows it got away from him. A free hit. Gets in the gap, kind of, but Afridi closes the gap. Make sure it's only 1. Hello to Kyle. Kyle is watching from East London in South Africa. Well, we're probably in the same time zone, I think. Let's see if we are. I think you're 1 hour behind where we are because we're on summertime at the moment. Yeah, but East London. That's quite a nice place. This is going to sneak over the top. I should get 2 here. We'll walk it in the end. It'll take us to the end of the 8th over. We have, I suppose, gone above run of ball, so that's something. But he's not looking too good at the moment. Sengupta finishes his spell. Pretty good work from him. Finishes with 2 wickets to his name. So you can see it's climbing, but it's got a long way to go, doesn't it, to be competitive. And not much time. Yeah, East London, southeast of South Africa. And thing I know about that is it's a city that's on the Indian Ocean, which is kind of where I'm from, but the other side of it. We used to say, looking across the ocean in Australia, in Perth. South Africa's on the other side of that. You can't really see, obviously, because it's thousands of kilometres away. But if you were to swim and swim and swim and swim, then that's eventually where you'd end up. The curvature of the Earth means that. Plus the fact it's so far away means you can't actually see it. Cheyenne Khan comes back for over number 9. I've got to say, I think they still miss a trick not bringing back Riaz quicker. Because now you can go bang, bang, bang and finish the innings, potentially. Ben's off to bed, 2 a.m. in Queensland. That doesn't sound like a Queenslander. Only 2 a.m. on a Friday night, Ben. Stick around for a while. Steps away. It sounded broken. That bat meal. Oh no, what's happened here? I think they crashed into each other because they're too busy watching. I think he's broken his bat. Yeah, it sounded like a broken bat. But what happened? Because when I went back to see the pitch, just have a look at the batters here. Oh, they run into each other. Oh, dear. And you know, it was broken. And then, luckily, he gets his foot in just in time. It's been pretty bad for Vinarati, but it would have gotten even worse. And even from here, I heard that ball broke the bat. Oh, Nitin Meal. Already we saw the batter losing his footing and not being run out by Riaz Afridi, and an unprecedented act of sportsmanship. Shot. But, I mean, in a sign of how things are going for Vinarati, that's just going to be a long single for Margashayam. That was the one thought they could put away to the boundary or over. Shane Khan gets away from it. Yeah, Vinarati checking out the broken bat. A few wry smiles over there, having a bit of a rough afternoon after a good win this morning against United. I think that's okay. Gets away from Ratul. He's had a long day behind the stumps. It's starting to show, to be honest. Doesn't want to get behind that one. Yeah, so South Africa's a place I have played a bit of cricket, particularly indoor cricket. Played in the Indoor Cricket World Cup there, or the Action Cricket World Cup, as you guys call it, back in 2019 for Australia. But I love South Africa. I haven't been for a while. Have a look at that. That's a nice shot. They're even watching in heaven. Right now, I think Vinarati closer to the opposite of that in this innings. This is a good shot, though. Margashayam cracks this through extra cover. Now, well, Charles, he's been pretty good in the field, the Sheriff. And can they just scramble to an 80 or something and take a whole bunch of wickets? That's what Vinarati will be hoping. Don't call the game too early. It's a great shot. But yeah, Charles, tough stop for him. Couldn't quite get down to it. Wide, just. If it goes over the stumps, it won't be wide, but anything that misses the line of leg stump, unless it's between the batter's body and the stump's going to be wide. I've got to say, there's a lot of cricket, professional cricket, where they have different rules for leg side wides. This is one thing we definitely get right on ECN. It's just simple, it's consistent, everyone knows what to expect, there's no complaints. Last ball of the over then. Yeah, he's not going to get away with it this time. It's going to be 6. Maximo! Margashayam. He's going to whack a 6 and walk to the other end. That'll be the end of the over. 72 for 7 off 9. Not a good ball from Cheyenne Khan. He got away with one of these earlier. It was only a single, but it's so short. It's almost a free hit for the batter. So Vinarati, maybe they can drag themselves up to 80. No, Riaz Afridi coming back. That's not going to be easy at all. Yeah, so Kyle was saying he'd love to play in an ECS tournament. Looks like a lot of fun. Kyle, we'd love to have you. I still think we'll get to the point one day where we'll see ECN cricket outside Europe. We've already seen Thailand on the network last week. South Africa would be a good one because it's a good time zone. Similar sort of time zone to Europe as well, as we just discussed. I think intelligently, Neil going for the helmet. Well, there's the rainbow. We saw the heavens. We've seen the rainbow. But now I think we might see some fire and fury from Riaz Afridi. He's getting ready to bowl the 10th over. He hasn't taken a wicket in this game so far. It was seen off in the first over, but then Sengupta got a double strike, and Vinarati just losing their way, consistently losing wickets. Oh, follows him. You're actually better off getting inside the line than outside the line. Right, I mean, he played it pretty well in the end, but he got himself in a tangle. If he gets across, then that's a huge wide. Yeah, they lost their 7 wickets within 6 overs. And that's the thing, within 6 overs in the middle. Whew. That almost hits the handle of the bat. Yeah, one hand off. That's a finger breaker. But he actually played it really well, considering where he got himself. I think, I'm no lip reader, but Meal is saying, why are you trying to hurt me? To Riaz Afridi. If I was Riaz, I just would have said, hey, that was going to be a wide. Should have gotten out of the way. It goes short again. Good shot, though, by Margashayam. Can't time it, though. Gets one. Well, this will be interesting. Yeah, can't quite understand the byplay between Riaz Afridi, and he's saying, yeah, sorry. He's saying, it's funny for me because I'm the one bowling the ball, not receiving it at about 130 plus k's an hour. He's just laughing. He's like, hey, remember when I tried to to bowl the ball at your throat? Or did you like it? Here comes another one. Beat for pace, but tell you what, if Meal was any further behind, he'd almost be off the pitch. It's a tough one. But look, see, he's already making a big target. So Riaz has such a huge target to aim at. It's a tough one to get in behind the line of this, but it's your best strategy. There's also the strategy that's probably you're most likely to see you wearing one, so you can understand. It's quick. They're going to run, and they almost run into each other again. Well, this is the issue with Meal. I mean, normally, if you're going to run, you'd run on the opposite to the other guy. But he's already on that line, so for the second time, they get in each other's way. They'll get a bye. Riaz, if he wants a wicket, I think his best chance is to zero in at the stumps. There's 2 to come. Probably isn't too worried about that. Just trying to hold Vinarati in the 70s here. Oh, ow. I think he's tough. He's tough. It's his national teammate as well. Riaz just checking he's all right. But if I had to describe exactly where that hit him, I think we'd be taken off the... Yeah, Venki. Yeah, does suck it up. These cricketers, they're tough. But yeah, this is a thunderbolt, 130 plus. And gets him right in the downstairs area. The mezzanine level, perhaps. Anyway, last ball. Good luck. 75 plus this. He goes short. It's been no ball. Yeah, it's another bouncer. So Riaz, he's pretty stubborn with the short stuff. And I think this is a good call. Carl's saying he'd love to start a tournament in Africa. Yeah, it's a good call. I think it's above the shoulder, even though he's crouched a bit. Yeah, Venki, very quick to appeal for it. So he gets one more chance. What do you do here? Maybe ramp? Is that your best chance using the pace? It's hard to see him driving him over his head. But anyway, last ball of the innings and a free hit to boot. He gets some bat on it. And it's going to sneak away for 4. I think that bounces. They're going to just check this one, but I'm pretty sure this bounces before the line. I think they're going to end up on 80, but they want to have a look at it. It's the pace of Afridi. He's got so much cover down there. This one, yeah, definitely goes for 4. So it'll be 80, the score. Yeah, Margashayam, you know, you learn a lot about a guy when you put under pressure. I mean, he had a hard task there, coming in at number 6. came in 21 for 4, had more partners than the quarterback at the box social, really, but he fought his way out. But early on, we saw some interesting foot fielding. That was unintentional, I think. They survived the Freedy, but they wouldn't survive Sengupta. And it was Riaz with the Statue of Liberty play, one-hander, and took that in his preferred hand. But yeah, double strike because Sengupta would get 2 in that over. And Vinarati, I mean, they were trying to attack. I mean, that was Goud. He was the key to the innings, wasn't he, as well, after his half century this morning. They were kind of fresh out of luck. This is a weird one. Keeper threw the glove away, but then caught it anyway. And then I think he regretted throwing it away when he realised what he'd done, but yeah, held it anyway. How about Yug Warrior with 2 good catches? Goes to ground, clears a safe area. Cope, for me, this might have been the shot of the innings. Nice little reversage, but unfortunately for Big Joe, he'd only last one more delivery as he skied one. Didn't really leave the pitch area. Bassett even, he couldn't find the target for the most part, but then he was able to get one to disrupt the stumps of Chris Tabb. And Rahat, well, he got a bowl. This was one that was a bit of a teaser for the outfielders, but really you felt Vinarati behind the 8 ball. Yug doubled down. Always had company when he was taking those. And later in the piece, well, they kind of had their own problems, as there's a pretty solid body check with a broken bat on Margashayam. That would actually happen later in the innings as well. This is one that did get away from the fielder. It's a bit of a Gundy ball for Cheyenne. And then it's back to Afridi, trying to face the music. That was quick. And he also kind of got a bit carried away with the short stuff, if I'm completely honest, and that created a free hit as he bowled a second bouncer in the over. And as the heavens, well, they're open for business, but not delivering any rain at the moment, so that's good. But I don't think Vinarati will be too happy with what the batting scorecard looks like. 80 for 7 off their 10 overs, and 18 of those were extras. The only person that scored more than that was the skipper, Venkatesh Magashayam, 25 off 19. Fighting innings from him, Goud with 14, but man, pretty ruthless stuff from Burno, really. Afridi bowled the first and last, went for 12, including a boundary off the last. 2 wickets early from Sengupta. Got Vinarati on the back foot. They never really recovered. Shane calm with a couple singles to Naveed Ahmed, as well as Masadevan. And then late in the piece, we saw another wicket go to Rahat Ali, the skipper. So we'll take a break. Quick turnaround, last game of the day here. And about 25 minutes away from a start in Portugal as well. So plenty of cricket still to come on ECN. We'll have the final innings of the day after this. It's 81 for victory. Burno trying to make it a perfect Friday. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. We'll see you for more action after this. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, ECN lovers. Welcome back to Prague for the last innings of the day. Day 5 here. Peacock Friday. Pretty bright stuff, but not a bright scoreline for all the Vinarati fans out there. They had to work super hard for their runs. They've scraped 80 together. A little bit of the more things change, the more they stay the same, because we have seen a pretty low total first innings, first game and last game of the day. This time Vinarati, instead of creating it, they're having to defend it. It's going to be Joe Cope to get us going. Sengupta places the first ball. And interestingly enough, we're not opening up with Mohammad Ratul. So giving opportunity to Mehta to open the batting, Varun Mehta. So obviously just trying to mix and match their resources a little bit. Nice looking shot from Sengupta first up. Nice seeing him playing some cricket shots. A bit shorter this time. This will be the first run of the innings. A good start. Kind of field puts the game to bed. On this field, there's so many ways to get yourself out of jail as a batter. As Chris Tepp mentioned, he does a lot for Czech cricket. Also, does a fair bit of umpiring, I think, domestically. Yeah, but Joe, he's your left-handed opening bowling prototype, isn't he? When he gets full, he can bring that ball back in. This one doesn't really shape in. Tepp does well to handle it cleanly this time. Mehta not able to get off the mark. First up. Vinos need a good start here. So far, so good. Mehta's a guy I've seen a fair bit of on ECN. Top scorer 36. Now we'll get at least one. In fact, that could go all the way, rolling away to the boundary, which shows you how fast this field is. The scary thing is, if it continues to stay dry, it might just get quicker. And where will we be in like a week's time? By the time the ECIs are here, it'll be like we're playing on grass. On glass, I mean, not grass. We are playing on grass. But yeah, Mehta, they give you an opportunity with the bat. Oh, he's got this one slightly wrong. And now they're going to get through for a run. How has this landed safely? Cope cannot believe it. He's saying, come on, give me a break, universe. Leading edge. He says, uh-oh, that's trouble. But Joe, well, he had the big Merv Hughes follow through, and he was in the batter's half almost. He couldn't turn around. He said, oh no, I'm running the wrong way. Anybody else? Somehow they get a run from that as well. Meanwhile, Sengupta gets the next ball, and he might be gone. He's dropped. Oh, Joe Jacob down there. Straight down his throat as well. That's a key difference, I suppose. Bruno holding their catches in the first half of this game. And yeah, Bruno now 7 without loss after 1. He's pretty casual, I guess. Is there a difference between casual and relaxed? Well, 280 matches since the golden ball. To be honest, can't see it happening in this game. It'll be over to Rico. He'll get the chance to break the streak. Yeah, Rico saying he's ready to rock and roll on Peacock Friday. Rico was in the chat in the break as well, saying it's the start of the weekend and we're going to bring it up in style. Hall of Fame kind of night tonight. I'm feeling it. Fiesta de noche. Yeah, nighttime party is what he's saying there. Rico, yeah, looking forward to switching over to that fairly shortly. Magashayam is going to open the bowling here in over number 2. He's trying to change it up a little bit. So only about 15 minutes away from a start there in Portugal. So good to see Rico popping in. Yeah, these are the teams as well. Mentioned Kuldeep Kollia, really good player. Gamblers being led by Ranjit Narayan tonight. Friendship winning the toss, though, electing to bat. Yeah, so for Friendship, though, they've got some good players in there. Imtiaz Rana leads them as expected. Watch out for Muhammad Nazrul Islam. He's got the gloves, but he's such a destructive striker. So that game's starting very shortly. I think it's okay, yeah. For a wide the ball before, but the next one, I think, just sneaks inside. So I quite like this idea from Benke to open the bowling. Just trying to make something happen, do something a bit different. Mehta. Look at where he ends up with his feet. He ends up way leg side of the ball. Yeah, more like if he stepped towards it, I think. Well, he does slightly better this time. Oh, this outfield, I tell you what, it is just rolling, rolling, rolling. That's actually down the hill as well. So, Mehta, not convincing, but effective. He moves to 9. Look at that. As a keeper, you don't really have any chance to stop that. Such a big edge. Venki stood up with the bat. Had a tough task, to be honest, but it was pretty impressive. He goes straight. He goes pretty well. And that's going to disappear. And it's going to end up with me in the commentary box. And yeah, class shot by Mehta. He looks a bit scratchy so far. But yeah, just steps and kind of blasts it over the top. Well, that's what he's up there to do. Obviously giving an opportunity. And ended up with me in the commentary box. And a visitor. Had a few visitors today. Had some of the Vinarati guys holding up the cube earlier. Also had Riaz Afridi obviously earlier as my guest. Last ball the over. Nice shot. Much better from Mehta. He's going to create a bit of tough fielding. That might be Rahat that came around, but that's going to be 4 more. So Margashaim ends up going for 16. Wasn't the worst over, to be honest. But yeah, Vinarati finding it tough going. 23 without loss after 2. Burno chasing 81 for victory. Yeah, got it. An off the field Tortuga there, Rahat, I think. Have a look at the table. If things go the way that we expect them to go, Vinarati will be staring at 2 and 5. They came into the day with a 1 and 3 record. Yeah, I think it was a 1 and 3 record at the start of the day. All right, here's Danny O'Connor. Comes back and yeah, I like that there's still a lot of noise out there. And Vinarati, they're not giving this up at all. They'll feel, oh, look, if we can just keep taking wickets or take wickets in the first place, go through this batting order, you know, let's try and do to them what they did to us. O'Connor, youngster, still in his teens. One of the youngest players we've seen in the European Cricket Series, actually. He's just built like a cricketer. I've got to say, I like his confidence. Uh-oh. Lucky there's a second backup fielder, so it's just a single. But it's good to have that sense of ambition. If you talk to professional cricketers, they all shared that sense. They could do it and they were going to do what it takes. And you also find, though, the best cricketers at, say, 10, 11, they're not necessarily the best cricketers at 20 or 21. So something happens. It's not just you're growing, but it's your attitude. Just a nice shot off the back foot. This will test the fielder, and it's going to go for 4. Nice shot by Mehta. He's kind of gotten over the hump a little bit now, hasn't he? And he's looking dangerous. Yeah, so to have that confidence and that dream is really important. I mean, Steve Smith is a really good example, Australian captain currently. You know, he basically prioritised cricket at a time where people are saying, you know, are you sure? Are you going to make it? Nice little glance, but straight to the fielder. That time, Joe Jacobs got it covered. Yeah, so, you know, he prioritised cricket and he took certain risks. But you got to have that belief And sometimes you see youngsters faking it a little bit, but I just sense it's quite genuine in Danny O'Connor. So, yeah, wishing him all the best. Great to see him out there in ECS cricket. A nice shot, though, this time from Mehta, who just lets it swing right onto the middle of the bat. Bruno making hay in the power play. That takes him past the 30. It's an interesting one. Yeah, there's a thin line between confidence and overconfidence, though. So I think, a steely confidence in your own ability, but then also understanding that you're going to have to work really hard. Your talent only takes you so far. The game's littered with players that had heaps of talent, but maybe didn't have the work ethic. Oh yeah, it's a bit wide, but I like what he's thinking. The fact that he's got the confidence to throw in a bouncer. I mean, to be honest, Dan Ziller, probably the only one who was reaching this. I know Dan's probably watching in the chat.
Come on, Danny.
We just had Wimbledon. Borrow a tennis racket, and then maybe you can look at overhead smashing that one. It's a slower ball, but this time it turns out to be a full toss. Samantha muscles it through the leg side. End of the over, end of the power play. Bruno running away with it at the moment. 37 without loss after 3. John Gray, great to see you in the chat. Saying it's looking like it might be an early evening. Possibly. He says all the more time to take in the Portugal series with Rico Full. Yeah, we'll be doing that. Have to get home first. Be a pretty dramatic twist if there was one, but yeah, who knows? Mehta operating nicely at the top of the order. Thing is, even if you break the partnership, will they send in Ratul next? They might. They might just say, was he just mixing things up a bit? End of the power play. I always think this is an unnecessary signal, because if it's simple check of how many overs are gone, you should know that. I don't understand why that gets signalled. But I mean, it does. It's just part of cricket, I suppose. Time for over number 4. And it's a classical French cut from Sengupta. Might have actually done this through his legs. As Meal comes on, and he won't be too impressed with the result. Look at the big swing here. I don't know about through the legs, maybe behind the back leg, but everything rolling Bruno. Oh, shot. That's going to be 4 as well. Steps, hits. Sengupta starved to the strike a little bit, but he's hungry for runs. That one's going to bang off the manner straight down the ground. Stronger together. Well, it had to be strong then. These guys are so good at hitting that sight screen. So Meal, 2 balls, 2 boundaries. First one, I think, was a bit unfortunate. Second one was a pretty good shot by Satya Sengupta. Just getting the field right. Had to bring the mid-off up because you need 4 in the circle, 5 outfielders in operation. And now he goes up and over mid-wicket. That's going to be 4 as well. So 3-0 for Satya. And more pain for Vinarati. It's been a tough afternoon for them after their win this morning over United. That would have buoyed their spirits, but you could see Meal coming in and bowling a fairly consistent length, but sometimes consistency isn't your friend. Consistency is predictability, I think, sometimes in this form of the game under these conditions. It's okay that time, though. Gets it past Satya. Yeah, you look at the batting to come. With Ratul, haven't we mentioned the guys like Rahad Ali, Riaz Afridi as well. Aaron Mugam did some good things last game. the charge. It's a big swing from Satya. He's his own worst enemy sometimes with some of his decision making, because he's good enough to strike the ball with genuine cricket shots, and there's value for that on this pitch. I think when he goes back and watches his innings today, he'll kind of see what I'm talking about. This is kind of something in between the bottom of the bat. Get one. Camille fights back well after going for 3 boundaries. That over ends up going for 13. And the 50's up at the end of 4 overs. It's 50 without loss. Bruno after 4. Looking at the worm. Well ahead at the moment. Vinarati, he may be trying a few different bowling options, just seeing if they can find something. 50 partnership as well between Sengupta and Mehta. Coming up in 4 overs, so very healthy rate, well below run a ball required. Feeling pretty comfortable at the moment. So, change of bowling, it's Ollie Dennis that's going to bowl. It's not too bad, first up. Full and fairly straight. Single that they're made to work for. There's Mohammad Nabil doing the fielding down there. This one shoots more or less along the ground. Yeah, Ollie seems pretty popular with his teammates. He's a guy we saw earlier in the week, but it's the first time we've seen him get a bowl. Oh, it's nicely worked away by Mehta. Just making the most of this outfield. I know I sound like a broken record, but it's such a huge factor in this series. Just continuing to give batters value for shots. I mean, this is only a little touch. It's a fairly risk-free shot. And before you know it, it's screamed away to the boundary. You hear that? Venki saying, hey, keep it on the offside. We can protect the offside a bit better. So even though the game looks like it's gone here, I think it's a great opportunity for Dennis to gain a bit of confidence with the ball. I quite like what his bowling offers. He's a nice tall action. I actually think he played a pretty good shot earlier, even though he got run out. We have Vinarati continuing to kind of use their squad. Seen a few different players from them. A reasonably big club. I think they're back to having 2 teams. Last year they just had 1 in local competition. In fact, when we first saw Vinarati on ECN, it was actually we saw the Biancos and the Rossos. They had the kind of second team in their first team, and it was the Rossos that went down to the Biancos, so the 2s lost to the 1s back in the Czech Super Series. I think the first time we saw them on ECN back in 2020. Uh-oh. Oh, well, that'll wake you up. But, yeah, don't think there's any harm. Still a bit of danger. I don't think there's any intent is what I meant. It was a proper headhunter, wasn't it? I like the positivity, though. So don't worry about that one. Forget that one. Free hit, though, and it is going to be hit. It's out of here. Maximo! Mehta, after a bit of a shaky start, he's been really good here. He's moved to 42 now. And he's cruising. The bowler's getting a bruising. Bruno looking like a team that want to keep a dinner appointment at the moment. Swing and a miss this time. End of the over, so had some good moments in there. Goes for 15 in the end. That's where he needs to be. I think if he can bowl consistently there, good things will happen. But this is the 5 over point. Bruno running away with it. Let's have a look at the ECI schedule. So quite a few players we'll see during this ECS and we'll see in the ECIs. In fact, I can't really think of any players in the national setup that we won't see in this ECS, which is the first 12 days in Prague. 29th of July, we'll see Cyprus and Greece join Czechia for that tri-series. Just a 9-match series, so the teams will play each other 3 times, and then top of the table wins the series. ECI cricket's been a great addition on ECN this year, and it gives the players more opportunities to find their feet in the T10 international format, of course, before the Euros of Cricket, which starts on the 25th of September. So Chris Tebb's going to get a bowl now. And let's see if he can make something happen. Just 16 required for victory. First ball on a length. It's well cut off. A rare top ball in this innings. A bowl by Tebb. Made the move to Vinarati this year. Previously in Prague CC, but obviously there's always a bit of shuffling between clubs season to season as the landscape changes. So I'll go straight through his legs and will be a single. I love the microphones, they pick up a lot. And I certainly heard a Nabi, "What are you doing?" as Nabil horned it in. Luckily, there was a keeper that was able to back it up. 15 to win now. This is just wide of the infielder, but oh no, we're going to have another misfield, and this time it's the captain, Venkatesh Margashayam. We've seen this happen plenty of times, haven't we? And so it's not the easiest field to field the ground ball on. It's something we've seen time and time and time again. It'll be a slight Tortuga. He does everything right. Technique looks good. Bounces away, and Vinarati had a bit of a game to forget here in match 25. Now, back cut. This will bring up his 50. And Mehta, well, he'll salute the crowd. Like I said, it was a bit of a dicey start, but then he's played some really nice shots, and he brings up his half century off only 19 balls. So what a good performance. A guy that has never scored a 50 before on ECN, so what a nice moment for him. Now wide, gets away from the keeper as well. Joe Jacob runs past it the first time, runs past it the second time, and eventually fields it. So they're going to get 3 wides there, puts them within reach of the win. I want to say hello to Jan Hoffman. Well, I knew eventually we'd see you, Jan, in the chat. Hello to you, missing you here. Hopefully we see you at some point during the European Cricket Series. But yeah, keeper not able to stop that one. And well, a little bit of the Eric Cantona about the foot skills from the fielder there. Anyway, this is going to be it. And Mehta is going to finish it with a flourish. What a good knock from him. And Berto, for a team that were only averaging 98 with the bat the other day, they are going to do this easily. They do it within 6 overs, so comprehensive stuff. Congratulations to them. Commiseration to Vinarati. It just didn't happen for them. I just think they lost early wickets, found it hard to recover, lost middle over wickets. But yeah, Mehta with 54 not out. What a great knock from him. It's providing a bit more stability in the batting lineup. And in the end, it's a simple win. As we look at the highlights. And yeah, really, a bit of a surprise, I suppose, to see Mehta at the top of the order with Sengupta. But he didn't seem surprised. Played some really nice shots. That was an opportunity that went down. And again, with that kind of a score, you can't really afford that. Having said that, probably didn't make too much of a difference in the end because I suppose just not enough runs on the board. These guys, they were looking pretty confident after the start. Danny O'Connor came on, couldn't really stem the flow of boundaries. And yeah, just this outfield, it's been lightning fast. We actually saw a record earlier in the day. Berno set a record for most fours in an innings with 25 fours in the 10 overs. Ratul with 17 of those off his bat, also a record. But it was an air of inevitability. I'd like to see Dennis coming on. I mean, guys, they can do a job. I think they're just finding it hard with these match conditions as well. That was a bit short. Had the distance to go over the top, Maximo time. And Teb, he came on, did his best. This kind of sums it up. The captain, he looks solid as a rock most of the time in the field, bounces off him and disappears before. And well, this game was on borrowed time. And yeah, just a reminder, what's coming up tomorrow. So it's a huge day tomorrow, 6 matches. So this is where we fit in the extra match because we have to have at least one game, or have one day where we have 6 matches to fit in the 56 matches in 11 days. So starts with Vinarati against the Spartans. So it's a crunch day for Vinarati, really. They'll play 3 times on a super Saturday of action here on ECN. We have 6 matches here in Prague. Then we have 3 in Portugal. So it kind of runs side by side for a while. Right here, Danny Hudacek, he'll take you through the first couple of games in the morning, 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. So a little bit earlier in the day to fit in those 6 matches. So having a look at the chase, and they made pretty quick work of it, didn't they? Mehta and Sengupta get them home within 6 overs in the end. Mehta, his first ever half century on the European Cricket Network, scoring 54 off just 20 balls. Sengupta, well, he played a couple of nice shots in there as well. 20 not out, nice little foil. Now look at the batters they didn't use. 3, 4, 5, 6, all recognised batters. Ratul, Rahat Ali, Riaz Afridi and Aramugam not required, as only the 2 batters were needed to get it done. Joe Cope bowled a pretty good over. They tried 6 different bowlers. No one could get the breakthrough, even though they had the odd chance. But ultimately, Bruno just a bit too strong. They have a perfect day. They go 3-0 here on Peacock Friday. Vinarati 1-2. Certainly have a big day ahead of them tomorrow. So that's the tail of the tape, and it gives us one final chance to welcome you back into the commentary box. It's been a great day here. I want to say special thanks to Riaz Afridi for his commentary. He was my guest earlier in the day, and congratulations on Berno for their success. We had some good performances in there from Vinarati, just touching on them. Goud early on in the day, but they peaked early, didn't they? And now, like I said, they've got a huge match tomorrow. Just quickly, right now, Portugal has just started. Let's have a look once again at those teams. You've got Friendship, CC winning the toss and electing to bat. I think they are underway. Just they must be in the power play at the moment. So you can turn over right now. If you look on the European Cricket Network YouTube page or on fan code, you can find that game right now. Rico is standing by. And yeah, 2 matches there in Portugal. But I mean, that was a big day with 7 matches today. Tomorrow, even bigger with 9 matches. So we'll have 6 here. It's a super Saturday of action. And then 7, 8, 9 from Portugal. So 9 matches a day. I just don't think you're getting that anywhere else in the world. I want to say I enjoyed Peacock Friday. Hopefully you did too. It was bright. It was sunny. We avoided the storm, even though it got a little bit windy at times. I miss Danny Hudacek, though. I know that he's watching right now at Down Under. He'll be disappointed, Vinarati going down, but looking forward to having him back tomorrow. In fact, he'll take you through the first couple of games. I'll be here probably around the 3rd game to take you through the rest of the day. So we're kind of splitting it up that way because of the volume of cricket on tomorrow. Just before we go, a quick reminder, before you turn over to Portugal, to like this video, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel, tell your family, tell your friends about the European Cricket Network. Check us out on social media at European Cricket, and finally, EuropeanCricket.com. It's the home of European Cricket. Check out the upcoming series as well as the squads, the fixtures, the stats, and everything like that, including all of our stats going back to 2019. But for now, this is the Vinny Sound, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you have a happy and safe evening. Big thank you to our crew from Spring Productions. They've been outstanding. And Chris, fantastic first day pushing the buttons. You are pushing the right ones. Big well done to you. In fact, Spring Productions, they put together some of the highlights of day 5. Let's have a look at them. And from here in the box, have a happy and a safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow in Prague for more European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana. Nastradano.
Thinks he wants to go for it, but then stops his shot. Okay, come on. People said, get on with it, Rico. What are you going to tell us about Australia? Well, first I'm going to tell you that the score 49 for 2. The recovery continues. Yeah, in Australia, it's National Lamington Day. A day that celebrates a delicious dessert that has been loved by people living in the Southern Hemisphere. A Lamington is a dessert consisting of buttery flavouring sponge cake that is covered with chocolate sauce. Lamingtons are covered with coconut shavings or desiccated coconut, and the cake is known as the most famous cake in Australia. But there you go. Well, I hope you're enjoying your National Lamington Day in Australia. That sounds quite nice, actually. I like a bit of coconut in my dessert. What about the old? The old chocolate? I can't say it, can I? That's nice, isn't it? That's where we are. That's the old flag of Portugal. The green and the red. And of course, the flag has a significance as well, doesn't it? There's that flag. And the green symbolising the hope for the future. The red, the bloodshed during the battles, and of course the coat of arms. This one probably won't get past the fielders because it doesn't quite get the timing right. The shield represents the nation's victories in battles over the Moors. So that's the old the flag. It's nice. Matea going around and just giving us a different kind of look to the production. I like that. Great work from Matea. Of course, Matea's out there with me as well doing the intros. 50 comes up with that single. Going with Daniel Ashgar. Short. And a good take from Jirish Kumar, who finds himself behind the stumps. And, well, now we're up where... But there's Boosie, Polo. And that's where the scorers... There's Manav. That's where our scorers are. Manav is up there. And, well, this one could be going up there as well. This is out of here. It goes into the car park. Quinna son manos arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. Que grande, que guay. Well, I was talking about some of the sweet stuff over here. Well, this is hit sweet. And I'm telling you what, that is sweeter than, a tarta de nata. Definitely is. What a nice shot. Yeah, the old custard tarts here. And very, very favourite. There we go. That's Simon as well. Manav and Mihail. And, well, new balls, please. Thank you very much, Conrad. Tyrone Peters is up there as well, keeping an eye on everything. The new ball comes out because that one is in the car park. It has disappeared. And, well, maybe one of the animals around here has got that. Plenty of animals, you know. And, birds of prey all-rounders. You can see them hovering around every so often. They're under attack from the grizzlies, I will tell you that. And this one should be dealt with and will be nicely done. No mistakes from Cambodia. Sort of animals around here, because of course there is a biological park here, and around 60 animal species, birds of prey, brown bears, we've got lynxes, wolves, foxes, wild boar, deer, amongst many others. So plenty of stuff in the old jungle. Well, just blocks this one out from Ashgar. And this one will go all the way. Balle. Ginnasona Shaka Lagya. Well, that'll do nicely. And after a slow start, 63. And, well, they're going well. Could be putting up a 120 kind of score. Hello to everybody. It's great to have you in. Well, I'm calling this the commentator's man cave. It really is. Every day it gets updated. I've got a nice little backdrop here, and they had the walls painted the other day. The plasma TV is coming. Do you call them plasma TVs these days? No, LCDs or whatever it is. I'll have a carpet down here. Going to have a fish tank over there, I think. Yeah, it's looking good. No, once again, thank you very much to the likes of Barry and Nina for making us feel very welcome indeed. And the cricket's pretty good as well. A little bit cooler today, which is nice, but still the weather is fine for cricket. I think the cricketers appreciating some of the cooler weather. Welcome to everybody. Welcome to the night series. Here we do a little bit of the old fiesta. Yes, that's what the night time is all about. And it is the weekend. And of course, it is Peacock Friday. And thank you for a lot of people that are liking the shirt as well. Back to the action. Bit more spin. Short. Doesn't really come up. But to get played away, it is Ranjit Narayan who's bowling now. With the score pretty healthy, like I say. The 2 wickets fell pretty early, but this partnership is coming together nicely. And, well, Raza, he sort of sees Barry with the beer and says, I want one of them. It is the weekend, I suppose. But yeah, Barry having a cheeky one. I was promised some port tonight as well, so I hope Nina, I hope you got some port in there. Look, I just want to give a big shout out to the people that are working in the clubhouse there. Nina's there, Anna, Laura Shea. Anna and Nora Shea, of course, are doing all of the work behind the bar and in the kitchen, of course. And a big shout out to the likes of Graham, Tom, Barry and Martin. And I have to say to Betty the dog, I haven't seen Betty the dog yet, please. Maybe Betty is around chasing the rabbit somewhere at the moment. Hello, people. Well, there you go. This is my man cave. It's been updated by the day. And a few more things coming up. By the time Corey gets here, I think we're going to have a leather sofa in here as well. This is high up in the air. And the fielder, well, does he stop the boundary here? This is what the match officials are looking at. I think the guys up, our umpire, the third umpire, and Tyrone probably would have been able to see that quite clearly. They say it's all fine. Yeah, John Gray's saying we could do. Look, it'll probably come. Could do with a banner behind me, but I think we're waiting for the paint to dry. You know, the decorators have been here, John Gray. And let the paint dry, and all things will happen. Should be easy, should be simple, and it will be. And the partnership that was pretty fruitful comes to an end. These two came together with the score on 13. So they've done well. 52-run partnership comes to an end. And in the end, it's quite a soft dismissal, isn't it? So that will be, well, it's a welcome wicket. Rahul Vishwakarma will go. He didn't really get going, to be fair, but he didn't chew up 2 deliveries, just going at more or less run a ball. Tries to get the accelerator. So I don't mind that. He probably knows, right, okay, we made a good start. We've got to lay the foundation. And you've got Assad, who's going really well. So it's a good opportunity to try and break loose. And if I don't, not to worry, because we've got plenty of batters still to come. That was, I think there's a ball to go here from Ranjit. Field changes because the right-hander that comes in here now. Okay, how does he deal with Narayan, and what's the approach here now? It is Haider that comes out, Badrul Haider. Which should be a single, but turned down. Probably turned down because I suppose Assad, probably rightly so, is saying, hey, hang on a minute. I think we'll just keep it to that. I'll stay on strike. Good over. And only 2 runs come from it. And the breakthrough to break that partnership, which was going pretty well. So they get the wicket of Vishwakarma. He goes for 9 of 10. So at the halfway point, as I said, they were on track for 120. I think that's still on if the likes of Assad can stay there. Give you some of the scores that we've seen in the 3 nights of play so far. You can make a guess of what the sort of average scores have been. We saw 134 to 108 the very first match. 134 scored by the Coimbra Knights. Then we saw 2 innings in the 90s, 92 to 95. Gamblers winning that one. Marlow put 102 on the board, batting first, and Lisbon Capitals in reply 75 to Marlow in match 4, 141. Capitals in reply 109. And yesterday, scores once again, the first match 91 to 92. Coimbra Knights chasing down the Wanderers 91, and then Porto Wanderers 106 to 97 of the Coimbra Knights. So a 120 score, I think, will be a good score to put on the board. Average score at the moment, I suppose, around about 105, which I think is a little low. I think as the teams get used to the pitch, that we're going to see bigger runs, because the outfield is pretty quick. Goes for it, fielder comes across, should get there. Oh, well, he's going to be disappointed. I think Simranjit, he's a good catcher of the ball. He gets there, he does everything but take the catch. So a chance goes down. And Hyder gets a life. Hyder dropped on one by Simranjit. But the big thing is, batter changes. Oh, good delivery. Trying to be super aggressive here now, Mohamed Assad. Still got time though. He's got to keep saying to himself, I've still got time. You know, if in the first 5 overs I've made 39, if I make another 39, yeah, we've got a good score here. That's what he's got to be thinking. Doesn't want to go into panic mode just yet. Jayaprakash just losing his run up. Another big swing, and it's another dot. And David just saying that the number of fours in an innings was beaten today with 25 fours. Which match was that? I know we normally, I mean, we sort of keep a track on sixes, don't we? But okay, that's interesting. Tell us which match. And this one, it's a very good take. Diving to his left. Jidis Kumar, of course, took on the gloves because of the injury to Kuldeep Golaya. And that's a really good take. Doesn't see much of it. Gets sort of, sees it come over the shoulder of the batter. It is a wide, but it could easily have been 5 of them. Jayaprakash once again. And well, he gets this one right, and it will go all the way. Gear, Shakalagya. And it's a preempted shot, isn't it, from Assad? After missing out on a few, he walks down the pitch, and it was right in to his body, but he's able to muscle it away. There he comes charges down. Gets a little false movement outside the off first and makes it look like he's going to stay there. Then he sort of runs at it, attacks the ball, hits it well. And that's even better. This is a glorious shot. That is classy. And that bit of class, that 6 brings up his half century. What a great shot that is, and what a good way to bring it up. Mohamed Assad, 51 of 22. Both अच्छी batting ਕੀਤੀ है, अपनी half century पूरी कर ली. And that is a good shot because he creates that, doesn't he? And now he realises, he gets the word that he's got that half century as he puts his bat up in the air. 51 of 22 deliveries. And also, I think that was after a very quiet over that Ranjit Narayan bowled, where only 2 runs came off it. Well, that was a better one. 15 come off that, and they're up and running again. 80 for 3. Really, if they don't get to 120, 130 score here, they'll be very disappointed. But at the same time, I think gamblers know, get the wicket off Mohamed Assad, and you know, they may even struggle to get to 100. That's how big I think Mohamed Assad's wicket is here. So Ranjit Narayan to continue. Bowled a superb first over. A swing and a miss. It gets through, and they're going to have to hustle, and that's a bonus buy really. It gets through the keeper, Jidis Kumar, a bit of a nutmeg, and it means that you get the attacking batter Assad back on strike, who just recently got his 100. Gandhi, but he's going to get away with it. It goes straight to the fielder. Now he's a little bit slow running, and it gets there, hits it, and thinks, should be a boundary, then realises there's a fielder there, then has to get his skates on. And, well, it looks like Ranjit Narayan might have just injured himself. It looked like he almost got bulldozed by Assad running into him. Okay, back 9 to Haider. Haider. No run, and another opportunity. Look at the action here. I reckon if he let go of this and hit the stumps, I think he could have had Assad. It's a dot ball though. A bit of explosive action. Well, no time to see it again because Narayan is ready to go. Short, not a good ball. Will it be a wide? Well, no wide. I thought this was down the leg side, but it's obviously gone over the batter and over the stump, so wide not signalled. And well, what's happened here? Who's knocked the barrels over? Not sure what's happened, but I haven't seen any signal from. Well, there is a signal. There it is. So yeah, it was